Hello everyone. We hope you're doing well. We're doing great, and we truly appreciate your ongoing support. We'd like to briefly address some comments regarding our audiobook series. Rest assured, progress is ongoing. That said, your feedback is vital. If there's a novel you particularly enjoy and want to hear more of, please let us know in the comments. Each chapter requires a financial investment, so we can only continue series that receive strong audience interest. Although we retain core names and plot lines, we make significant editorial changes to enhance clarity, pacing, and immersion. These are not simple recitations. We work hard to deliver a polished, thoughtful listening experience. Without sufficient feedback or engagement, we may need to discontinue a series. So if you're enjoying something, don't stay silent. Your input truly matters. Note, our default audio speed is 3x. If that's too fast, let us know. We're happy to adjust it. Interested in early access to unreleased audiobooks? Visit our Patreon. You'll get to experience new content before it reaches YouTube. Just to clarify, I'm a fan like you. I've purchased these novels and adapted them with care, while respecting all rights and guidelines. For updates, follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: Shattered Innocence transmigrated into a novel as an extra. Transmigrating over 10,000 years late, I was forced to become a mighty presence. I, the celestial dragon, rule the heavens through the double gate, reigning supreme in countless worlds with peace taming, Tower of God sequence strength, cultivation when you take things to the extreme. Naruto is an Uchiha with cyst. WTF, the centuries-old ancestor in our family take concubine again. Plus 18, Ichi, reincarnated in Bleach as a wizard. Thanks for listening and happy listening. Requesting that we immediately stop broadcasting Ghost Blows Out the Light, or they will sue us for infringement. Infringement? Deputy Station Head Gia said angrily, what copyright has our program infringed on? The secretary gave a wry smile, but the novel was written by Zhang Yi. He never gave us the copyright. Now, the lawyer's letter is with the station head. I heard that it even has Zhang Yi's signature. Deputy Station Head Jia's anger surged. What is this little Zhang doing? How can he stop the broadcast after it had been broadcast for so long? How are we to answer to the listeners? The secretary sighed, but legally, we are indeed. The phone in the office rang. Deputy Station Head Jia quickly went forward to pick it up. Hello? Oh, Station Head. What? Stop the broadcast. How are we to stop? The story isn't over yet. But. Alright, I understand. I will instruct the literature channel. Rest assured. The station did not want to lose money in a court case. The station head had compromised. Deputy Station Head Jia was gritting his teeth with hate. This Zhang Yi. He was gone, but he was still around hunting them. Admittedly, they had caused a ban on Zhang Yi, and Deputy Station Head Jia had naively thought that Zhang Yi would never have a platform of his own forever, existing silently. With such a major ban order, what waves could he set off without a program? But Deputy Station Head Jia now realized something. They could suppress Zhang Yi in the broadcasting industry, but they had no say in other industries. The publication world? They could not ban him even if they wanted to. And Zhang Yi was not a person with only broadcasting abilities. He also had his creations. And those novels and fairy tales. Despite Zhang Yi leaving the broadcasting industry, Deputy Station Head Jia realized to his anger that Zhang Yi could still thrive. This made him extremely angry, but he was helpless. Chapter 89, The Competition for the Rights to Ghost Blows Out the Light. 2 days later. The news of the publication of Ghost Blows Out the Light was spread like wildfire. When Zhang Yi opened a few large discussion boards, 3 of the boards had the advertisement banners for Ghost Blows Out the Light on the main page. The original ancestor of grave-robbing novels, Ghost Blows Out the Light, will be released on the 1st of October at all major bookstores. Today was already the 29th. It was about to go on sale in less than 2 days. Zhang Yi had also asked the middle-aged man from the publication firm why it could be done so quickly. His reply made Zhang Yi speechless. He had said that back then, their publication firm had already agreed with the Beijing radio station a long time ago. They had even readied the contracts, as well as all the preparations for the promotions and sales printing planned. Everything was just waiting for the green light. However, there was complete silence from the radio station, which was because Zhang Yi did not agree to Deputy Station Head Jia acquiring his rights. Hence, all the printing and promotional plans were put on hold. Now, having finally received the rights to Ghost Blows Out the Light, They just needed to bring forward their plans from before. This resulted in a very fast procedure, and was unlike other publications which could take months. Of course, the most important thing was that the Beijing education publishing firm was also in a hurry. 6 million yuan, $1 million was not a small amount. The situation with the fairy tales was better, for there were no similar fairy tales that tried to compete with Zhang Yi's. However, Ghost Blows Out the Light was not the same. As it was not published immediately, this resulted in a large number of works that chased the tailwind and left it behind, being published first. If this dragged on, the situation would be hard to tell. If the grave-robbing novel market was oversaturated, then their publishing firm would be unable to regain their initial investment. This was what they were worrying about. Hence, the moment that they received the copyright, they had rushed to ensure things would go smoothly. Clearly, they were more worried than the author himself. It was good that the publishing firm was very diligent. As a result, Zhang Yi did not worry over it. Since his copyright had been bought out, he was no longer worried about the situation with the sales. He remained at home, watching the television without any worries. Ring, ring, ring. A phone call came in. Seeing that it was an unfamiliar number, Zhang Yi picked it up. Hello. Hello, may I know if this is teacher Zhang Yi? It was a female's voice. That's me, may I know who this is? Zhang Yi asked. The woman smiled sweetly. I'm calling from the Hebei province's radio copyright department. It's this, I heard that the Beijing radio station has halted broadcasting for 2 days. Later on, there was the promotion of the publication of Ghost Blows Out the Light. Are you trying to preserve the sales volume, so you halted the broadcast of Ghost Blows Out the Light? I want to ask how many audio episodes left are there in Ghost Blows Out the Light? Is it convenient to tell me? Zhang Yi said, there's probably another 10 plus more episodes. The woman said, then, will it be possible to sell the audio rights of the last 10 plus episodes to my radio station? The price is negotiable. Shall we meet to discuss the details? Zhang Yi understood what was happening and said, there's no need. Before the publication of Ghost Blows Out the Light, the audio version will definitely not be broadcast. I have already discussed this with the publishers. The woman said determinedly, no problem, we can wait. Ghost Blows Out the Light should be published in 5 to 6 books consecutively, right? After the last book is done, our radio station will publish it. Price-wise, we can give you 100,000 in copyright fees, as there's not that many episodes. What do you think? Forget it. Zhang Yi shook his head. If you think the price is too low, we can still discuss it. The woman was unwilling to hang up. Thank you, but I'm not selling it for the time being. Zhang Yi hung up the phone. But not long after, a few more phone calls came in. It was unknown which publisher or other circles had revealed his contact information. This resulted in various provincial radio stations calling him to buy the audio rights to Ghost Blows Out the Light. They did not quote a low price, and were willing to wait until the publication was out before releasing the audio version, paving the way for the hard copy. What was most hilarious was that even someone from the Beijing radio station came looking for Zhang Yi. Teacher Zhang, I'm Little Li from Logistics. The youth said, we once met in the elevator and exchanged a few words. Do you still remember? Zhang Yi naturally did not remember, but he said, oh, Little Li, I remember you. The youth sighed before saying, the higher-ups told me to discuss the rights to Ghost Blows Out the Light with you. I know that you have had some conflicts with the station previously, but even so, Ghost Blows Out the Light is your program, your child. It was brought up by you and your novel is already well-rooted in our radio station. The audience recognizes this brand. With this halt, many listeners are calling it quits. Our official website has received a few denial of service attacks. I believe that you also do not want to see this situation. The audience is wishing for Ghost Blows Out the Light to resume its broadcast. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi sneered, yes, that is not something I want to see, but I did not leave willingly. Everything has a solution, but your station's management did not leave a route for me to live. I also wish to see Ghost Blows Out the Light finish its broadcast, with a beginning and an end, but I have no choice. You don't have to say nice words to me, nor use the audience to try to influence me. Those listeners who like my novel can buy the book to Ghost Blows Out the Light. Those who like listening to a broadcast and audio version can hear it on a radio station after the last volume of Ghost Blows Out the Light is published, but I can guarantee you this. It will definitely not be on Beijing radio station. He immediately hung up. He did not say anything unnecessary. Zhang Yi found it amusing. You were the ones forcing me away, and now you are keeping a straight face to get my permission and rights? How big is your face? As for the other radio stations, they had definitely been given the order to ban Zhang Yi. Although Zhang Yi had not submitted his resume to the radio stations, It was obvious that no one would accept him even if he applied. But now, after banning me, you still want my rights? You want to get all the advantages? Not selling. Zhang Yi had rejected them all. However, with careful thought, if other radio stations, including the Beijing radio station, were dying to buy the rights to Ghost Blows Out the Light, and furthermore a Ghost Blows Out the Light with just 10 plus episodes left, this showed that many people in the industry thought highly of the novel. It could also be said that the industry knew how exceptional Ghost Blows Out the Light was. Zhang Yi had used a single Ghost Blows Out the Light to break the late-night segment listenership ratings records. #1 in the country for that time period. The creator of the midnight period historical record in the whole country. Even the central radio station's late-night segment was not enough to defeat Zhang Yi. What sort of legend was this? Probably most colleagues in the radio station knew that having Ghost Blows Out the Light meant having such listenership ratings. Even if there were just 10 plus episodes left, even if it was less than 10 episodes, even if it was a late-night segment, Ghost Blows Out the Light was Ghost Blows Out the Light. It was not something other late-night segments could compete with. Hence, they had rushed to buy the rights. Even the Beijing radio station had straightened their faces before approaching. Not long later, the phone rang again. Zhang Yi was prepared not to pick it up, as he knew it could be someone from the radio station. However, when he saw the number, he gave a wry smile. He had to pick it up. "Hello, little Zhang." It was Beijing radio station's literature channel's director Zhao Guozu. "What are you doing? Why did you take so long to pick up the phone?" You can't still be sleeping, right?" Zhang Yi coughed. "No, Director Zhao. I woke up earlier on. I had been on the phone for an hour." Zhao Guozu understood. "They were all looking for you to buy your audio, right?" "Yes," Zhang Yi said. "You can even guess it?" Zhao Guozu said lightly. "I wasn't guessing. I knew it. I called you because of this matter. Just now, you rejected someone from logistics, right? The higher-ups aren't willing to let go of Ghost Blows Out the Light, so they got me to look for you. They also know that you and the station's management are as unmixable as oil and water, so they got me to discuss the price with you. It is a market economy after all, so they wish to use money to talk." Zhang Yi was about to speak. "Leader, Zhao Guozu laughed. "Listen to me first. I already know, even without you telling me. They do not understand you, but I believe I know this kid that is you. If you were willing to swallow insult and humiliation for money to sell Ghost Blows Out the Light back to us, then you wouldn't be called Zhang Yi. You would also not have said that dead water in front of so many people. They clearly think too simply of you. So I have no intentions of persuading you to sell the rights. I only called to ask about your situation. Seeing your publication promotions doing so well, I'm also well assured. After all, you were brought in by me. I deserve to be faulted for not being able to protect you." "Director Zhao, what are you saying?" Zhang Yi was not willing to hear this. "How can you blame yourself? Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. I know this clearly." After pausing for a while, he said, "Actually I already told Little Lee from Logistics that I would sell the rights to anyone but the Beijing radio station. But if you were to say it, you can take the rights away. I won't want a single cent. Once the last book is released on the market, you can carry on broadcasting it on the literature channel." Zhao Guozu remained silent for a while. Zhang Yi's words had touched him. Speaking truthfully, Zhao Guozu had only brought Zhang Yi in. He did not help much. But even so, Zhang Yi was still a loyal person and remembered their old friendship. Back when Zhang Yi said to Zhao Guozu that he would show his gratitude by repaying him, these were clearly not just empty words. He would really do it. But Zhao Guozu was not willing to accept it. He was not a person without a sense of propriety. "Little Zhang, just those words alone are sufficient. All right, I didn't make a mistake in my judgment with you." Zhao Guozu assured him, "You can sell the audio rights to anyone but us. I have already received the news that if we were to obtain the rights to Ghost Blows Out the Light, it would end up with Jia Yan broadcasting it. The 10-plus episodes that you had recorded would be deleted, and Jia Yan would be re-recording it. The station is using all its resources to raise him up." "I got it. Thank you, Director Zhao." Zhang Yi suddenly recalled, "By the way, what happened to Tian Bin? I heard that he was removed from his segment? Why are you suddenly concerned about Little Tian?" "I'm just casually asking. Little Tian has already resigned. He left the day before yesterday. He should be at home, waiting to get a job. I heard that his situation isn't very good. No radio station wants him, as he lacks experience and results. Hi, actually with the two of you fighting so much, and causing all the suffering between each other all this time, in the end, it benefited another person. Can you give me Tian Bin's number? I did not store his number. What are you looking for him for? Forget it, I won't ask. I'll send it to you in a moment. Chapter 90, Helping an Old Colleague. Afternoon. Close to noon. Zhang Yi looked at the number that Zhao Guozu had sent over. He called Tianbin using the number listed. When the other side picked up, he immediately said, "Teacher Tian, it's me." But it was a woman who answered back, "You? Who?" Zhang Yi mumbled and recognized her voice. "Sis, it's me, Zhang Yi." "Which Zhang Yi?" Tianbin's wife asked knowingly. She added, "Old Tian is not around." Just when she was about to hang up, Tianbin's voice rang out, "What are you doing? Give the phone to me." Tianbin definitely had Zhang Yi's phone number stored. Presumably, his wife had seen Zhang Yi's name when he called and answered it. Tianbin's wife was heard in the background, nagging, "Why did you answer? That Zhang Yi fella must have called to make fun of you. How long have you two been fighting, and you still want to answer? Yes, both of you have left your jobs already, but you were forced out. As for Zhang Yi, he might have looked like he was forced by the circumstances, but you know that he resigned on his own terms. He left the station with pride. Look at the success of Ghost Blows Out the Light, it's even going to be published soon. TSK. What else could he be planning by calling you now? He definitely wants to step on you while you are down. Why are you even answering? I want you to give me that." Tianbin turned furious. I'll give. I won't bother about you anymore." Tianbin's wife was frustrated as well. Their conversation had been clearly heard by Zhang Yi and it made him a little intolerable. He knew that this call of his was made at the wrong time. He could tell that Tianbin had not had it easy for the past few days. He had lost his job and still couldn't find a new one yet. As the saying goes, in peaceful times, everything is fine. And it was the same the other way round, a poor couple, a lifetime of misery. The two of them must have had countless arguments in recent days. "Hello?" Tianbin answered. His voice was a little cold. "What's the matter?" Zhang Yi hesitated a little, but went ahead. "Teacher Tian, thanks for the other day." Tianbin played the fool. "Which matter from what day?" "The publisher's number." Zhang Yi reminded him. Tianbin frowned. "That's a thing. I repeatedly instructed her not to say that it was me." "Forget it. You don't need to thank me, it was not a big matter." "Have you had dinner?" "Not yet." "Come out and join me then." "That's not necessary. If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up." "Don't be like this. Old Tian, come out and have dinner. We have been fighting for so long. I stole your show, you stole my show. We also argued and left our posts at about the same time. Isn't this some sort of fate? Just accept my invitation. Let's decide on that place called something pavilion near the unit, where we had the celebratory lunch the other time. I will be there in 30 minutes. Bring your wife along. See you there." "No need for that. I have something to tell you, we need to talk over dinner." After saying that, Zhang Yi hung up without explaining further. He packed up, combed his hair and then left for the place by subway. After reaching the vicinity of the restaurant, he didn't know whether Tianbin would show up. He had arrived slightly early and went to a copier shop. He used the public computers and signed into his email account. After downloading the copyright contract that he had received when he was still at the unit, he changed a few of the names and let the staff print it out for him. He asked for a pen and signed off on the contract before placing it into his briefcase. He then left for the restaurant, greeted a waiter and asked for a room to wait for Tianbin's arrival. After about 10 minutes, Tianbin and his wife had arrived late. The waiter had led them to Zhang Yi's reserved room. When Zhang Yi saw Tianbin, he was stunned. It was as if he didn't know him anymore, because the changes were too much. In the past, he was much more handsome. But now he looked a little dirty, with hair stubble on his face. It was obvious that he had not shaved in a few days. Even though his hair was washed, it was still rather messy and not groomed. His fallen spirit was apparent without him saying anything. It was written all over his forehead. Tianbin's wife still looked quite refreshed. She still dressed like her usual pretty self. "Would you like to order?" the waiter asked. "You have not ordered? Then, I will order." Tianbin's wife did not stand on ceremony. The moment that she sat down, she began ordering everything that was expensive on the menu: shark's fin soup, dongpo pork, abalone for 3. Tianbin stared at her. "What are you doing?" Tianbin's wife said, "It's his treat, anyway." "I didn't say it was my treat, sister," Zhang Yi hastily said. Tianbin's wife's eyes looked like they were popping out. "If you weren't treating, why did you ask us out? Why are you picking on us? Your book will be published soon. If a single volume of the book sells below 500,000 units, I will twist my head off for you. You are so rich now and yet you want to save on this meal." Zhang Yi wiped his sweat. "Big sister, my money has not been transferred over yet. The publisher hasn't paid me yet. Still, it should be your treat." Tian Bin's wife said to the waiter, "Did you write down what I ordered just now? Listen, continue to take the order. Steamed sea bass, a roast duck. I want it to be freshly roasted, and the most expensive type. Don't cut back on the quality. Okay, that's all for now." Zhang Yi added on, "Serve us some Wu Liang Ai as well." Okay. The waiter proceeded to prepare the order. Maybe because it was past lunchtime and there weren't many guests. The food was served quickly. "Here, old Tian, sister. Eat, eat," Zhang Yi said politely. Tian Bin did not move his chopsticks. The wine had been brought over, so he twisted it open and poured a full cup for himself. He then passed it to Zhang Yi. "Pour some for yourself." "Sure, let's have a drink together." Zhang Yi poured some for himself. Tian Bin's wife kept glancing at them. "This should be a good wine, I will have some, too." "What are you drinking for?" Tian Bin was unhappy. Tian Bin's wife had been speaking with sarcasm since the moment she had entered the restaurant. "Only you can drink and I cannot? I'm not in a good mood, can't I have a glass?" "Drink, drink, drink. Who cares about you?" Tian Bin then took a mouthful. They had nothing to talk about. They were foes to begin with, so the atmosphere was rather awkward. Besides eating, they were drinking. No one tried to say anything more. Finally, it was alcohol that worked its magic. Tian Bin suddenly said something. He looked at Zhang Yi and laughed. "What do you think about our feud? What were we fighting for? Look at it now. You have left, and I have also left. In the end, it was that Jia Yan who took our places. Don't you think that we were stupid?" Zhang Yi replied, "Yes, we were really dumb." Tian Bin might have had a little too much, and he began to talk much more, too. "Forget it, let's not talk about the past. If there's anything that I did wrong in the past, let this big brother apologize to you. Come, cheers." Zhang Yi stopped him. "Stop right there, we have to be clear here. It should be me apologizing. I am younger and more hot-headed, and I did not think before I spoke." Tian Bin interrupted him. "Let's shut up and drink." Zhang Yi heartily said, "Good, let's drink." Zhang Yi did not hold his alcohol well. He was the type who collapsed after a glass. After a few mouthfuls, he did not dare to raise his glass anymore. Instead, he talked about a more serious topic. "Old Tian, how's the job search?" Tian Bin sighed. "There's been nothing yet. The radio stations are currently not understaffed. In fact, there are overstaffing issues. They are firing rather than hiring. There aren't many positions. I'm not like you, even though I have several years of experience, I still have no results to show for them. I can only stay home. I'm even prepared to switch careers." Tian Bin's wife shouted, "Don't talk rubbish. What do you mean by switching careers? If I don't make a switch, what can I do? There are no positions available." Tian Bin said worriedly, "I love my radio broadcast job, but it doesn't fucking love me back." Tian Bin's wife relented. "There will be chances, try again." "How many times have I tried already? I've even asked the outer provinces and there are no suitable positions for me. In truth, it's just because they don't want me, because I'm not good enough." Tian Bin mourned. "You have so much experience, I don't believe that no one wants you," Tian Bin's wife said. Zhang Yi pondered for a bit and took his bag out. From it, he pulled out several documents and placed it squarely on the table. He pushed it over to Tian Bin. "Old Tian, take a look at this." "What is that?" "Take a look first." Tian Bin read it while his wife glanced at it from his side. And soon, their faces were in shock. "This is the contract for the audio rights to Ghost Blows Out the Light?" Zhang Yi nodded. "Yes." "What's the meaning of this?" Tian Bin was confused. Zhang Yi explained the contract is a general one. The terms are nothing too special. A radio station would use this kind of contract for copyright purchasing. I actually took it from another station and had it changed. The title is Ghost Blows Out the Light. At the bottom is my signature to release the copyright. I've had everything filled out already, except for the beneficiary. From here, take this contract with you when you go for your interviews. Bring the story with you and it will be you choosing your employer, not the other way around. Old Tian, I am handing the radio broadcast of Ghost Blows Out the Light to you. It is like my child, so please don't mistreat it. Tian Bin was stunned. "But you..." Tian Bin's wife said with her mouth agape, "Can this work out? With this copyright, everyone will be snatching for old Tian? Why is that not possible?" Tian Bin said agitatedly, "Do you know how many radio stations are fighting for the rights to Ghost Blows Out the Light? They are all fighting their heads off for it." Zhang Yi said, "Yes. Just today, there were 8 to 9 stations who called me, but I did not sell it." "Why didn't you sell it?" Tian Bin asked. Zhang Yi fiddled with his hands and spoke honestly, "Actually, I don't know why either. Maybe I just want to help out an old colleague. After fighting for so long, I do not wish the worst for you. Old Tian, you have to do well. We still have to continue our rivalry in the future. Don't fall here without a fight. Haha, otherwise who can I cuss at next time? Tian Bin's eyes were a little red. He knew how important the contract was. He grasped the pieces of paper in his hands and went silent. He did not say any dismissive, nor gratuitous, words, but he looked deeply at Zhang Yi and nodded. Do not worry, I will not fall like this. Tian Bin's wife excitedly cried out, Little Zhang, you. Tell me how we can ever repay you. You have helped old Tian out big time. Ayo, and to think this sister treated you in that manner just now. Please don't hold it against a little woman like me. Zhang Yi did not mind. Sister, your words just now, I have already encountered them on my first day at work when you spoke down on me with old Tian here. If you don't talk down on me, I will not feel comfortable. Tian Bin's wife was red with embarrassment. When did I talk down on you? You did. Tian Bin replied and then had a laugh himself. Alright, then sister will atone for it with a drink. Tian Bin's wife mood had also turned for the better. No discord, no concord. Some relationships in this world were just so marvelous. Chapter 91, The chance for an interview at the television station has come. 1st October. Today was National Day. Early in the morning, Zhang Yi was in the bathroom, brushing his teeth. Mom called and her tone was filled with blame and criticism. Have you found a job? Not yet. I already told you not to quit. Take a look, take a look. Zhang Yi simply rinsed his mouth and wiped his mouth as he laughed. Mom, even if I don't have a job now, I will also not starve to death. Don't you know? My ghost blows out the light and a few fairy tales are about to be published. Today happens to be the day it goes on sale, so you don't have to worry about me. When the publishing firm transfers me the money, I'll give you some. Mom was overjoyed. It's published already? How much did you make? Zhang Yi feigned ignorance. Not much, not much. Have you eaten? I asked you how much, so stop trying to interrupt. Mom said fiercely. Zhang Yi could only say, about 6 million. After it reaches me, it's probably around 5 million. Quite a lot of it is taxed. What? 6 million? Hey. Mom was shocked. Did you rob a bank? So much? Aren't most people earning only a few tens of thousands when they publish a book? Our neighbor Uncle Zhang's child is also an author. His best book only received 80,000. Why is yours so much more? Zhang Yi began bragging. How can that be the same? What kind of book is My Ghost Blows Out the Light? It's completely on a different level when compared to theirs. Also, I have my fairy tales. All of them are classics. I even think I lost out. If not for them giving me the money quickly, and that they only wanted the simplified Chinese rights, I wouldn't have sold for this pittance. Mom, help me tell Dad. Don't let him be worried for me. I'm doing fine. After quitting my job at the radio station, I actually have more freedom. If I want to publish, I can publish. I don't have to be limited by my job's regulations. Besides, I can guarantee you that there will be even better units waiting for me in the future. Then are you going to your granny's house today? Go with Dad, I won't be joining for now. Alright then. I know you are busy. Then do well. Just as the phone was about to be hung up, he even heard her mom say to his dad, Good lad, our son is impressive. 6 million. He earned 6 million from publishing. Only then did the call hang up. Tian Bin's number came calling. Hello, Zhang Yi. Tian Bin's voice sounded excited. Old Tian, it's me. What's the matter? Zhang Yi walked out of the bathroom. Tian Bin said, I've been hired. Yesterday, I submitted my resume and came for an interview today. In the end, after just 5 minutes of interviewing, they informed me that I would start work tomorrow. Hey, that's good. Which radio station? Zhang Yi asked. Tian Bin laughed. It's the Central Radio Station, the biggest radio institution in the country. Zhang Yi was also happy for him. Alright, then I'll congratulate you first. Tian Bin paused for a while. Actually, it was all thanks to your copyright power of attorney. When I gave it to them during the interview, they were all speechless. Then a leader made a phone call and came back, telling me to report to work tomorrow. It looks like the Central Radio Station also highly values your segment. Zhang Yi, thank you. Zhang Yi laughed. I won't be able to get used to you being so polite, so there's no need to thank me. It's not a big deal, it's as simple as lifting a finger. If we have the chance, let's have a meal. Tian Bin said. Alright, then we can have it when there's time. Zhang Yi hung up. After the 2 phone calls, Zhang Yi appeared happy. He had reported the good news to his mother and had congratulated Tian Bin, however, he was still feeling worried. Now with the publishing matter settled, this step had ended early, but his next step returned to that dead end once again. which was the way to get into a television station. If he was really banned and couldn't enter one, Zhang Yi would have to redevelop his plans. Where should he go? Filming movies? Singing? But the timing was not right. He still did not have the qualifications or ability to make people ignore his looks. If he were to encroach into the music and film industry straight away, probably no one would care about him. So what if the works he produced were great? The time was not ripe. Let's give an example. Was Miss Dong a good song? Back when the original songwriter released his album, almost no one heard it, nor did anyone know about it. Later, when it was sang by Zuo Li on the singing contest stage of Singing Boy, did it become popular. It even went viral throughout the entire country. What was the reason? Although the lyrics were slightly changed, it was essentially the same song. There was no difference. Maybe his singing ability was slightly better than the original songwriter, but why did it only become popular when it was sung by Zuo Li and not him? It was not a problem with the song. The song was just a song, and it was also a good song. It was due to a fortuitous turn of events and also because of Zuo Li's story about his girlfriend. And a lot more of it had to do with looks and conditional factors. At least that was how Zhang Yi saw it. This was something he could do nothing about, for Zhang Yi knew that he was in a similar situation. Without the opportunity, he could not do something at the wrong time. He could only go to the television station. No matter how much thought he gave, that was the only place suitable for his next step to develop further. He needed a springboard, and he needed it a lot. No. Still can't give up on this. Zhang Yi decided to submit a few more resumes to give it a try. People did not want him the past few days, but it did not mean it would not work now. He had already published Ghost Blows Out the Light, and the promotional work done by the publisher firm was done very well. This had also added reputation and popularity to Zhang Yi. The effects of dead water had also decreased after a few days, so the television and radio stations could not ban him for life. There was a period, and once that period expired, Zhang Yi would naturally be able to appear. 1 resume. 3 resumes. 5 resumes. Zhang Yi began submitting resumes once again. There were only those few television stations that had a hosting position, so naturally he still submitted to them again. However, the response poured cold water on Zhang Yi again. The few television stations still responded very quickly. It was just like 2 days ago. The answer was still no. Zhang Yi felt that his head hurt and also felt dispirited. Your sister, how long must I have to wait? If this drags on, this pro will really drop off from being a E-list celebrity. Just as he was thinking, the third phone call of the day came. Zhang Yi was shocked, for the number was from the famous program producer who had previously invited him and had also job-hopped to the Beijing television station, Teacher Hoof. Hello, Teacher Hu. Zhang Yi was not very sure why he had called. Hoof's tone was not very pleasant. Teacher Zhang, I heard you have been submitting your resume to a few television stations the past few days? Applying to be a host for them? Zhang Yi coughed. Yes, I was thinking of trying my luck. Hoof said, didn't I already invite you? And you had previously agreed. So why are you submitting resumes to other television stations? Zhang Yi was stunned. Teacher Hu, isn't the Beijing television station banning me? After all, I said that poem at the award presentation ceremony, and since the Beijing radio station and the Beijing television station are one, I knew what I should do. So I didn't have the nerve to bother you and make things hard on you. Hoof was enlightened. So you applied to other television stations, but did not submit your resume to the Beijing television station? You man, you. Her. What should I say to you? Well, this matter is also my fault. I didn't contact you immediately, making your thoughts wander. Teacher Little Zhang, you might not understand me as a person. I, Hoof, have been working in the television system for so many years, and I have never gone back on my word. Since I have already promised you, and did say I cannot guarantee that I could do it, but I would definitely do my very best to get your matter settled. Zhang Yi was said in disbelief. Teacher Hu, so you are saying your side still wants me? I don't care what the station thinks. I definitely want you. I fancied your artistic attainment and your literary foundation. Amongst the younger generation, your standard is peerless. Maybe there are people your age or even younger than you who are more famous than you and have greater accomplishments than you, but I dare to say that no one can compare to your literary standard. If I don't want a person like you, who else do I want? Hoof affirmed. Zhang Yi was excited. Teacher Hu, then. Come to the Beijing television station this afternoon for the interview. I have already arranged it for you. Hoof hesitated for a while, but I still have to tell you this. I may acknowledge you, but the matter of the host and guest selection is decided by the higher-ups. My opinion can only have a certain degree of influence. After all, the situation you caused was not tiny. It still hasn't calmed down yet. I believe you know this very well, too, so I cannot guarantee you that the interview will be successful. For this interview, there will also be a leader from higher up. In short, do well, I will fully support you. Thank you, Teacher Hu. Zhang Yi said emotionally. You don't have to thank me. The situation hasn't been fixed. It won't be too late thanking me when you succeed. Also, I need to say that this opportunity was not given to you by me. You earned it yourself. You have used your literary foundation to conquer me, and conquered many people. This is something you deserve. Actually, before Zhang Yi won the Silver Microphone Award, Hoof only appreciated Zhang Yi, hoping that he could come help him. However, after Zhang Yi's dead water at the award presentation ceremony, Hoof was first speechless, then angry, and then finally. He appreciated Zhang Yi even more. That dead water had completely conquered Hoof. Hoof felt that Zhang Yi was the talent he needed the most at that moment. No one else would work. The call ended. Zhang Yi took a deep breath, feeling things have changed. The Beijing television station was interviewing him. He still had a chance of entering a television station. This news was no doubt what made Zhang Yi the most happy today. It was more exciting than the news of publishing Ghost blows out the light. Publication was just temporary, and the popularity was just temporary. To really become famous, to continue on increasing his popularity, he had to go on television. However, there was a major drawback about going on television, which was that it was easy to suffer destruction to both people and family. Look at the excellent programs and talk shows on television. Those who go up on stage would mention how many people had died in their family. Today was a grandfather's death, tomorrow would be her father's death. Later on, his aunt would have cancer, and the day after their family's dog would suffer from prostatitis. One was worse than the other. Hence, from a certain angle, going on television was very dangerous. If you didn't have destruction happening to both people and family, you would be embarrassed going up. Chapter 92, Television Station Interview, Literature Contest. That afternoon. Beijing Television Station. In an office at a certain floor, Zhang Yi was led by a staff member from the front desk. He did not even see which floor the elevator had stopped at. This was because he was feeling a bit worried. He knew this was the last chance for him to enter a television station. So he treated it with highest regard, hoping that he could grab this opportunity. The office was empty. Teacher Zhang, please wait a minute. The staff member said. All right. Zhang Yi sat on a chair by the side. The staff said, the leader should be coming soon. Zhang Yi said, sure, do what you need to do. Thank you very much. You're welcome. Then I'll go first. The staff left after closing the door. After a few minutes, a plump, middle-aged man pushed open the door and saw Zhang Yi immediately. He said with a sigh, Teacher Little Zhang, you've come? You are? Zhang Yi found the voice familiar. The middle-aged fatty said, I'm Hoof. We've spoken on the phone twice. Zhang Yi immediately came forward to shake hands with him. Oh, so it's Teacher Hu. It's nice to meet you. Hoof had previously seen Zhang Yi at the Silver Microphone Awards, but Zhang Yi had not seen him. This was the first time they had actually interacted, so they exchanged pleasantries. Finally, Hoof got round to business. Teacher Little Zhang, you have to be mentally prepared for today's interview. There might not be too much hope. Zhang Yi was stunned. I got it. Hoof explained, I have already repeatedly communicated with the management. In the morning, when I spoke with you, I still thought that I could convince them. But after all I said, they still felt you were not up to the task. The incident of you saying dead water back then gave them concerns, and they were not. I have tried my very best. In a while, I will also try my best to help you win the job, but I can tell that they do not wish to let you come to the Beijing television station. Even if you were to pass the interview perfectly, they might not hire you. So, I'm informing you beforehand. You can only blame me for not doing my job in advance. Zhang Yi immediately said, I can't blame you. You have already helped me so much. It was my fault. Since I said dead water, scolding the unit and the management, then I already had the preparations to bear the consequences. So it's all right. Suddenly, footsteps from outside could be heard. Hoof stopped talking with Zhang Yi and sat on an interview seat behind the desk. Zhang Yi was feeling bitter. This was like a roller coaster ride. A few hours ago, Hoof's words had given him hope. But in a blink of an eye, the situation had changed. He went from having hope to not having hope. He had not even gone through the interview, but he already knew he was sure to fail the interview. It was meaningless, no matter how well he answered. Zhang Yi felt his heart go cold to the freezing point, but he did not complain. As he said, since he had done certain things, he had to bear the consequences. Life had always been fair, so he had nothing to complain about. Getting something is because I'm lucky. Losing something is because of my fate. Zhang Yi remained silent for a moment. His mental state also calmed down. Of course, he did not completely give up. Even if he knew the chances were slim or even zero, he still wanted to try. The interviewers came in, one after another. There were around 8 to 9 people. They were probably the channel or station's junior heads or staff. Old who, you've already come? A 40-plus-year-old middle-aged man said. I also just came in, Hoof answered. The middle-aged man looked at Zhang Yi. This is Zhang Yi? Let's begin then. Alright, then let's allow little Zhang to prepare? Hoof suggested. Zhang Yi said calmly, I'm fine. I can have my interview any moment. Everyone sat down. The middle-aged man that had spoken previously then sat in the middle. His name was Wang Shuixin. His name sounded slightly feminine, and he looked gentle, with his golden wire-rimmed glasses. Zhang Yi had checked the television station's official website's information before he came. He knew this person was the Beijing television station's arts channel's director. He was probably the leader of all the people present, and head of the arts channel. There was not much public information one could find on the internet, but there was plenty of information about Wang Shuixin. Before he left, Zhang Yi had happened to find it online. Director Wang happened to be a poet in the past. A few years ago, he had published a few works and anthologies. He was best at modern poems. Although he did not have many works in recent times, he was still famous. Most people in the industry still knew him. It was quite obvious after giving it some thought. As the head of the television's arts channel, he would not be able to have the role without some ability. He definitely had to have some literary quality to him. First, introduce yourself? Director Wang Shuixin said. My name is Zhang Yi. I'm 23 years old this year. I graduated from. Zhang Yi began his self-introduction. During this, a few interviewers were whispering to each other. Some frowned, while others shook their heads. It was as if they did not wish for Zhang Yi to enter their arts channel. Wang Shuixin was also one of them. Back at the Silver Microphone Awards, he and Hoof were present. He had heard with his own ears Zhang Yi's angry recitation of Dead Water. The atmosphere seemed to have exploded, but Wang Shuixin had secretly shook his head. He knew that Zhang Yi was a problematic person. It was not easy to handle him. His literary standards were passable, but his temper was too terrible. No leader would want such a person. Leaders tended to want obedient subordinates, so by getting such a different kind of guy in, he would not be as gregarious and he had to worry that he would stir up something daily. So even though he treated Teacher Hu's recommendations seriously, Wang Shuixin was unimpressed. Of course, there was another reason. Wang Shuixin actually felt that Hoof was blowing Zhang Yi's so-called literary level out of proportions. And it was this matter. He never believed that Zhang Yi could compete on the same level as him. He felt that Zhang Yi was still far inferior. Dead Water? A generation? Wang Shuixin believed that he could write such poems, too. He even felt that his previous works were much better than Zhang Yi's. Cultured people tended to scorn each other. No one considered themselves inferior. Actually, the other interviewers had the same thoughts. Although Zhang Yi was highly acclaimed on the internet, they did not think that Zhang Yi could be compared to a master like Wang Shuixin. In the literature scene, Wang Shuixin was clearly not the most famous person, but he was a veteran who had many excellent works. Furthermore, he had several poems that were very popular. So how good could Zhang Yi, a young kid who had just appeared, be against Director Wang? At this interview, they were, in fact, not bothered. As Director Wang's attitude was very clear, Zhang Yi was definitely not going to be hired. Zhang Yi finished his introduction. Hoof interjected, Director, Teacher Little Zhang has one of the highest literary skills amongst his generation. He is the best amongst his peers. Besides, Wang Shuixin interrupted his words, he can be considered good amongst his peers, but he is far too inferior compared to predecessors who are in the arts. Hoof tried to fight for Zhang Yi. With Little Zhang's literary foundation, he is not necessarily worse than the predecessors. Wang Shuixin was amused, you are too absolute, old Hu. I know that you appreciate Little Zhang, but maybe Little Zhang's literary skills match your appetite and manage to move you. But that does not mean others will be moved. It does not mean his literary skills are flawless. I know about the matter from the Mid-Autumn Poetry Meet. I also know Big Thunder, Old Shang and a few of them. Do you think Little Zhang has exceeded people from the older generation just because you think Little Zhang overshadowed them? Not really. Actually, Big Thunder and Company's poems are just a bit famous in the Beijing circles. They aren't much in the country. I also heard their poems back then at the Mid-Autumn Poetry Meet. They were all quite average. So Little Zhang overshadowing them can't show anything. This director was clearly a scholar to the bone. His temperament was competitive. He did not mince his words and had said it in front of Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi gave him a glance and did not comment. Hoof wanted to add on, but Teacher Little Zhang. Then let's test him with an interview question. Wang Shuixin said very confidently, I can tell you, old Hu, that he is weaker than me, not to mention other predecessor masters. Saying that, Wang Shuixin looked at Zhang Yi, little Zhang, we are just blindly chatting amongst ourselves. We aren't saying you are terrible, so don't take it to heart. Actually, to write dead water at your age is already not bad. Just not bad. Zhang Yi smiled without speaking. He only thought that he was too careless. Alright, I'll not talk about your physical factors. I'll give you an interview question. There will only be one today for this interview. I actually want to see how much ability and skill a young man like you, who was recommended by old Hu, has. Wang Shuixin said. Zhang Yi said, please say it. Wang Shuixin seemed to have the intentions to compete with Zhang Yi in literature. I have a poem that I'm not sure if you have heard of. It's called Everything. He began reciting. Everything is fated. Everything is unreal. Everything has no end. Everything has no home to return to. Every happiness doesn't come with a smile. Every suffering doesn't have tears. Every past is in the dreams. Every faith comes with longing. Every burst is preceded by moments of silence. Every death has a prolonged echo. After a few interviewers heard this, they gave their praises again. Good poem. A middle-aged woman said. A youth said, this is Director Wang's best poem, right? I always feel something whenever I hear it. Hu also had to admit that this poem was excellent. This was probably written about 4 to 5 years ago by Wang Shuixin when he was at the lowest point of his life. It was very powerful. It called out to people's hearts and shocked the world. Wang Shuixin said calmly, Little Zhang, this is the interview question. This is one of the works that can be considered famous, and also a modern poem that I'm most pleased with. Teacher Hu has always said that your poetry is excellent and you have deep literary foundations. Then can you compose a poem here on the spot, to show us your literary level? If it was a poem that had no boundaries, it would have been nothing. But it was Wang Shuixin who said his own poem first, which meant he wanted to compete with Zhang Yi. It was also called a poem contest. If Zhang Yi was to create another work, it had to be targeted at Wang Shuixin's work. Furthermore, it had to exceed Director Wang's poem for him to pass. But was this possible? Hu knew it was impossible. Not to mention the other interviewers. What sort of poem was Everything? It was a poem that was previously included in high school textbooks. Although it was in an appendix and was not eye-catching, and was eventually removed due to its dark and depressing artistic quality, it was still a model essay that was once made into teaching material. What could Zhang Yi use to compete with it? He had nothing to compete with it. Chapter 93, This is also Everything. The interview question was out. Everyone looked at Zhang Yi, wondering how he was to answer. He had to follow up on a tough poem that had previously gone in Chinese language textbooks, Wang Shuixin's most famous poem, Everything. Zhang Yi did not speak for a long while. Everything? Why did it sound so familiar? He was sure that he had heard this poem somewhere, but he could not remember it clearly. Hence, he said, Can I have some water? Yes. Wang Shuixin turned his head. An interviewer threw a bottle of mineral water to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi used the time to drink the water and opened his game ring and bought a memory search capsule. He closed his eyes, pretending to be in thought. In fact, he had swallowed the capsule while drinking water. He was searching the memories in his brain, and finally Zhang Yi opened his eyes. He had found his memory and had finally remembered why this poem sounded so familiar. What the fuck? Wasn't this Dao's Everything? However, there were some slight differences. For example, in his world, Dao had written, Every fate is destined. Every cloud is fleeting. Every beginning is without an ending. Every search is brief. As for Wang Shuixin's poem, it was Everything is fated. Everything is unreal. Everything has no end. Everything has no home to return to. It may look different, but the format and meaning were about the same. The core idea was similar. One of the lines, Every faith comes with longing, was identical in both poems. There was not a single word different. This world also had something similar to Everything. However, there was no Dao, but it was written by Wang Shuixin. This was not surprising either. The two worlds' cultural backgrounds weren't much different. The 4 great classical novels, such as Romance of the Three Kingdoms and Water Margin, still existed. Maybe it was because the 4 great classical novels had too strong of an effect ingrained in the country, so there was no way of changing it. So it was not modified by the game ring. Then it was pretty normal to have similar literature works from both worlds. Of course, they were just similar. In Zhang Yi's world, Dao was a very famous poet. In terms of text and profoundness, Zhang Yi clearly believed Dao's Everything was much more excellent than Wang Shuixin's Everything. This was the topic. Zhang Yi laughed, for he could not control himself. Dao's everything was considered quite famous, but the reason why Zhang Yi did not remember it to the point of needing to use the memory search capsule to search his memories for it was because there was another poem that was more famous. It was written as a retort to Dao's everything. It had completely negated Dao's work, hence Zhang Yi and the people from his world had a deeper impression of that poem and had forgotten about Dao's everything. Even if people from his world mentioned everything, it was to use it as a reference or backstory. It was as if everything existed just to accentuate the other poem. Hence, no matter how well it was written, and had cried out the lives of people so perfectly, in front of that poem, everything was just a supporting role, and considered a sidekick. It could only be hidden under a shade. "Are you done?" a woman urged. "Can you begin?" A young interviewer was also turning impatient. Seeing that Zhang Yi did not speak for so long, Hoof guessed that Zhang Yi was unable to follow up. He sighed in his heart. Zhang Yi had low odds of success, and it would have been impossible for him to be accepted by the leader. Wang Shuixin's attitude was very clear. Now, by not being able to answer the interview question, the chances of hiring him were close to nil. However, Hoof's love for talent was very deep. He was still trying his best to help Zhang Yi fight for it. "Director Wang. Little Zhang is still young, so no matter how much talent he has, he can't compare to you. This question is indeed quite difficult. Shall we change the topic and let little Zhang have freedom to express a poem?" "Brother Hu," a female interviewer said, "then what's the point of an interview? Anyone can write something freely. That's not ability." Wang Shuixin also lightly laughed. "Old Hu, to speak the truth, I want to test little Zhang's creative ability on the spot today. It seems all his poems in the past were created on the spot. As for the poem's quality and logic, I'll reserve my judgment. I don't believe those good works of his were written on the spot by little Zhang. It doesn't agree with reason. Even if it was written on the spot, it couldn't be done without any stammering, right? And those poems of his had so much logic? And the parallelism was done so well? And since you appreciate this youth so much, I'm testing him this time. So I purposely used my poem to let him follow up. First, it's to see if he really can compose on the spot, and secondly, to see if little Zhang really has as much literary skill as people say." Hoof said, "But to follow up on a classic poem that even entered language textbooks, little Zhang will." Wang Shuixin waved his hand to stop Hoof from continuing. He looked at Zhang Yi. "It's all right, little Zhang. Take your time to think, there's no hurry. At your age, you might not have heard this poem. When you were in high school, the materials for your language class might not have included everything. If you did not catch everything, I can recite it to you again." A youth volunteered, "Since you already recited it once, why don't you let me, Director Wang?" "All right, little Su, you do it." Wang Shuixin was in a good mood. He had been doing administrative work all these years, so for him to once again display his literary works was a rare event. Seeing Zhang Yi remaining silent, and his subordinates looking at him with admiration and respect, Wang Shuixin was very pleased. The other interviewers and the youth completely ignored Zhang Yi. They knew that it was impossible for Zhang Yi to follow up on a poem. The only reason that they were still in here to interview Zhang Yi was to kiss ass and flatter the leader. They wanted to see with their own eyes how their leader defeated Zhang Yi, a newcomer who had been praised for his poetry. Besides, even without the flattering factor, Director Wang did have the absolute ability. Zhang Yi? A newcomer. Compared to Director Wang, what was he? He wanted to compete with Wang Shuixin in literature and poetry? Wasn't this do something beyond his ability? Director Wang's everything came about due to his using all his senses to come into maximum contact with the pulse of life. He had used his critical perspective to inspect the interpersonal moral and ethical relations, as well as the sparks that arose when people clashed. He had also subconsciously pondered above love, freedom, joy, suffering, hope and death, which were all common factors of human life. It was one of the best modern poems, and could be said that he had written a poem of such a genre at its peak. Zhang Yi wanted to use the literary insight from everything as a tropic to exceed everything? That was impossible. Well, but it was not that the poem did not have its flaws. If one wanted to pick faults with it, it was probably the reason why it was eventually removed from the language textbooks. The poem was too dark and oppressive. There was no hope in it. This was also why everything was criticized by some people. But the flaws could not obscure the splendor it possessed. This poem was still enjoying a relatively high status in the poetry world. It could be considered a pessimism masterpiece. "Let me recite it, while you listen well," the youth said to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi ignored him, and already had his plans. The youth frowned. "You even turned haughty? Just because you were praised to the skies by people who did not know literature, you already forgot who you were? See, your original form has been revealed. I have no idea why teacher who appreciated you so much. You can only have your way with Big Thunder and those slightly known poets in Beijing. But take a look, once you encounter a real master of literature, you have nothing against them, right? The youth grunted and cleared his throat. Everything is fated. Everything is unreal. Everything has no end. Everything has no home to return to. Wang Shuixin squinted his eyes as he listened to his poem. The other interviewers again revealed their reverence. Their mouths moved gently, as if they were tasting the poem, and were also reciting along with the youth. The youth carried on, every happiness doesn't come with a smile. Every suffering. But suddenly, a scene no one expected happened. Zhang Yi opened his vocal cords and interrupted the youth, who was having a good time reciting, rudely. Zhang Yi shook his head. Not every tree has been broken off by the storm, not every seed cannot find soil to root, not every true feeling is lost in the deserts of human hearts, not every dream wishes to be cut off at its wings. No, not everything is like what you said. Hoof gasped. This poem. Wang Shuixin and the other 7 to 8 interviewers were stunned. Zhang Yi looked at Director Wang and then at a few interviewers, then began stressing his words. Not every torch is burning itself, but not illuminating others. Not every star indicates darkness, but does not predict the dawn. Not every song passes through the ears, but does not stay in the hearts. No, not everything is like what you said. The second paragraph was also out. It was another massive parallelism. His tone also grew stronger. Wang Shuixin's expression instantly looked ugly, but he made no sound. However, Hoof got a kick hearing this. He clenched his fists and was so excited that he wanted to stand up to cheer for Zhang Yi. This was the first time that he had such a bright smile on his face. He was happy for Zhang Yi and also happy for himself. He had not evaluated Zhang Yi wrongly. He was really a remarkable talent of the age. Zhang Yi scanned everyone with his eyes and purposely paused before reciting the last paragraph. For this paragraph, he wiped off the solemnity and seriousness, and changed it to that of a smile. There was even mockery in his smile. Not every appeal has been dismissed, not every loss cannot be compensated, not every abyss is death, not every grief lands on the heads of the weak, not every heart and soul are to be stepped on and buried in the mud, not every consequence is blood and tears, but without mirth. Everything in the present is creating the future. Everything in the future is grown from yesterday. Hope, and to fight for it, please put all of them on your shoulders. The last shout was Zhang Yi saying it to Wang Shuixin, and could also be him saying it to himself. Everything was darkness? Everything was suffering? Every success was accompanied by tears and sorrow? Be it Gao's everything or Wang Shuixin's everything, Zhang Yi could not agree with them. He knew that many people hated him, or had a grudge with him or disliked him. He also knew that he had not much hope for this interview, but Zhang Yi had never felt that his life was filled with darkness. He had never hesitated in his life. As long as he had a glimmer of hope, he would never give up. That was everything? Everything is like what you said? No. Not everyone is like what you said. At least, I am not. I, Zhang Yi, am not. Chapter 94, The Outcome of the Interview? Everyone had their own recital style. Some had highly exaggerated expressions. Some liked to use body language. Some had varying tones when delivering the recitals. And some did it with a straight face. There were all sorts of reciters. Those who were not skilled at recitals would always attempt to copy someone else's style or just not attempt a style at all and recite it just as it is. But someone like Zhang Yi, who was from a background of media arts, would always recite in their own style. This was his rice bowl, he would not lose to anyone in a basic skill like that. His recitals tended to be calmer. He was used to expressing his emotions through the subtle expressions of his eyes and the tonal changes in his voice, and did not use exaggerated body language like dancing and shouting. From the results, it looked like he had done a very good interpretation of the poem. These interviewers, each and every one of them had a shocked look. I've finished reciting it. This poem is called This Is Also Everything. Zhang Yi said lightly after adjusting his breath and looking at the interviewers, Director Wang's everything. Zhang Yi followed up with This Is Also Everything. The former was filled with the cries of darkness, while the latter was overflowing with a line of hope. Zhang Yi's work was heard. The 8 to 9 interviewers looked at each other. They were thinking that this wasn't some poetry competition with Director Wang, it was clearly a smacking of face. You are clearly here to mess things up. They had initially thought that Zhang Yi was unable to follow up, or even if he did, it would not have been good. As for a pessimism poem, everything was impeccable. Using the line of thought of Wang Shuixin's poem to carry on writing a pessimistic modern poem. He would never be able to write something better than everything, no matter how much he tried. However, no one had expected Zhang Yi to do the opposite. He did not follow the line of thought of everything. He had instead used This Is Also Everything to lambaste this pessimistic view. Not all. Not all. No, Not everything is like what you said. A few lines of not everything had gradually stepped up the mood of this poem and at the same time stepped down on everything. If this wasn't face-slapping, what was? If this wasn't a blatant challenge, what was? But somehow, this blatant challenge had sent shockwaves down everyone's spines. A few interviewers who had not thought much of Zhang Yi initially had been swept along with their emotions while hearing Zhang Yi's poetry. A few lines of not everything had convinced them as they maintained their stunned faces. This is Zhang Yi? This was the Zhang Yi that they didn't think much of? Director Wang had doubted Zhang Yi's composing on the spot before this. He felt that his poems were all prepared beforehand to fool the listeners. And felt that Zhang Yi's literary standards could only be compared alongside amateur poets. And if he met a professional poet, he would be exposed? Those who had thought this to themselves earlier were now blushing from embarrassment. And they thought he was just so-so. Or that he could not compose on the spot. This was called a low literary standard that could only be compared to low-grade poets? Zhang Yi's "This is also everything" had made them swallow their words. Even the least literary educated person present could tell that Director Wang had been outdone by a newcomer. Everything had really been overshadowed by "This is also everything." And the gap did not feel like it was by a small margin. It was a crushing victory. There was no question about it. Zhang Yi's poem had even answered the biggest flaw of everything: pessimism. It was full of optimism in "This is also everything." Full of positive influence on the people. No wonder everything was only in the appendix of the high school textbook for a short 1 year. Compared to "This is also everything," everything was such a shallow and weak piece. Instead, Zhang Yi's poem looked like it should be added into the textbooks. They all whispered to each other. All of them had been shocked by this poetry piece of Zhang Yi's. But none of them knew. In Zhang Yi's world, this poem was precisely born because of Dao's everything. This is also everything. This was a piece by a famous poet in Zhang Yi's old world, the writer Shooting's work. It was rumored that after Dao's work was criticized for being too pessimistic, Shooting had also criticized something about it. Soon after, This is also everything was born. From its words, parallelisms and thoughts, it could be seen that This is also everything was targeted at everything. So after Wang Shuixin had read his poem, Zhang Yi's immediate thought was this work of Shooting's. Poetry competition? This poem was made for it. This was walking into the line of fire. Hoof had given Zhang Yi a thumbs up in his heart. He looked over at the silent Wang Shuixin. Director, Little Zhang has answered the interview question. What do you think? The others also looked over at Director Wang. Wang Shuixin acknowledged, it's matched pretty well. How was it just pretty well? It was perfect? But of course they did not say that. No one was that dumb. Hoof took advantage of the situation and asked, then about Little Zhang's recruitment? Wang Shuixin looked at Zhang Yi. Little Zhang, stand up and let me have a look at you. Stand up? Zhang Yi did so accordingly. Wang Shuixin took a look and shook his head. I won't comment on his looks since a minority of successful hosts and guests are lacking in that department, too. But your height is even more important compared to your looks. If I'm not wrong, after your shoes are off, your height is around 1.65 meters, right? That's too short. Even with shoes on, you won't hit 1.70 meters. If you were on stage with other hosts or guests, your height would be a problem. If a female guest wears slightly higher heels, you'd probably be shorter by half a head or more. How can you become a host like that? It will affect the broadcast quality. If your looks are ordinary and you are lacking in height, then it certainly will not work. Great. You couldn't find fault with my literary standards, so now you started picking on my height? Zhang Yi was thinking that if he was fucking tall and handsome, then he wouldn't be wasting so much effort here. He would have gone to become a singer or movie actor. Hoof added, Little Zhang can add insoles to his shoes. That at most will add 6 to 7 centimeters to his height. Any taller than that and it wouldn't look natural. A look and you will know there's no conformity. What's the use of that 6 to 7 centimeters? At most, he will be 1.7 meters tall with his shoes and insoles. Wang Shuixin was finding faults. Are male hosts at the Beijing television station, which one of them doesn't reach 1.8 meters after wearing shoes? It is the minimum requirement to reach the height of 1.8 with shoes. After that, he also sighed, old Hu, I've seen Little Zhang's talent today. It's not bad. You didn't make a wrong choice, but his height is not enough. If his height can reach the standard, he can report to work after National Day. I wouldn't say anything else. He could be hired as long as he was taller. But this was actually a load of rubbish. Looks were not hard to change. There was plastic surgery. But how could one change one's height? Zhang Yi was already 23 years old. As the saying goes, one could still grow at 23, but no matter how much you grew, you couldn't go from 1.65 to 1.75. Do you think that you were sitting on a rocket? That you could increase your height so easily? It was clear that he did not want Zhang Yi. It was just a way of rejecting him by saying that he would be hired if he was taller. Hoof was disagreeable with it. He strongly insisted, "Director, I really want to hire teacher Little Zhang. My segment is about to begin recording. Little Zhang will be of great help to me, and will also greatly help the station." Saying this, Hoof said to Zhang Yi, "Teacher Little Zhang, why don't you go out to the resting area and wait for a while?" "Alright." Zhang Yi could only take his things and leave the room. Outside, he could hear Teacher Hu fighting for him. Zhang Yi knew that there was no hope left. He could only take Teacher Hu's appreciation of him in his mind. He would return the favor in the future slowly. After he waited for a while, no one came out. Zhang Yi leaned on the windowsill and watched the traffic flow below. Suddenly, he saw a shoe shop across the road. Seeing this, he also wanted to try to see how much elevator shoes could increase his height. Who knew if he could reach the height of 1.8 meters wearing them? Zhang Yi had never tried them, so he quickly took the elevator downstairs. On the side of the road, it was a foreign shoes shop named Height. "Sir, what type of shoes do you want to buy?" A female attendant came forward. Zhang Yi asked, "Do you sell any insoles or shoes that can raise a person's height?" The female attendant smiled. "There aren't insoles, but there are elevator shoes. This way, please." She led Zhang Yi over. "There are two styles. They are elevated leather shoes and can increase your height by about 5 to 8 centimeters." Zhang Yi tried them. Although he felt some discomfort in his heels, he was indeed much taller. However, it was clear that 8 centimeters was an exaggeration. It was not that much, and was probably at most 6 centimeters. With Zhang Yi's height, he could only reach 1.71 meters at most. He was still shorter than Huang Shuixin's lowest requirement of 1.8 meters by nearly 10 centimeters. The difference was too great, and could definitely not meet the requirement. Zhang Yi smacked his lips but still decided to buy the shoes. He did not wear his shoes and let the attendant remove the tags. He wore the new shoes and walked back to the television station, returning to the resting area. Every bit helps in becoming tall. Who knows? If Teacher Hu was helping him, maybe he might have a chance? Hi, what was he thinking? He was still having hopes when he knew there was no chance? Right, why was he relying on others? He still had his game ring. He could try his luck at the lottery. Zhang Yi suddenly thought of it. Every time he faced a tough situation, he had used the magical items from the game ring to resolve them. Who knew if the heavens would be standing on his side today? The office on the other side was still having arguments. There was Hoof's voice, and the voices of the other interviewers. It did not seem like it would be over in 10 minutes. He did as he thought. Zhang Yi immediately opened the game interface. The menu opened, and a virtual screen was presented before Zhang Yi's eyes. Staff from the television station who walked past could not see it at all. Then, a glance at the reputation points he had accumulated over the past few days made Zhang Yi extremely pleased. His overall reputation points had reached an alarming 930,000. Chapter 95, A Huge Discovery About the Lottery. The explosive outbreak of dead water. The receiving of the Silver Microphone Award. The listenership ratings of the Unstopped Ghost blows out the light. The large-scale promotions and sales of Ghost blows out the light. And even tribute to the White Poplar and various other contributions. All these reputation points that were accumulated allowed Zhang Yi to have more than 900,000 reputation points at this moment. It looked like an exaggeration, but it was accumulated by Zhang Yi bit by bit through hard work. Every reputation point increment was not easy for him. Of course, before the memory search capsule that he had bought just a while ago, it had already exceeded 1 million. The lottery interface opened. Zhang Yi decided to take a gamble. He clicked on the lottery and spent 100,000 reputation points. Confirm. The wheel began to move. The needle began rapidly moving. As it was a bet, Zhang Yi decided to have additional stakes. After clicking the additional stakes button on the bottom right, he gave it some thought and added 2 additional stakes. After all, he needed to leave some reputation to bet on the next chance. He could not use it all on one try. The needle began to move slowly. Special category. Skills category. Stats category. Consumption category. The needle began to slow down gradually. Finally, it stopped on the consumption category. Zhang Yi did not have much hope, nor was he disappointed. This was because he did not know what items he needed at this moment. He was only trying his luck. 3 treasure chests, small, appeared. Zhang Yi brought them and placed them on a table in the resting area. He opened one after another. Since all of the items that were obtained from additional stakes were the same, he just needed to see one. Lucky Bread, X3. He had previously obtained this prize before. And this was also the first time that Zhang Yi had obtained an item that he had received before. However, Zhang Yi gave a wry smile. The lucky bread may be good, but it was not very useful for him now. Back at the award presentation ceremony, the lucky bread had expounded its miraculous effects, allowing him to magically receive the award. But it had a reason too. It was because of luck that the trophy and certificate both had problems backstage, which caused such an effect. But this time, it was different. Luck was useless here, as it was not something that could change from subjective means. Wang Shuixin had objectively not wanted Zhang Yi. He had already said that Zhang Yi was not tall enough. So no matter how lucky he was, Director Wang would definitely not change his attitude. He had lost the bet. Hi, there aren't many opportunities left. Zhang Yi was feeling down. He was already used to having items he received from the lottery being of use. For example, the save, the unlucky sticker, or the memory search capsule, all of them were a great help to him after they were obtained. And even though the lucky bread from back then was not something that he had received on the spot and was something he had stored from a previous luck of the draw, it had been effective at the critical moment. Even the unlucky halo and the invisibility potion had their own usage. However, this time it wasn't enough. Zhang Yi no longer had the luck from before. His hand nearly pressed down on the lottery purchase button, but he paused and did not press down on it. Zhang Yi knew it was impossible. Actually, upon careful thought, the items he had received from the lottery were not really just right for the purpose. For example, the save. He might have used it, but if he had obtained the memory search capsule, he could have also used it to help him recite from memory. If he swept through at a glance and used the memory search, Zhang Yi could similarly recite out 900 words. Furthermore, he could save the time he took to memorize it, and the accuracy would be even higher. And with the unlucky sticker, if he had obtained the lucky bread or something else, those items could probably create a similar effect, allowing Zhang Yi to get a program. Similarly, if he had used the unlucky sticker at the Silver Microphone Awards, giving Zhang Yi bad luck, resulting in him being unable to receive an award, the award would have still ended up in Zhang Yi's hands. It may be said that his luck was good when he had played the lottery in the past, but it could also be said that the difficulty that Zhang Yi faced was relatively smaller. The difficulty range was much wider, which resulted in many items being able to be used as magical weapons. They could all help. But this time it was different. Wang Shuixin had made his attitude clear. His requirement was on Zhang Yi's height. Hence, the items that he could draw that would be useful from the lottery were extremely specific and limited. How could Zhang Yi have such good luck and draw whatever he needed at the lottery? What a joke. Zhang Yi had never felt that he had good luck. Luck. Wait a moment. Luck. Zhang Yi was suddenly shocked. Then he excitedly stood up from the couch. Right, usually when he played the lottery, he definitely could not obtain items he was in desperate need of, for he did not have the luck. No one in the world had such luck. Even if they had luck for a moment, it would not be for life. However, Zhang Yi had a sudden thought. So what if he did not have luck? This was not a problem. Without luck, he could create luck. Lucky bread. He had just drawn lucky bread. Zhang Yi's mind opened up. Previously, when he had received items from the lottery, he had only thought about how he could use them in reality, but who made the rules that the luck from the lucky bread could not be used on the game's lottery? The lucky bread's description said that it could increase the luck stat of a player for 5 minutes. Since Zhang Yi's luck stat would increase, then drawing at the lottery was also within its range. He could completely use this to create luck, so as to obtain things he needed. Could it work? Even if it didn't, he had to try. Zhang Yi felt that this discovery of his was too important. It would be very important for his future. If it was like his speculation, then whenever he was faced with a difficult problem, Zhang Yi would have a chance and method to solve it. He did not need to bet on the so-called luck. Zhang Yi immediately reached his hand into the game ring's inventory. He took out one of the lucky bread, and immediately ate it. Lucky bread in effect. Countdown, 4:59. Zhang Yi was afraid that there was not enough time, so he quickly clicked on the lottery and did not even wait for the needle to slow down as he gritted his teeth to have additional stakes. Seeing the needle pause temporarily, Zhang Yi immediately added all his remaining reputation. Having just spent 300,000 reputation points, and having spent 100,000 for the lottery, he still had 5 more additional stakes left. Success was all counting on this. Without any hesitation, Zhang Yi spent nearly all of his reputation points. Additional stakes completed. The needle began moving again. 1 revolution. 3 revolutions. 5 revolutions. Then it slowed down, and the needle slowly moved towards the small region of the special category. Zhang Yi was almost about to cry. If it was some normal time, he would love to have the special category, because he greatly had the need to be able to permanently purchase items in the merchant shop. It was unlimited purchase, and he did not need to draw at the lottery. But now, he did not need it. Even if he had obtained the right to buy an item, he did not have enough points to buy it. He was only left with about 30,000 reputation points, So even if he wanted to buy something, it would not be enough. Move. I don't want the special category. A treasure mountain was right in front of him, yet Zhang Yi did not want it. This was the first time that he felt cheap. However, there was no other choice. He had to solve the problem he had now. Move a little bit more. Just a little bit more. Finally, the special category was moved past. It did not stop there. The lottery wheel's category size was fixed. For example, the consumption category's probability was the greatest, while the special category was the lowest. Hence, the size of all the regions were the same every time. However, the placement of the regions were random. For example, the last time that he drew at the lottery, the special category was between the consumption category and the skills category. But this time, the special category was now in the middle of the stats category and the skills category. After the needle moved past the special category, it immediately stopped at the stats category. Bada. 6 treasure chest, small, appeared. At this moment, there was still 1 minute left for the lucky bread. Zhang Yi did not dare to delay. This was because he was not sure if the item in the treasure chest was decided at the moment it was drawn or if the lottery only fixed the type, and the specific item was decided only when the treasure chest was opened. Hence, he used the remaining amount of lucky time to open the treasure chest. The first treasure chest opened, Fruit of Growth. The second treasure chest opened, Fruit of Growth. The 6 treasure chests all contained a small white fruit. It was basically round, but it was not uniform. It did not have leaves, but had a brown root zone. Fruit of Growth, effective upon consuming it. Activates the player's growth genes. Can be stacked repeatedly. Growth. Activates genes? He got it. He really got it. At this moment, the lucky effect ran out. Zhang Yi nearly cried out. His theory was right. The lucky bread really could be used on the lottery system. After a moment of excitement, Zhang Yi regained his composure. He quickly picked up a Fruit of Growth and ate it. He still did not know the effects of the fruit. Although the Fruit of Charm had already proved the effects of such stats category items, but what did growth mean? Where would he grow? Please don't make my chest hair grow. This bro doesn't need that. After consuming it, his whole body heated up. Zhang Yi nearly shouted out as he felt his bones crunching, as they sounded out. After a few seconds, the strange feeling disappeared. Zhang Yi looked around and looked at his chest. Thankfully, his chest did not get any bigger. But which part of him changed? He could not detect it. But when he looked at his pant legs, Zhang Yi was slightly surprised. His pants had been slightly longer, so that it would roll up above his shoes. But now, the rolls had relaxed a bit more. What was the meaning of this? What did this represent? There was only one possibility presented. That was, someone had secretly cut his pant legs with scissors when Zhang Yi was slightly distracted. Alright, actually there was another possibility. It meant that Zhang Yi had grown taller. Although it was just a tiny bit, but it no doubt made him excited. Zhang Yi decided to consume the remaining 5 fruits of growth in one go. The sound of his bones cracking incessantly lingered on. 1 centimeter. 2 centimeters. 3 centimeters. Finally, Zhang Yi used the change in his pant leg's length to guess that he had grown about 5 to 6 centimeters taller. That was to say, every fruit of growth increased his height by nearly a centimeter. Zhang Yi was overjoyed. His looks and height had always been a chronic problem for his development. He never expected one of them to be solved just like that. The fruit of growth was too amazing. Zhang Yi understood that this fruit probably did not increase his height directly. It had helped activate his potential within his genes. That was to say, Zhang Yi's genes should have allowed him to grow to that height, but Zhang Yi had grown up in relatively poor conditions. Without milk to drink, or eggs and much meat to eat, his poor nutrition when he was young stunted his growth. If he was properly fed and nourished when he was young, then he could definitely be like others. At least, he would have a good average height. Now, the fruits of growth had remedied all of this. Now, his height was 1.71 meters. He already entered a normal range. Chapter 96, You Are Changing Persons. Upstairs at the Beijing television station. Today was National Day, so not many people worked. However, even the small number of people who came to work was definitely more people than people from other industries by several times. As this was a television station, it was similar to supermarkets or shopping malls. They were busier during this period. There were quite a number of people working overtime, who not far from Zhang Yi, who were looking at him. What was that sound just now? I also heard it. It sounded like cracking. Did that youth come for an interview? What was he doing just now? Yeah, why was there so much noise? Was he molting? A few people began discussing as they pointed fingers at Zhang Yi. They found him weird. Actually, from a certain point of view, Zhang Yi had indeed molted. His height was now 1.71 meters. If he wore the elevator shoes that he had just bought, he could barely tell from the receding of the packed leg that he was about 1.78 meters tall with the elevator shoes, even though he did not have a ruler on hand. He was about 2 centimeters shorter than Wang Shuixin's minimum requirement. Zhang Yi tried to find some paper to pad the bottom of his shoes, but it was obvious that it wouldn't work. Even if he could pad his height a bit more, it would not be natural. This was already a height increased by a pair of shoes. The heels were already very high, so by padding it with paper, his foot would probably come out of the shoe. There was no way that he could go on screen like that. Even if he went on screen, he was unable to walk, as the shoes would just drop the moment that he walked. There were boots that could increase his height a bit more. However, it was autumn, and the weather wasn't cold yet. It was sometimes hot, so how could he go on screen with boots? This was also not practical. The interviewers would also not agree to it. The other side. In the office. Wang Shuixin looked at his watch. Old Hu, don't be in a rush. It's not that I don't believe in your judgment and professional achievements. Our station headhunted you because we appreciated your experience and ability. However, a host is a combination of various aspects. He can't just be accepted because of his literary foundation. Even if Zhang Yi was made a guest, he is also not up to it. I believe that you know the importance of a segment's host and its guests. If the audience doesn't like the visuals, the program will suffer a hit, no matter how good it is. It will also lose a large number of the audience members. I cannot gamble on this. If we are excluding Zhang Yi because of his height, it would be such a pity. Hoof's eyebrows were knitted together. This is too unfair to little Zhang. Wang Shuixin said lightly, the entertainment business has never been about fairness. Little Zhang's height is indeed not enough. I cannot give the go-ahead for him alone. Hoof said, weren't there also hosts who had heights around 1.6 meters in the past? But were they ever popular? Wang Shuixin retorted, how many hosts of those heights managed to make it big? Also you are talking about some second or third tier cities' small television stations. Where are we? This is Beijing television station. He stood up, alright, old Hu. There's no point in talking about this anymore. What time is it already? I still need to hold a meeting soon. Director. Hoof tried to speak. Wang Shuixin interrupted, I can lower my final requirement. He doesn't need to be 1.8 meters. As long as he can reach 1.78 meters with elevator shoes, I will immediately hire him. I will not say another word. Brother Hu, forget it. That's right, producer Hu. There are plenty of good seedlings. The other interviewers also persuaded Hoof. However, Hoof was thinking, what was the difference between 1.78 meters and 1.8 meters? Zhang Yi was just 1.65. He wouldn't reach that height even if wore any kind of shoes. Unless he went on stage with stilts. Outside. As the final exchange of words were done while they were approaching the door, Zhang Yi had heard the last line. He just needed 1.78 meters? Ha. I was just waiting for that word of yours. It looked like the 20 minutes that teacher who had fought for Zhang Yi was not in vain. It had helped him a great deal. The door opened and Wang Shuixin was the first to exit. He looked at Zhang Yi in the resting area. Little Zhang, you can go back. It meant that the interview was over. Hoof looked at Zhang Yi, apologetically shaking his head. Zhang Yi gave teacher Hu a never-mind look. He sat there and said to Wang Shuixin, Director Wang, I think I have reached the standards you mentioned. What did you reach? Height? A young interviewer was amused. Enough. Go back. Zhang Yi did not say anything further. He only slowly stood up from his seat. A few interviewers were planning to leave, as they had been delayed for far too long. There were many programs for National Day that they had to busy themselves with. However, when they saw Zhang Yi stand up, a person who was about to turn and leave was suddenly stunned. He immediately turned back with his eyes staring widely. Several others also stared widely with their eyes. Holy shit. Your height, why? Why does it seem? Zhang Yi walked closer and let them take a closer look. Does this height meet your standards? Wang Shuixin was also dumbfounded. He patted his forehead and also rubbed his eyes. He felt as if his eyes had gone blurry before looking at Zhang Yi again. You. Taller. This person was actually taller. During the interview, Wang Shuixin and a few interviewers remembered clearly that Zhang Yi was about half a head shorter than many of them. Although they were not very tall, they were about 1.7 meters tall. But now, 20 minutes later, this person was no longer shorter than them, and was instead. He was instead taller than them by a lot more. Shorter by half a head to taller by half a head? Are you doing magic? They could hardly believe their own eyes. After his surprise, Hoof quickly said, Little son, bring a measuring tape. A youth looked at Wang Shuixin and seeing Director Wang nod his head, he quickly left and came back shortly after with a retractable ruler. Teacher Little Zhang, please stand up straight. Hoof gestured. Zhang Yi held his back to the wall and stood very straight. Hoof personally measured him and then looked at the marks on the ruler. He turned with a look of surprise and said to everyone, 1.78. Exactly 1.78. Someone did not believe it and also measured Zhang Yi, but the result was also the same. The female interviewer nearly fainted on the spot. Wang Shuixin also never expected such a situation. A young interviewer said with fear, How did you do it? Zhang Yi pointed to his feet. I changed my shoes. I just bought them. Wang Shuixin. How could this be possible? Where was there such elevator shoes that could increase that much height? The youth exclaimed. It could increase more than 10 centimeters? And not a trace of it can be detected? Not unnatural at all? What sort of shoes are those? Another interviewer nearly cursed vulgarities. Go to hell. How are you changing shoes here? You are fucking changing persons. Hoof did not care about this. He treated it as if there was such a magical shoe, for technology had developed so much. He stared at Director Wang. Little Zhang has reached 1.78 meters with the shoes, and you said previously? Everyone else looked at the director. Wang Shuixin was really. This guy really did it? He had originally found a reason to reject a problematic person like him, as he did not want him. However, the outcome was too surprising. What should he do now? He could not rescind his words, and furthermore he had said it in front of so many people. He was also the leader. After a long silence, Wang Shuixin looked at Zhang Yi, report to work next week. After saying that, he turned and led the others away. He had entered the television station. He had finally entered the television station. Zhang Yi suddenly felt like all the hard work had paid off. Chapter 97, Face-Smacking Specialist. Evening. The sun had set, dyeing the sky red. Zhang Yi had returned to his rental place. After taking the elevator, he did not return to his house, but followed the aroma from the landlady's house. The door was open and the sound of oil splattering could be heard from the kitchen. At a glance, the little rascal Rao Chenchen was in the living room, doing her homework. Chenchen, are you busy? Zhang Yi smiled as he entered the house. Chenchen immediately shouted to the kitchen, Aunt. Zhang Yi is here to scrounge for food again. Zhang Yi nearly planted himself on the floor, this unlucky child. I treated you well for nothing. Chenchen gave her trademark smile, her. Then she lowered her head and carried on doing her homework. Rao Aizen from inside probably heard this. She opened the kitchen door and did not look kindly at Zhang Yi. You really came on time. Is your Chinese zodiac a dog? You followed the aroma over? Zhang Yi was also not mad, for he had already adapted to her vicious tongue. I worked so hard for Chenchen, and you said the last time that my food for these days will be settled by you. You only know how to eat. Did you not eat in your last life? Rao Aizen's mouth was vicious, but she was soft-hearted. Wait a while. I'll cook another 2 more dishes. Thank you, landlady auntie. Make sure that Chenchen does her homework. After the small rascal did her homework, the table was already filled with dishes. Rao Aizen threw a pair of chopsticks at Zhang Yi. You sure look happy today. Did you pick up a wallet? Hey, wait a moment. Come over and let me take a look. Why are you so much taller? Zhang Yi smiled. You finally noticed it. I'm wearing elevator shoes. Oh, I was just wondering. Alright then, let's eat. Rao Aizen sat down and handed a bowl and chopsticks to Chenchen. Actually Zhang Yi was not wearing his elevator shoes, but his own normal shoes. He had said that for fear of not being able to explain it. After all, he had grown so much in a blink of an eye. No one would believe him if he said it. Hence, he decided to use the reason of elevator shoes to let others be used to his height. When people were accustomed to it, then there would not be a problem. Well, actually it was not something new for a person to grow 5 centimeters overnight. At least in Zhang Yi's world, he had frequently heard of such miraculous things happening, such as waking up to realize that one had grown 6 centimeters, or how family members heard his bones crackle at night while he was sleeping. When Zhang Yi heard of this, he was skeptical, but people growing tall overnight was indeed a fact. There were more than 10 such cases in the world as examples, but the reasons were still unknown. Hence, Zhang Yi did not have any pressure. Even if others questioned him on this, he could use this as an excuse. Landlady auntie, I'll tell you something. Zhang Yi told the good news. Just now, I was hired by the Beijing television station. I will be either a host or a guest after National Day. Rao Aizen said, Oh, you sure can create miracles in life. That can even happen? Zhang Yi rolled his eyes. I'm using my strength. Absolute strength. Stop bragging. Rao Aizen laughed. Ching 4 just went up into space, and was taken down by your bragging. Chenchen swallowed the celery in her mouth. Her. Zhang Yi curled his mouth. Keep trampling on me. When I become famous, I'll let you open your eyes. After the meal, Zhang Yi was feeling bloated. He was too lazy to go home. "Let me borrow your computer." "Go home and use yours," Rao Aizen said impolitely. "I can't even move. I'm too bloated." Zhang Yi ignored her. Rao Aizen smacked her lips. "It's upstairs. Use it yourself." She went to wash the dishes. Zhang Yi clutched his belly as he walked upstairs with great difficulty into the landlady's bedroom. The moment that he opened the door, he was caught off guard. A dazzling array of underwear and full clothing assaulted his eyes. There were clothes of Big Sister Rao's on the bed. There were about 20 to 30 pieces. It was obvious without asking that Rao Aizen was clearing her closet in the afternoon. She was keeping her summer clothes and preparing to wash and dry her autumn clothes. But before she was done, she had to cook. Hence, there was a bunch of clothes left on the bed and balcony. This made Zhang Yi's heart race. Floral print dress. Hollow flesh-colored underwear. Black silk stockings with decorative patterns. There was white underwear that had just been taken off. Zhang Yi looked behind to make sure there was no one before closing the door. He could not help but pick up a few pieces of Rao Aizen's underwear and examine them before throwing them back. This Big Sister Rao was seriously too much. She was too careless. "Forget it, let's look at my computer." Actually, just like Rao Aizen's vicious tongue, Zhang Yi was also slowly getting accustomed to old comrade Rao's careless demeanor. She had always been like that and never took heed about their difference in gender. But she had to be such a unkempt big sister, yet she made amazingly delicious food and was particular good at taking care of others. People were just so strange. At times, there were such contradicting amalgamations. Switching on the computer and going online, Zhang Yi was initially intending to check the current events and entertainment news. But he habitually first logged into Weibo. He discovered that his poem had been posted online. "Let me post a poem." I happened to hear it while chatting with a friend at the television station. The original author should be Zhang Yi. The title is "This is also everything." Not every tree has been broken off by the storm. Not every seed cannot find soil to root. Finally he concluded. I was very excited after hearing it, so I posted it to share with everyone. Zhang Yi looked at the discussion and messages below. It had already broken 1,000 views, and there were numerous messages. Teacher Zhang's new poem. Holy shit. I remember there's a poem called Everything, right? Yes. It's Everything written by Wang Shuixin. It even went in textbooks. This poem is clearly targeted at everything, rejecting everything in it. Haha, this poem is so great. As expected of face-smacking Master Zhang Yi's work. Wow, everyone take a look quickly. Face-smacking specialist, Teacher Zhang Yi has a new work. You don't say. This really is a smack in the face. Every line contradicts everything. Teacher Wang Shuixin is probably crying. To encounter such a face-smacking specialist. But this is also Everything is really much more suitable as a language education material than Everything. I pity Zhang Yi. Why can't such a good poet like him enter the Writers' Association? There is no official recognition of his position in literature. At Beijing Writers' Association. Who told Teacher Zhang to trample on the people from the Writers' Association? Supporting Teacher Zhang's entry into the Writers' Association. Or Providence would not forgive. That's right. It doesn't make sense. Can the Beijing Writers' Association respond? Why isn't Teacher Zhang invited into the association? Just because cultured people tend to scorn each other? Summoning the Beijing Writers' Association. Teacher Zhang is impressive. He has to enter the Writers' Association. Everyone stood in solidarity. Zhang Yi's works came one after another, and each one was more interesting and wonderful than the last. It made people feel disappointment that the Beijing Writers' Association did not have any response. But what Zhang Yi was most concerned about was his nickname and description. Face-smacking specialist. Your sister's a face-smacking specialist. Why is my nickname so terrible? Chapter 98, Night. It was very late. Other households were slowly switching off their lights. Zhang Yi was still online. When Rao Aizen returned back to her small duplex bedroom on the second floor, she pushed the door open and frowned. She began to keep the clothes on the bed, hanging them up, and those that could not be hung up were thrown into the washing machine. She turned back and said unkindly to Zhang Yi, I'm speaking to you. Look at the time. Quickly grab your stuff and get lost. It's time for Chenshin to sleep. Go back to wherever you came from. She was wearing a very home-like sportswear. It looked old on her, and the colors did not look good. It was probably worn when she cooked. Zhang Yi glanced at her and said, Oh, alright. I'll be done once I finish reading this. It was news related to the first day's sales of Ghost Blows Out the Light. Although there were no specific numbers, and the publisher firm had not made it public, by analyzing the numbers from various bookstores, there was only one conclusion, and that was that Ghost Blows Out the Light had a craze-like sale. Except for a few large bookstores who had still 1 or 2 copies of Ghost Blows Out the Light left, as they had a large inventory, the other smaller bookstores that ordered fewer copies were completely sold out. This was just the first day. The initial printing of Ghost Blows Out the Light was just 100,000 for 1 volume, and 200,000 for 2 volumes. And almost half of it was already sold out? In recent years, very few books would have such crazy sales. They could be counted on one hand, not to mention a niche supernatural genre like Ghost Blows Out the Light. After reading the news, Zhang Yi closed the page. At this moment, Chen was walking heavily up the stairs. She came and took a look at Zhang Yi. In her tiny pajamas, she slipped into bed. "I'm going, little rascal." Zhang Yi bade her farewell. Chen looked at him. "Zhang Yi, tell me a story." Rao Amen was done packing her clothes, and she said, "Your Uncle Zhang needs to go home and sleep." Chen ignored as she looked at him with silent big eyes. "Zhang Yi, tell me a story, or I won't be able to sleep. My aunt doesn't read me stories." Rao Amen mumbled, "How old are you to still want to listen to stories?" Chen reached out her tiny hand to grab Zhang Yi's big hand, as if she did not want him to leave. Zhang Yi had no other choice but to sit on the bed. "Seeking the opinion of the landlady, then I'll tell Chen a story?" "Read it, then. I'll go shower." Rao Amen did not care and went into the bathroom and closed the door. A moment later, the sound of flowing water could be heard. Maybe she was feeling the comfort of showering, which resulted in the whistling sounds of Rao Amen coming out of the bathroom. "Zhang Yi." Seeing him wandering with his mind, Chen called out very unhappily. Oh, all right." Zhang Yi asked, "Have you heard my fairy tales? Which ones have you listened to? Our school has read Your Little Bunnies Be Good and Snow White and the 7 Dwarfs." Chen closed her eyes as she lay in bed. "All right, then. I'll read you The Wizard of Oz." Zhang Yi began reading. After speaking for so long, he also ended up tired. He ended up lying on the perimeter of the bed, with his shoes off and the blanket over him, as he carried on narrating to Chen. However, this little thing got more spirited the more she heard. Her large eyes grew brighter, and all the sleepiness had disappeared from her eyes. The landlady had finished her shower and, seeing that Zhang Yi was not gone, she looked at him. "Still reading?" Zhang Yi gave a wry smile. "She doesn't want to sleep." Chen insisted, "I still want to listen." Zhang Yi said, "Let's do it tomorrow." "I'll read to you tomorrow." "No, I must listen to it today." Chen said, "We don't have classes on National Day. I can sleep later." Rao Amen may look like the devil daily who stops people and grumble daily, but whoever had long exposure to her would realize that she was a very careful and soft-hearted big sister. This child is so disobedient. Let's see when this aunt of yours will beat you up one day. After saying these ruthless words, she added on, all right, keep listening." Then she said to Zhang Yi, "Little Zhang, I'm not going to care about you. I'm tired, so I'll sleep first." All right," Zhang Yi said. Rao Amen tightened the towel on her body and went to the other side of the bed and slipped into it. Then she turned with her back facing them. "Keep it down. Don't disturb me." Chen said like a small adult, "Sleep then. Cover your blanket well. Good night, aunt." There were 3 people in bed. Thankfully, the landlady's house was big, and her bed was big, too. It was not crowded at all. Now, Zhang Yi and Rao Amen took up both sides of the bed, with Chen in the middle. This scene looked like a family, making Zhang Yi feel some warmth. "Zhang Yi," Chen said softly. Zhang Yi then said, "All right, I'll carry on." He read from 9:30 to 10, and then from 10 to 10:30. When it was nearly 11, Rao Amen turned around in a sleepy daze in an annoyed fashion. "Why are you still reading the story? Quick sleep." Chen did not answer, for she was already sound asleep. Only then did Zhang Yi notice. He was also extremely tired. He was too lazy to make a move, so he just slept where he was in the bed. Note, the following parts and the next chapter have been retconned by the author. The part after this is supposed to be rewritten by the author, but he has not done so. It is provided as is. However, note that the events can be considered as filler. The next day. The morning of the 2nd day of National Day. There were a lot of sparrows here, so they began chirping the moment the day broke. The soundly sleeping Zhang Yi felt hot, so he kicked the blanket off him, then he turned sideways to find a comfortable position. He even lifted his legs over. He had the habit of hugging his blanket in his sleep. Oh? Why was there the scent of a woman? And it was the special body smell of a mature woman? Zhang Yi was a bit more awake, and he finally recalled that he did not sleep at home last night. Hence, he opened his eyes to take a look and was covered in sweat. This was the landlady auntie? Man. Why am I cuddling her? Zhang Yi was still wondering why he could feel the touch of flesh on both his hands and legs. Chen had somehow crept to the end of the bed, and was near Zhang Yi's feet. Without any barrier in between him and Rao Aiman, Zhang Yi might have not been an honest sleeper, for he had snuck towards big sister Rao. Rao Aiman was still sleeping, but after a night of tossing and turning, the red towel on her body had unwrapped. Most of her shoulder was revealed. Her thigh was just barely covered by the towel, concealing the most critical region. The remaining 2 firm long legs were left revealed outside. He could see a tiny trace of flesh-colored cotton underwear on her rightmost side. Clearly, this was revealed when Zhang Yi kicked the blanket previously. The 3 people were in bed, but now, Big Sister Rao had been exposed. And it was not only that. The scene gave too much information. Zhang Yi's legs were lifted above Rao Aiman's buttocks. Her knees were fixed there and his knees floated up and down as Big Sister Rao's body breathed. What was most worth mentioning was Zhang Yi's hand. This pair of unlucky hands had happened to snuck into Rao Aiman's towel when he turned his body. His hands were located very close to her chest. Zhang Yi had never really touched females before, so he was not sure what the feeling was on his hands. He was not sure if he had touched things he should not have touched. Things were not good. Zhang Yi's sweat began streaming down his head. He did not dare to stay a second longer, nor did he dare to appreciate the soft touch. He quickly pulled his hand out a bit. But this made Rao Aiman wake up. It's over. Bad things are going to happen. Zhang Yi's face was green. He recalled the glorious deed of Rao Aiman beating up the 2 young renters in the past. Big Sister Rao was a powerhouse in the entire small district. Who wouldn't know this story? Woman challenges 2 hooligans. Hooligans beaten up badly. Was even the title of the article that had appeared on some small unknown newspaper. Rao Aiman had gotten fame from that one fight. Her fighting prowess was well known by everyone in the small district. At this moment, Zhang Yi suddenly recalled his home country, recalling the parents he left behind in the far countryside. He recalled of his long-lost child. Alright, it was just an artistic exaggeration. Anyway, he was just scared out of his wits. Zhang Yi remained motionless, hoping for a miracle to appear. He hoped Rao Aiman would not realize it and would go back to sleep. But Rao Aiman was still awake. Zhang Yi was already prepared to get beaten, but the development was completely different from what he thought. Oh? Rao Aiman uttered. Zhang Yi did not dare breathe. His hands were still by her chest, and his leg was still on her hips. Rao Aiman smacked her lips. What are you doing? Zhang Yi did not know how to answer, so he did not speak. Don't go around touching and sleep. Rao Aiman reprimanded with a sentence. Zhang Yi's body had been tightened, awaiting the fury of the landlady, but he never expected those words. What did it mean? Why didn't you beat me up? Why were you so calm? Rao Aiman turned around, and her back faced him. The towel on her body slipped even more. Now her entire smooth back was revealed. She carried on sleeping. When she rolled over, Zhang Yi's hand had also slid off from her body, and fell onto her waist. Zhang Yi's heart was beating, but he was also emboldened. This time, he began touching on purpose. He was moving his palm on the landlady's waist. Flesh. The feeling was really good. Rao Aiman remained motionless, but she said, sleep. Stop messing around. I'm sleepy. She was still not mad. Zhang Yi was excited as he emboldened himself further. He knew such an opportunity did not befall him usually. He slipped his hand downwards and touched the landlady's thigh. At first, he did not dare to move much, but after observing Rao Aiman's reaction, he noticed that Rao Aiman did not say a word this time. As if he was given permission to continue, Zhang Yi shifted his body closer, sticking himself to Big Sister Rao's body. Then he began to carefully touch her. What about below? What should he do next? Zhang Yi did not know. He had no experience in this at all. Chapter 100, the 5 million copyright fee has been banked in. Home. After returning from the landlady's house in the morning, Zhang Yi crashed back into bed. There was nothing he could do about it. Rao Aiman's throw had caused him to go into a daze. He had still not recovered from it. Of course, the landlady was not easily taken advantage of. He had been taught a lesson, a bloody lesson. Beep, beep. A short message was received. Zhang Yi twisted his arm while feeling the pain and tapped on the phone. However, the next moment, he could not be calm. His waist did not ache, and his legs were no longer painful. It was a notification from the bank. He had received the copyright fees. There was more than 5 million yuan. Excluding taxes, this was the amount Zhang Yi received for selling Ghost Blows Out the Light and several of his fairy tale stories. His cell phone vibrated. A call was coming in. It was a call from the man from the Beijing education publishing firm. Hello, teacher Little Zhang. Haha, did you receive the royalty fees? Congratulations. The sales for Ghost Blows Out the Light yesterday was a huge success. No, I should say it was an unprecedented success. In all these years, our publishing firm had never, besides non-commercial publications, had a first-day sales record of 90,000 copies. He was very excited to be working with you. It is our honor. All along the way, you have been a man of miracles. Zhang Yi laughed. You are generous with your praises. I'm not that great. It's great due to your sales promotions. But this sales figure is certain to decline. It won't be able to hold at such high numbers going forward. Our most conservative estimates say that we will hit at least 700,000 copies per series this year. The next year estimates will likely increase very little, but we will still reprint. I think that with time, to break through 1 million copies sales per series should not be a problem at all," said the middle-aged man excitedly. This sales figure was also within Zhang Yi's own estimates. It wasn't too much of a surprise to him. How about the fairy tale stories? The middle-aged man reported happily. We have already started on the promotions. When some of the bookstores and web stores knew that we were going to publish a compilation of Snow White, The Wizard of Oz and other fairy tales, many of them approached us to make pre-orders. The pre-order figures are already over 30,000. We have also put a priority on this publication. The firm's leader has already decided to speed up the publication of your fairy tales for release in a short time. They hung up. Zhang Yi was still a little worried, so he went online to check his bank account. There was indeed 5 million more in his account. This large amount of money made Zhang Yi dizzy. When had he ever seen so much money? I'm rich. Time to buy a house and car. Zhang Yi's first thoughts were to buy a 3-bedroom apartment within the second ring road of Beijing City. Then what next? Then what's left to buy? Cough, cough. All you can buy is a fart, because you still have to pay it in installments after that. 5 million and you want to buy a 3-bedroom apartment within the second ring road of Beijing City? That is something that would only happen in the New York Times and the Washington Post. At once, Zhang Yi opened up Weibo to interact with his followers. This was an activity that he liked doing very much recently because his followers had increased to around 89,000 odd people. He had found out that he could increase his reputation this way, too. As long as he posted something interesting or something that left them in admiration, he would gain a certain amount of reputation. After all, this was also a form of social media, not unlike that of a radio or TV station. After posting, receive the royalty fees, but after doing some calculations, I'm still far from buying a house. Forget it, I won't be buying one after all. Unsure if Zhang Yi #1 fan had been on standby for Zhang Yi the whole day, immediately after it was posted, the first to forward and comment on it was him. That can't be. Teacher Zhang also cannot afford a house? How much is the royalty fee? Requesting for insider news. Definitely on the level of 1 million. Ghost blows out the light is too hot. How can it be just 1 million? It has to be at least a few millions to do justice to a work like this. Haha, Teacher Zhang is deliberately playing dumb again. But honestly, property prices are getting expensive. I doubt I will ever be able to afford one in my lifetime. I can only afford to rent. Everyone was busy discussing. Suddenly, a nasty comment appeared. Is this Zhang Yi retarded? How are property prices expensive? It's cheap enough. If you can't afford it, it's because you're useless. Don't complain. Even though I can't afford one myself, the people around me have all bought one and have paid in full. And they're even in the top-tier cities. This poster was nicknamed I'm the best. Someone below replied, are you for real? Paid in full? Top-tier city? I'm the best replied of course. Those are even houses in the city. It's not difficult. Laughable. Someone retorted, do you even know how much property prices are right now? Don't you watch the news? Zhang Yi #1 fan was speechless. This person watches the news, but I bet it's news simulcast. After following Zhang Yi's Weibo, many of these followers were fighters. This challenge had provoked a war. Everyone was now arguing. All of these comments were posted under Zhang Yi's Weibo post, so, of course, he felt helpless and irritated. Scolding me? Even saying property prices are cheap. So he followed up with a post everyone, don't argue. Actually, I'm the best has a point there. I also know a friend who paid in full for a house in a top-tier city, too. It's not impossible. You can still work for others and be able to afford a so-called luxury home. This is not an impossible dream. An employee can afford a luxury home? How's that possible? Eh? Why is Teacher Zhang talking for that guy? There's can't be any logic in this. Even a fool knows how high property prices are. Teacher Zhang's gone crazy today, right? The masses were now questioning Zhang Yi. Some of their comments were very nasty. Zhang Yi replied, seemingly unaffected, listen to my friend's story first. He had randomly remembered a very popular story from his old world. Tell us. How is this not bullshit? I would like to see how you explain yourself out of this. A lot of people began to talk down to him. Zhang Yi posted 5 years ago, my friend Xiao ran into walls when he was seeking employment. In the end, he found a job as a small-time programmer in a small IT company in Beijing. After half a year, Xiao felt that he could not continue on like this anymore and came up with a plan to buy a house within 5 years. Every step was carefully planned and followed. At first, it was really difficult. I could not do any social or entertainment activities. Xiao related. From the start, I used any free time from work to study financial planning and programming courses to increase my knowledge. Just like that, Xiao took all sorts of IT certification exams and got his company to give him yearly raises in increments of 3%. I even applied for management courses and got to know many outstanding industry people. Using such networking, Xiao slowly built up his contacts. Finally, with the 5 years of accumulated savings of 50,000, adding on the 7.95 million that his parents gave to him, Xiao managed to buy his first ever house. It's even a house in Beijing City's second ring road area. Having a dream that can be turned into reality is the most beautiful, said Xiao with determination in his eyes. At first, everyone was still seriously reading, trying to understand Xiao's miraculous plan to buy a house and learn from it. But when the story ended, everyone passed out. Pooh. Ha ha ha. That was a godly reversal. This is definitely Teacher Zhang's style. Teacher Zhang is too cute. That was such a tease. This is what a master is. A short story can be written with such sarcasm and depth. Turns out to be ironic. I had thought that Teacher Zhang went crazy. I quickly apologize. I'm ashamed to have treated Teacher Zhang wrongly. I will definitely support you in the future. This story has written out our voices and frustrations. This is what a writer should be, at least to me. Look at Teacher Zhang, he can write modern poetry, ancient melody poetry, novels, fairy tales and even such thought-provoking and humorous short stories. The Beijing Writers Association must be blind. Are you sure that you won't be admitting Teacher Zhang Yi into the association? This story had actually been so overused back in Zhang Yi's old world. If you surf the internet often enough, you'd have heard of this story before. But it has never appeared in this world before, so everyone's curiosity was piqued and they laughed so hard at it. Then came the forwarding and dissemination of the story. A simple short story like that had now been voted to rank 9 of the main page. An explosive viral effect had been achieved within such a short time. This also made Zhang Yi secretly shocked. The power of the masses was indeed great. The number of Weibo fans and his reputation points were both increasing. It seemed like he had to do such things more often in the future. He could not give up any opportunity to be famous. His goal was to be the world's #1 superstar, so naturally, he had to grab every opportunity. No matter how small a mosquito was, it was still flesh. If he could go on to the front page of Weibo or make the headlines, it would greatly increase his popularity. And the poems, novels, passages and essays in Zhang Yi's mind were what he relied on greatly. He was not lacking in knowledge. Chapter 101, Buying a Car. Afternoon. The landlady Ande did not cook for Zhang Yi anymore. He grabbed something to fill his stomach before going online to transfer 100,000 yuan to his father. It was an instantaneous transaction. After the transfer was made, his mom called him with her cell phone. "Son, did you transfer money to your dad?" His mom asked with some surprise. "Yes, my royalty fees have been paid, so I transferred 100,000 over to spend first." Zhang Yi said like he was a nouveau riche, "When you finish spending it, you can ask me for more. We are not short on money. You are really my good son." Mom said happily, "Is the money for me or your dad?" Zhang Yi did not know to cry or laugh. "Isn't it the same who I give it to?" Alright, it's for you." Mom seemed to be showing off at Dad on the other side of the phone. "Heard that? Our son is giving it to me. Don't you touch the money. In a while, I'll go buy some jewelry. Our family has been suffering for so many years, and we have finally reversed our situation." "Huh, my son is indeed capable. Mom did not work for nothing by feeding you through shit and pee. So, I grew up being fed shit and pee? Then everyone, please be careful when you are close to me." Recalling how others talk about their youth, they would say stuff like, "Thinking back to my innocent childhood," and then say how it was, "But when it was my turn, it's thinking back to my days of being fed shit and pee childhood." Just this impressive opening speech would make people listen to his childhood stories with their noses pinched. Zhang Yi grumbled to himself a little, then finished up the conversation with his mother before taking an afternoon nap. In his dreamlike state. Bang, bang, bang. Someone was knocking on the door. Brother, open the door. We know you are home." Zhang Yi was awoken by 3 chattering voices. He knew from their voices at once that they were his cousins. Coming. After putting on his clothes, he went to open the door. 3 nice-smelling girls streamed into the room. The slightly more reserved eldest sister, Cao Dan, stuck out her tongue. "Brother, I was pulled over by the both of them." The second sister, Cao Tong, smiled and put her arms over Zhang Yi's shoulder. "We heard from First Andy about your new book. It earned a few million? Is that so? Why do I not know about it?" Zhang Yi played dumb. He thought to himself that he had been utterly defeated by his mum. His mum's loud mouth was really strong. "Oh, it's only been an hour and the secret is out? Did everyone in the family find out, too?" The third sister, Cao Mengling, pouted cutely. "Brother, you are already a big-time author. How can you be so stingy? We already know and you still don't want to admit it?" She shamelessly sat down on Zhang Yi's bed, not even removing her shoes before she laid down. "I don't care. In any case, I want the newest model of a Phoenix laptop, the ultra-thin type. If you don't buy it for me, I will not leave." She rascally kicked her feet in the air. Phoenix laptop. It should be a brand of this world, since Zhang Yi has never heard of it. Cao Tong also lay down on the bed. "I'm not leaving either. I want an OK business class laptop." Their eldest sister, Cao Dan, looked at Zhang Yi and coughed. "Brother, I also lack a laptop. Any type is fine, as long as it's usable." Zhang Yi seemingly scammed. "Sure. If you aren't leaving, I will." "Brother, you are bullying us." Cao Mengling's eyes turned red. "Don't even mention it acting. When I go back, I will tell First Aunt and Uncle that you bullied us. When a hard stance doesn't work, try the soft way." Zhang Yi was just the type to fall for emotional blackmail. "What are you doing? What are you crying for?" Cao Mengling said with tearful eyes. "You are earning so much money, yet you won't even spend some to buy things for your sisters. Aren't you ashamed to be our brother?" "Not ashamed?" The hypocrite rascal Cao Tong also joined in the pitiful nagging. "Brother." Cao Dan, witnessing it all, said, "Why not you buy it for them both? They need it for their studies. Forget about me. I can tell that you three are here to rob me." Zhang Yi laughed bitterly. He knew that he could not escape this, so he said, all right. Buy it, I will reimburse you all." Cao Mengling immediately stopped crying and jumped in excitement. "Long live brother." Cao Tong had wanted to buy a laptop since a long time ago. She went over to give Zhang Yi a peck on his cheeks. "I love you to death, brother. My sister is included too, right?" Yes. "There's one for everyone," Zhang Yi helplessly said. The 3 sisters were all very happy at this time. They hugged together and cheered. Zhang Yi was also happy to see them so joyful. They quickly pulled him out of the house to go with them to the mall to buy the laptops. "Sigh, I can't help it that I'm their brother. Let's go." At Yantai Mall beside Jiamen Subway. "Brother, this is the laptop that I want. Buy." "Brother, that is the one I want. Buy." "Brother, I want this laptop. Buy." "Brother, can I also have a bag? It's only 800. Not really that expensive. Buy." "Brother, I would like a pair of sunglasses and also, you are now a famous author, you will need one too. This is a unisex design. One for you and one for me, okay? Buy." Outside the mall, the 3 sisters had their arms full and took the subway home. Zhang Yi's mouth complained, but he did not feel sorry at all. He was more capable now, so taking care of his little sisters was the normal thing to do. He was really not feeling sorry, only that his heart was bleeding a little. This trip had cost him over 10,000. The blood was splashed all over. These 3 prodigal women. I will definitely not let them enter the door in the future. Wearing his new sunglasses, Zhang Yi wandered around in the streets. He walked until he came upon a large 4S shop. 4S, sales, spare parts, service, survey. An integrated auto shop. Zhang Yi no longer wanted to buy a house. Although he was usually stingy, there were things that he wanted only the best of. For example, a house. He couldn't buy a large one with only 5 million. It wasn't too bad where he stayed now, so why not be a little cautious? But a car? That he had the capability to buy. It would be more convenient, and besides, he will be starting work at the TV station in a few days, either as a guest or a host of a show. If he were to continue taking public transport, that would somewhat be belittling his status. He went inside. A female shop assistant came over. "Sir, which price range of a car would you like to look at? Show me around. I want to see if there's any I like, thank you." Zhang Yi had a passion for cars. He was a man, after all. He was all excited since stepping foot in here. "Sure. This way, please." The female shop assistant in her high heels said, "What do you think of this sedan model? It's an imported Razy, top of the range. 4T, and is selling very well right now." "Razy? What the hell was that brand?" Zhang Yi waved his hands. I don't really like it. How about this model? It's a J-Bond, imported from Europe. It's a 7-seater, very suitable for the family outings. It is very spacious. It's also very suitable for businesses. The shop assistant introduced. J-Bond? Why don't you call it a Drex instead? Zhang Yi continued to shake his head. He was not interested in this world's new car manufacturers. Although these brands may not be new, Zhang Yi still had totally no concept of them. He still preferred the manufacturers of his old world, maybe because he was nostalgic, or because he was used to them. Or maybe even because those were the only things that reminded Zhang Yi that he did not truly belong in this world. He saw it. BMW. There's Don't Touch Me, BMW, over here, too. Upon going further over to the other side, he saw the logo of Mercedes-Benz, too. There weren't many brands that this shop was selling, so he could only find 2 brands that were exactly the same as the ones back in his world. What about the BMW? He wanted to know whether BMW was also a high-end manufacturer here. The female shop assistant blinked. BMW is an international brand, but it's quite expensive. She looked at Zhang Yi's dressing, obviously thinking that Zhang Yi could not afford it. Can you tell me more about it? Zhang Yi didn't mind. The female shop assistant said okay and pointed at one of them. This is the BMW 3 Series, recommended selling price is 320,000, but there is a promotion right now and the price is lower by 10,000. This is the BMW 5 Series. After understanding the situation, Zhang Yi found out that the BMW here and the BMW from his world were almost exactly the same. The models, configurations, exterior and interiors were hardly different. He was immediately relieved. He thought about it, and felt that he was more inclined towards BMW's SUVs. They were larger, more stable and looked more impressive. If he was buying, make it a good one. X5 or X6? Which is better? X6 looked more stylish. It was sportier. X5 was much more stable and had an air of dominance. Zhang Yi's eyes swept over them several times. He had taken fancy to the X5. He pointed to the X5 far away at the display window. How much is that? The female shop assistant hesitated slightly. That model is not a conventional X5. You should be referring to the one over here. She pointed at an exactly same-looking black X5 beside her. This one with a lower configuration is 804,000. There is ready stock available. Zhang Yi said, the two are not the same, right? The female shop assistant smiled dryly. They look the same, but the one you pointed out earlier, that's the bulletproof version of the X5. It's the current year upgraded version of the bulletproof X5. The recommended selling price is 4,720,000. With a full configuration, it would be slightly above 5 million. It's the most expensive BMW model here. Bulletproof vehicle? Upgraded version? There's even the bulletproof X5 in this world. When Zhang Yi heard that, he got excited. They had this over in his world, too. It was also released this year. He remembered that when he was lucky enough to have a ticket to see the International Security Equipment Expo at the conference center, a promotional video for the X5 bulletproof vehicle caught his attention. He swore at that time that if he ever became a superstar, he would buy one for himself. Now that his dream was right before his eyes, Zhang Yi was trembling. 5 million? Zhang Yi clenched his teeth and forced himself to point toward the armored vehicle. I will take that. Ah. The female shop assistant was dumbfounded. Are you sure about that? I am very sure. Do you have available stock? Zhang Yi inquired. There's no available stock, you have to place a reservation. We have to transfer the stock from another location. You can collect the car in about 2 days. It doesn't take too long. The female shop assistant, upon realizing that Zhang Yi was serious about buying, became excited, too. This was the most expensive car in their shop and had been on display for several months without selling, even though there were a lot of curious viewers. She wouldn't have thought that a car worth over 5 million would be sold by her, a rookie employee. She felt happy to death about the successful sale. Okay, then I will pay the deposit first. Please expedite the transfer of the car. Zhang Yi exhilaratingly followed the shop assistant to make his payment. This world's right to obtain a license plate was also through a lottery. At least, the machine that did it was stricter than Zhang Yi's world. The probability was very tiny, but there was a government policy that if any local family did not have any member who had a car under their name, they did not need to participate in the lottery the first time they bought a car. As such, Zhang Yi fulfilled that criteria. Chapter 102, One day at the television station. A few days later. The long National Day holidays were over. Now, Zhang Yi was already so poor you could hear his coins jingle. However, when he woke up to go downstairs to the BMW X5 in the parking lot, he felt that it was all worth it. He had obtained his driving license when he was in his 4th year in college when there weren't many classes. Yesterday, the car had already been brought back by Zhang Yi. After settling the procedures for his license plate, he drove with an air of dignity out of the parking lot. 4.4 liters. 330 kilowatts. Turbocharged. Its external appearance looked similar, but the inside was different. The configuration of a bulletproof X5 was completely different from a normal X5. Even if it did not compare with the ordinary X5's low configuration, even comparing it to the X5's high configuration, the bulletproof X5 was better than it by a mile. It was definitely worth its price. It was extremely cool. People in the community raised their eyebrows. Some were envious, some twitched their mouths, and some looked at it respectfully. When he went past his block, Rao Amen happened to be throwing out the trash. Her eyes were sharp and saw the car. Little Zhang? You bought a car? Zhang Yi braked and lowered the windows with a smile as he patted the steering wheel. How about it, landlady auntie? This car is not bad, right? You don't have to say. You must think this is a normal X5, right? Let me tell you that it is definitely not. It looks the same, but my car. Rao Amen glanced at him. It's just about 5 million. Look at your smug look. Zhang Yi said, you know this is a bulletproof car? Rao Amen mocked, you think you are the only one who can afford it? I previously drove this before. But it was not an upgraded version. I drove a normal bulletproof X5. Zhang Yi perspired. He had bragged to the wrong person. Your sister. Only now did he recall that the landlady owned several residential apartments in a certain level of a certain building in his district. Just any 2 small apartments would already cost 5 million. If she had bought the larger ones, it would exceed 5 million. And this was just buying at a whim. Who knows if the landlady had other property and savings. Zhang Yi estimated that even if he sold another 10 copyrights to Ghost Blows Out the Light, each selling for 6 million, he would not have a chance to compete with a female tycoon like the landlady. He was far from it. Forget it, I'll not compete with you. If he couldn't compete upwards, he could compete downwards. Zhang Yi drove to work grumpily. En route, Zhang Yi had purposely driven slower. He drove slowly, so as to enjoy the attention from others. Actually, this was nonsense, he couldn't drive fast even if he wanted. This was the 3rd ring road, and it was during rush hour. How could he drive fast? That must be you dreaming while driving due to fatigue. In Beijing, even if you had an Alto, you could not push it to its maximum horsepower. If you ignored your safety and sought a thrill, then there's no need to ask. When you take out your cell phone from your bag, there would definitely be a short message waiting for you. Hebe Mobile welcomes you. Beijing Television Station. Arts Channel, station logo, BTV, Arts. In the past, Beijing's channels were represented by numbers. For example, BTV2, the Arts Channel from back then, and BTV3. Now that they had been changed to text across the board, making it more convenient. The Beijing Television Station Arts Channel had the purpose of broadcast the strengths of an era to serve the capital's people. It adhered to correct guidance of public opinion, and used existing resources to its maximum effect, creating a new literary entertainment image. There were 11 programs in all, including celebrity interviews, film and television special topics, variety interaction, cultural information, etc. All of them were artistic programs with different styles and themes. In fact, to put it plainly, it was pretty similar to Zhang Yi's previous job at the radio station's literature channel. However, one was an audio media, while the other was a television media. The size of the audience space differed greatly. Arts Channel D office. 30-plus-year-old Huge, elder brother who, smiled. I heard that we will be getting a rookie. I heard that, too. Another, Hudi, younger brother who looked exactly the same as him said, I think it's either a host or guest. Dafai, did you hear about it? Dafai seldom listened to gossip, no idea. Huge asked, Zhaolu? Do you know? The lady sitting behind said, I'm a newcomer, how would I know? Fine. You think all of us are old people? Hudi was using a razor to shave somewhere he had missed shaving. We are newcomers, too. At most, we were hired a few days earlier than you. My brother and I came from making television dramas. Dafai does movie scenes. Zhaolu said, I was previously from a newspaper editorial. I knew Teacher Who a long time ago, and thanks to Teacher Who appreciating me, I came over. Everyone is the same. Hudi said. Hudi said, right. We must communicate more often in the future. We are now all considered old people. Hudi suggested a bad idea. When the rookie comes, we should put him in his place. As a host, his status is higher than us, so when he gets arrogant, and starts ordering us around, it wouldn't be good. Zhaolu raised her hand in support, agreed. Dafai quietly said. Nothing better to do. The Arts Channel's D office, with D representing the program time slot. This office was also for programs of a certain time slot. As the program for that time slot was still being broadcast, and their program team had just been established, everyone here was a newcomer. It was considered a program team that Hoof had formed himself. Some of them may have dabbled in television, or movies, or editorials, but no one was a layperson. All these skills were portable. They must have had excellent results in their own fields to obtain Hoof's appreciation. Hey, there are footsteps. Someone is coming, someone is coming. They looked towards the door. At this moment, Zhang Yi was brought in by Hoof into the D office area. Although it's described as an office area, it was actually just a bit bigger than a fart. It was very tiny. There were 6 to 7 desks and 4 people. Hoof smiled and explained the situation. This place is different from your radio station. Every channel will have its program teams separated into different offices. Our program will still take some time before it gets broadcast, so there aren't that many people. When the program is done planning, the personnel and equipment will increase. But for now, if we want to record a program, we still need to get other personnel from the station to help. It's quite troublesome. Zhang Yi smiled. It will be better in the future. Yes, with teacher Little Zhang joining us, we are like tigers that have gained wings. After that, Hoof introduced the people inside. These are Huj and Hudi. They are twins. Of course, these aren't their real names. But to distinguish them better, we call them this way. Their position is that of program director. This is Dafai, he deals with program design and the scene. In terms of technology, he is also very proficient. This is Zhaolu, a text editor. She's an elite in the industry. I spent a lot of effort to headhunt Zhaolu over. Anyway, all of us here are elites. The general team will be this. In the short term, I do not have plans on adding others. After all, we are doing some history and educational related program. We do not need as many people as the variety shows do. For example, for lighting and cameras, the station has a complete set mechanism, so we just need to borrow people when the time comes. Hoof was the program's overall in charge and overall director and overall producer and executive producer. Man, he had so many positions and led 5 staff members? It was indeed a bit shabby. Although the Arts Channel's signal could not cover the whole country, and could at most cover the capital's region, its ratings were pretty good. It was considered quite a popular channel in Beijing, and the local audience was very loyal. For example, Zhang Yi and Zhang Yi's parents had grown up watching the Arts Channel. But why were there so few people? It was probably because Hoof was new here after having job hopped, so he did not want others to meddle in his core team. So he was more focused on quality than quantity? Allowing him ease to express himself? Zhang Yi immediately shook hands with everyone. Hello, everyone. I'm very pleased to meet you. I'm Zhang Yi. Hoof said, let Little Zhang introduce himself. I have a meeting to go to, so I'm leaving first. Communicate well, and do the program design again. After he finished speaking, he left. Left behind were Zhang Yi and 4 others. Zhaolu glanced at him. Zhang Yi, what did you do in the past? Zhang Yi said, oh, I was a radio anchor. Zhaolu was curious. It seems brother who appreciates you greatly. What sort of results did you have in the past? Nothing spectacular. Zhang Yi said modestly, just some trivial stuff. Brother who was too kind. A radio anchor can come over to be a host? Huj blinked. How old are you? Should we call you Little Zhang in the future? Come sit here. This is your desk. Alright, thank you Huj. Zhang Yi smiled and didn't mind it. He took his things and sat over there. Seeing that Zhang Yi was a person who could communicate easily with them, Huj began to take advantage of his seniority. Little Zhang, in the future, we must communicate more often. If you have anything you do not know, ask me. Although my brother and I were not in the television business, we have still done many years of television dramas, so we are definitely more experienced than you. Zhang Yi said, sure, I'll consult with you if I have anything I do not know in the future. He finally understood. These colleagues of his were not exactly people of his industry. They had came from other industries over the past few days. It was no wonder that they did not know who he was. In the industry, few would not know of Zhang Yi, especially in the Beijing television station. Any veteran or person who had paid attention to the Golden Microphone Awards, or had heard chatter from colleagues, would definitely know about Zhang Yi. This was good, too. He was able to get along much more easily. After Zhang Yi got used to it, he was quite pleased with his environment. From another side, Dafai looked at him. If you have a problem with computers, look for me. There's nothing I can't handle. Then, he handed over a document in a strictly business manner. This is our program's planning. Everyone has one. I'll lend you my copy. I'll make a copy for you in a while. Saying that, he lowered his head and worked on his computer. Thank you, Brother Zhang Yi said. Huge stared at Dafai. They had already agreed to put the newcomer in his place, so why were you in a hurry? Hence, he said, little Zhang, we have unwritten rules that when a newcomer just arrives, he is in charge of cleaning and pouring water. Zhang Yi was amused. Alright, I'll do it. Who wants water? I'll have one. Zhao Lu raised her hand. Thanks. I want one, too. Thanks for the hard work. Huge said. Hudi did not feel like it was right to get one, but Zhang Yi still poured a cup for him in the end. Chapter 103, Car was smashed by a flower pot. Before noon. Arts Channel D office. After he finished reading the program plans, Zhang Yi did not give any suggestions. He only absorbed the information and familiarized himself with the environment. He also built ties with his colleagues. This was the mission for his first day at work. After finishing the matters on his hands, Zhang Yi took the initiative to get up and went to a worker's room at the end of the corridor. He found a broom and dustpan to begin sweeping up the office. He was diligent and did the job well. He even cleaned the corners, which were a bit more dirty. Finally, he even used a cloth to wipe the window panes happily. 1 pane. 2 panes. Zhang Yi did not complain at all. Zhao Lu took a glance and said quietly, were we too much? Huge laughed, not at all. We are putting the rookie in his place. Everyone has to go through this initiation process. It's very common. But no matter what, Zhang Yi is a host, and brother who appreciates him so much, so. Hudi also could not bear this anymore. Zhao Lu coughed, why don't I wipe, too? Huge stopped her, no, or this will be all for naught. Let's just order him around today. We'll return to usual tomorrow. Zhao Lu could only say, alright. Dafai expressed his attitude once again, nothing better to do. Huge rolled his eyes, what do you know? In the future, you will thank me. Rookies need to be suppressed a bit, or they will revolt. Hudi sighed, I'll listen to my elder brother. Lunch break. Zhang Yi had finished his chores and wiped his sweat and cleaned his hands. He was prepared to head to the cafeteria for his meal, but he was not sure where it was. Huge, shall we eat together? Where's the cafeteria? Do we need to make a meal card? Huge laughed and patted him on the shoulder. Little Zhang, since it's your first day, why don't we have a meal outside? Why bother with the cafeteria? Zhang Yi said, oh, sure. I didn't think that far ahead. Zhao Lu's eyes lit up, where shall we eat? Huge said, we don't have to go to too good a place. Just any restaurant will do. Let's have a welcoming meal for little Zhang. I heard there's a restaurant at Guanel that's not bad. The food is cheap and delicious. Saying that, he added on, little Zhang just graduated from college, so he can't have much money. We should help him save. Hudi was also hungry, alright. Dafai, are you going? Huge glanced at him. How can I not go, with all of you going? Dafai put down his work. The group of people left the small office and walked downstairs. However, on the way, they met many employees of the television station. Some of them were from the Arts Channel, while others were from other channels. What made them surprised was that when many people saw Zhang Yi, they gave off the feeling like they had jumped out of their skins. Some even flitted a glance at Zhang Yi, while some were even worse. They tried to avoid him as far as possible. And when Zhang Yi walked past them, they would all turn back and look at him. They would also enter into whispers and point at Zhang Yi. It's him. I saw him. He really came to our unit. It can't be. Why did the leader hire him? It can't be. It's really him? Did you see wrongly? Out of the television station, Huge was curious, little Zhang, why were they all looking at you? That's right, that's right. Zhao Lu was also very surprised. Aren't you a rookie? And yet people know you? The radio station doesn't show your face, but only your voice, right? That can't be. Zhang Yi laughed, how would I know? They might not be looking at me. They must have recognized the wrong person. Huge concluded and then said, right, my car can't be driven today. Which of you drive? We can't all be taking public transport there, right? Then we wouldn't be back in time in the afternoon. It will be too slow. Zhang Yi took out his keys, I drive. Huge was surprised, you even have a car? Not bad, little Zhang. Looks like you work very hard. You can buy a car just after a few months. This key. He said in surprise, BMW? Dafai seemed very interested, which series? X5, I just received it yesterday, said Zhang Yi. Not bad, even the low configuration of the X5 costs hundreds of thousands, said Hudi. The few people came to the parking lot, while Zhang Yi drove to pick them up. Everyone got in the car, and the 5 people filled the car perfectly. As the space inside the car was very large, it did not feel crowded. Dafai acclaimed, nice car. Sparks flew out of Zhao Lu's eyes, When will I be able to buy such a car that's worth hundreds of thousands? Huj smiled. Little sister Xiaolu, my car is also a high configuration Razy. The entire thing costs 700,000 to 800,000. If you like it, I'll let you drive it for a few days. He and his brother had a good job for the past few years, and their salaries were high. Hence, they gritted their teeth to buy a good car, so as to flaunt. Compared to the X5, their car was in no way inferior. Even its performance was slightly better than the X5, and was cheaper. Just hundreds of thousands. Her. Zhang Yi did not say a word and just drove to their destination. Xiaolu was excited. You said it, Huj. That's great. Huj waved his hand. No problem at all. My car is your car. Drive it as you wish. Huj sure is chivalrous. Immediately, Xiaolu no longer put too much thought on Zhang Yi's X5. Even Defai's eyes turned clear. Huj, lend it to me, too. I don't have as much money as you. Lend it to me to have a thrill, too. Not a problem, not a problem. Huj enjoyed their reactions. Huj was bragging about his Razy along the way, saying how it was better than a BMW, and how the configuration was good. Everyone was listening to him. Defai said, indeed, the Razy's performance is far better than a BMW. At the same price, its functionality and performance capabilities are about the same. BMW is really just selling its brand. Saying that, he paused and looked at the interior of Zhang Yi's X5, but why do I think this BMW is a bit different? Is this really a X5? I've seen a few versions of the X5. My friend is in the car business, but why is the interior slightly different? And this glass? He knocked on it. Why is it so thick? The sound also doesn't seem right. Did you modify it? No. Zhang Yi said. Then that's weird. Defai gave a touch. Huj chuckled. What's different? It's just the lowest configuration. I saw a 4S shop's price. It's 800,000, right, little Zhang? Zhang Yi smiled. About there. See? I'm right. Huj said, it's just slightly inferior to my car. Xiaolu was impressed. Huj has the money, indeed. Zhang Yi only focused on his driving. The restaurant recommended by Huj was just in front, so he drove forward to search for parking. As the roadsides were full, Zhang Yi parked his car beside the restaurant's wall. But suddenly, an accident happened. Just as Zhang Yi stopped his car, and when his colleagues were about to alight, the sound of children's laughter came from the windows on the 5th floor of the restaurant. Maybe they were messing around, but suddenly, a ceramic flower pot that contained moaria flowers fell from the sky, smashing straight at the BMW X5. Ah! Don't touch the flower pots. Xiatong, come down. Oh, no. Oh, no. It fell down. Those people downstairs, dodge. The voices of adults came from the 5th floor to warn the people below. Huj raised his head and was scared out of his wits. Mommy. Run. Then, the flower pot slammed loudly into the rooftop of Zhang Yi's BMW. The flower pot was smashed into pieces, and the soil was scattered everywhere. The force involved was clearly great. Hudi shouted, hey. He quickly got out of the car. Defai was also feeling sad. This is a car that Zhang Yi just bought. This. Xiaolu opened the door and shouted upstairs, who the hell lacks public courtesy? Come down. What the heck? Do you want to kill people? The staff from the restaurant were also worried. A few employees standing by the door rushed forward. Is everyone okay? Is everyone okay? We are fine. Xiaolu said angrily, but the car. Defai said, this is a new car. The employee immediately said, sorry. We will settle it immediately. But the children upstairs are naughty, so. He looked at the terrible state of the flower pot, and could imagine what the state the car would be after the impact. This was a BMW. If their restaurant had to pay the cost, they would. Suddenly, a bunch of adults pulled their children downstairs. A middle-aged woman came forward with an apologetic face. Sorry. It was carelessness on my child's part. Seeing that no one was injured, she was relieved. But when she saw that a car had been smashed and the brand of the car, the middle-aged woman turned pale. BMW? This. We can't afford to pay for it. A boy and 2 girls knew that they had made a mistake. They cried out loud. Xiaolu said in a hurry, just because you can't pay for it, that's the end? It's the 5th floor. With this impact, who knows if the car can still be driven? Maybe even the ignition has been destroyed. It's a new car. The few colleagues were worried for Zhang Yi. However, the car owner, Zhang Yi, was very calm. He alighted from the car without any hurry, as if nothing had happened. The middle-aged woman's eyes were red as she looked at Zhang Yi. Sorry. We are really sorry. We did not do it on purpose. This car. The 3 children were crying loudly, looking very sad. Zhang Yi smiled and touched the children's head. Don't cry. It's all right. He looked at the woman. Big sis, go on up and have your meal. It's all right. But the car. The woman was nearly on the brink of tears. Zhang Yi said kindly, go back. You don't have to pay. My car is fine. Dafei said, what do you mean it's fine? The ignition might even be destroyed. Zhao also pulled on Zhang Yi, why aren't you making them pay? Are you dumb? Many of the people present did not know why the car owner was so calm. Did this person turn dumb from the impact? However, Zhang Yi lightly walked before his car and used his hands to slowly wipe away the flower pot's fragments and soil. When everyone looked carefully at this, they were dumbfounded. The roof was damaged? The ignition was destroyed? Your granny is destroyed. The car's roof was not damaged at all. There was not even a scratch or mark. Even the fucking paint had not been chipped off. Chapter 104, colleagues realized Zhang Yi's glorious deeds. This scene shocked everyone. Huja's eyes nearly popped out. Your car is fine? Impossible. Impossible. Hudi refused to have his beliefs shaken as he rushed forward to examine the car. Dafei and Zhao also rushed over. They touched the roof that had been smashed by the flower pot. Then they touched the front windshield that had also been hit by the fragments of the flower pot. Then they looked at each other in shock. They did not know what to say anymore. They looked like they had seen a ghost. Regardless if it was seen far away or up close, or even if it was touched with one's hand, the car's roof and the glass were completely intact. This was from the 5th story. A 5th story that was more than 10 meters high. A flower pot filled with soil was not light. Furthermore, with acceleration from gravity, a normal car would be dented from the smash. A small dent or even the hood flipping open would be expected, even for European cars with thicker shielding. The X5 was no exception. But Zhang Yi's car was fine. It was as if the thing that came crashing down was a bubble wrap. The mother of the children that caused trouble, the middle-aged woman, also came forward in a daze together with her relatives to confirm. Finally, she looked at Zhang Yi, little brother, your car. Zhang Yi waved his hand, I said that my car is fine. You don't have to pay. However, take care of your children. Thankfully, we got lucky. If it had hit someone, it would be no trivial matter. I know. The middle-aged woman said excitedly, thank you. Thanks. Then she quickly got her children to apologize to Zhang Yi. The child said with tear-stained cheeks, Uncle, sorry. Zhang Yi patted him on the head, it's all right. Be careful next time. Although the matter was settled, everyone still remained. More people crowded around the car. Many of them had been eating in the restaurant or had happened to walk by. They had witnessed it with their own eyes, and did not know what had happened. Why was this car? Suddenly, Dafei thought of a possibility. He exclaimed, holy shit. Zhang Yi. This car of yours is not a regular X5. This is a X5 bulletproof car. Huj was stunned. Bulletproof car? Hudi and Zhao said, that can't be. Why not? Dafei slapped himself in the forehead. I was already saying that it didn't feel right when sitting inside. The engine sound was not the sound of the horsepower from a low configuration. It did not sound so thick, and the interior has slight differences from a normal X5. Also that glass. It clearly gave a heavier thud than normal glass-reinforced plastic. And one can tell with the naked eye that it's much thicker. Zhao said with a daze, it's really a bulletproof car? Definitely. I dare to swear. Dafei had done research on this as he vowed. This came out this year. And it might even be an upgraded X5 bulletproof version. No wonder it was fine, even after being smashed by a flower pot from the 5th floor. This is a bulletproof car worth about 5 million yuan. It can even resist bullets. What more, a tiny flower pot? I heard that they had tested it overseas. As long as it's not too close to an exploding hand grenade or rocket-propelled round, this car can protect the safety of the people inside. Huj said in horror, How much did you say? Dafei glanced at him, the base price is 4+ million. The entire set is slightly more than 5 million. There's no doubt about it. My friend had even specially asked about it. This car is being sold in several places in the country. It's just that the supply is quite low. Usually, one has to pre-order it before the shop will do the necessary arrangements. It's not easy to buy. Most places don't even have it, so it's not even wrong to say that it's a limited edition car. More than 5 million to buy the car? And it was a bulletproof car? When the surrounding people heard this, there was an uproar. The few children and the middle-aged woman stared with their tongues tied. After Dafei finished, he turned towards Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, was I right? I guess so. Zhang Yi did not acknowledge or deny it. Let's go. Let's eat first, or we might not be able to return in time for work. Saying that, He entered the restaurant under the watchful gaze of everyone. After lunch, Zhang Yi went downstairs to drive his car. The few colleagues also boarded the X5 again. Their expressions this time were completely different from before. Davy could not help but touch the car's interior. He liked it very much and kept praising, "Nice car. It's really a nice car." Huge, who spoke a lot, no longer made a sound. He was about to cry at any moment. Just recalling the words he had said en route made him feel like his face had swollen. A low configuration X5? A car that cost just hundreds of thousands? And to say it was inferior to his Razy? 800,000, your ass. He met a master today. Zhao Lu was curious. "Zhang Yi, is your family rich?" Zhang Yi shook his head. "No. My parents are from the working class." "Then how did you buy such an expensive car? Didn't you only work for a few months? Didn't you just graduate from college?" Hudi asked in bewilderment. Zhang Yi did not say much. "I was lucky enough to make some money." The twins, Hudi and Huge, stared into each other's eyes. They began to feel that this person was a bit mysterious. The car reached the television station. When they got out of the car and entered the station, they saw a similar scene from before. When a few people saw Zhang Yi, it was as if they saw a ghost from a supernatural novel. They were shocked and frightened. "I'll go to the restroom. You guys go ahead." Zhang Yi left first. Seeing people still pointing at Zhang Yi's back, Huge finally could not resist and went forward. "Brothers, what's up with that person?" "Ah. Weren't all of you together?" a television station employee asked. Huge blinked. "We are together. He is our colleague." "But why are all of you looking at him? Did you know him previously?" "Who is he?" Another employee gave a wry smile. "Still colleagues. You don't even know Zhang Yi? Even if you didn't go to the Golden Microphone Awards in person, you should have heard of this name. Are you new here? And you were not part of the radio and television circles?" Huge, Zhao Lu and company never expected to be read in a glance. Huge said, How can you tell?" The employee said, "Who can't? Few people in this circle would not know Zhang Yi. Since you don't know, I'll tell you. This person is no ordinary person. He wrote a novel, Ghost Blows Out the Light, and has written many poems, such as Flying Bird and Fish and some If You Are Living Well, Then the Skies Are Clear, and that See Me or Not and that Shuidiao Gitu, and that This Is Also Everything. Right, recently there's a very popular funny short story about working hard to buy a house that was also written by him." Huge exclaimed, "Ghost Blows Out the Light was written by him? What the heck? I just bought the hard copy book yesterday. That novel is too awesome. I didn't notice the author's name." Zhao Lu's eyes dimmed. "He wrote Flying Bird and Fish? It's the furthest distance in the world? What the fuck? I love that poem so much. Why is it written by Zhang Yi?" The employee was speechless. If it's not written by him, then who wrote it? The things that happened at the Silver Microphone Awards just a while ago. I guess you have not heard of it? No, we just started working a few days ago. Huge quickly asked, "What happened?" The employee explained, Zhang Yi is famous in the system not because of his well-written novels and poems, but because of his guts. During the award acceptance speech at the award ceremony, Zhang Yi had used a Deadwater poem to publicly curse his unit and leaders. He offended people greatly. He even made one of the unit's leaders faint on the spot. It took all day to revive him. So do you think such a divine person can't be famous? So when we saw Zhang Yi at our television station, we were all surprised. I still want to ask you. Why did the station hire him? Afternoon. Work time. Zhang Yi went back to the small office in the arts channel from the restroom. He sat down and busied himself. But even after waiting for a while, his colleagues still had not returned. He did not know what they were doing. Only 10 minutes later did they return to the office. Zhang Yi looked up and went to the water dispenser. "Do you want to drink cold or hot water?" Huge nearly jumped up and hurried forward. Don't move, don't move. "I'll do it, little Zhang." "No, teacher little Zhang. You sit down, you sit down." Zhang Yi tried to do it. "No, I'm a newcomer. This should be done by me." Zhao Lu also came to pull on him. "Teacher Zhang, please sit down. Let me do these chores. Don't put us to shame. We failed to recognize a great person. You aren't a newcomer. It's just the ignorantus that haven't heard of you because we aren't from this circle." Zhang Yi was not used to it. "Please don't. I'm not famous. Even if I am, it's just notoriety." "What do you mean, not famous?" Hood said, "I've been reading Ghost Blows Out the Light for the past 2 days and 2 nights. It's too awesome. Yesterday, I even told my brother that the person who wrote Ghost Blows Out the Light was too formidable. I never expected to meet you today. Hi, it was all my fault previously. Please don't fault me. Now, They had completely understood Zhang Yi's deeds and knew why Hoof valued Zhang Yi so much that he would pull in a person with such average looks onto his team. So this person had so many glorious deeds in the past. The person that they thought was a rookie they wanted to repress, a rookie they wanted to order around to do chores, was actually this famous. Suppressing a rookie? Teaching a rookie a lesson? Afraid he would revolt. Just thinking of his initial thoughts made Hooch feel at a loss of whether to laugh or to cry. With Zhang Yi's qualifications and bad temper, who knew who was the one trampling on who? Thankfully, they had realized this early. If they had offended Zhang Yi later, just a casual poem by him would make them famous, as they would be damned to death. Who was Zhang Yi? He was a person who dared to curse his unit and leaders. They had even just searched online for Zhang Yi's information and realized that the newest This Is Also Everything was specially used to smack their arts channel's Wang Shuixin. The person known as the face-smacking specialist was him. He even dared to trample on Director Wang. Who else did he not dare to trample on? Chapter 105, The Crisis for the Television Station's Public Service Advertisement. The next day. The clouds covered the sky. Today, Zhang Yi was not permitted to drive, so he had to leave his car in the parking lot. He took the subway alone to work. There were quite a lot of people there, so he failed to board the first time. He was late by a few minutes by the time he reached the office. Morning. Teacher Zhang, you are here? Teacher Little Zhang, good morning. Huj and Zhaolu greeted him. Yesterday, when Zhang Yi first came, they had called him by his name or Little Zhang, but now after knowing the awesomeness of Zhang Yi, they all changed their form of salutation. It changed from Little Zhang to Teacher Little Zhang. They were very polite. Be it an institution, commercial business, private business or the entertainment industry, it was all the same. As long as you had sufficient experience and great ability, with your fame, no one would dare to disrespect you. Zhaolu took the initiative to pour a cup of water for Zhang Yi. Here you go. Thank you. I'll do it myself. Zhang Yi did not want to impose. Hudi smiled. Right, Teacher Zhang. Just now, Brother Who came over, but didn't find you. Maybe the higher-ups have a meeting that Brother Who wants you to join. Zhang Yi immediately said, why was I late? Where's Teacher Who? Brother Who's office is here, too. Hooch chuckled, he will be here in a while. Just after he finished speaking, Hoof walked into the office. Teacher Little Zhang, follow me for a while. Hoof smiled. The channel has a meeting. Since I don't have an assistant, go with me, too. Her. I'm not treating you as an assistant, and roping you in is not just to make you be in the front stage, your literary qualities can always shine backstage. Zhang Yi asked curiously, Teacher Who, what sort of meeting is it? A public service advertisement. Let's go. You'll know when we arrive. Hoof led him upstairs. While they were in the elevator, he explained, the higher-ups sent a policy down last month, and it can be considered a media policy. They wanted our arts channel to produce an electricity-saving public service advertisement. But we have not finished it after a month. Actually, it's not that we haven't done it, it's just that the higher-ups did not pass it. Seeing that tomorrow is the final deadline, our channel's leader is extremely anxious. So he gathered everyone to help in planning and discussing the details of the advertisement. Zhang Yi was enlightened. A small meeting room upstairs. There was a long table, with not more than 20 seats. By the time that Zhang Yi and Hoof arrived, the room was nearly full. A few people in charge and employees from the various segment teams from the arts channel had filled the room. Zhang Yi saw a few familiar faces here. There was a youth and a woman, who were his interviewers from the previous day. Seeing Zhang Yi, these people only gave him a glance. Old Who, her. You are the slowest. A middle-aged man greeted him. Isn't the leader not here yet? It's fine, as long as we aren't late. Old Wang, this is our segment team's teacher Zhang Yi. Please take care of him in the future. Hoof seemed familiar with him. The middle-aged man said in amusement, he's your man. I can't take care of him, even if I wanted to. However, I have long heard of Little Zhang's name. What is his position now? Hoof said, guest host. I might also get Little Zhang to do some of the documentation work for backstage work. There's no other way, since my segment isn't as large as others. With few people, everyone has more responsibilities. The woman, who had interviewed Zhang Yi, smiled. It's also quite suitable for Little Zhang to do documentation work. Few in the channel can match him in their literary skills. A capable person has many responsibilities. Everyone sat down. Hoof introduced people to Zhang Yi in whispers. Zhang Yi knew that the middle-aged man's name was Wang Meng. He was an overall director in charge of the trending music segment team. The woman who had interviewed him was Zhang Fen, an overall director in charge of entertainment and literature news reporting. At this moment, about 5 to 6 people came in from inside. One of them was the head of the channel, Wang Shuixin. Director Wang did not look happy today. He walked straight to the seat of power. Without saying anything first, he drank all the tea in his cup. He looked like he had just scolded someone, so his throat was dry. After finishing it, he put down the cup and said, "All right, let's begin. I believe that everyone knows what the details of today's meeting are. We need to fix the public service advertisement, and it has to be done by today. We need to finish its production by this afternoon in order to submit it to the higher-ups for approval. After the approval, tomorrow will be the final deadline, where it will be broadcast on television. We don't have much time left." The people who came in after Director Wang were probably employees that did advertisements for the television station. An employee handed over a draft, or it could be precisely said to be a write-up. These were the two ideas that we came up with last night during overall time. Another employee distributed copies to the others. Zhang Yi also obtained a copy. He flipped it open and took a glance. After giving it a look, Wang Shuixin threw the write-up on the table, without reading it carefully. "You call this creativity? This is your so-called creativity?" Wang Shuixin rapped on the table. "Everyone is responsible for saving electricity. Saving electricity begins with everyone. Is there anything fresher?" The employee from the advertisement department said, "Leader, all the public service advertisements in the country are like that. It's easy to understand. If not, it will be shouting a slogan. Or it could be some shocking statistics, saying how many people don't have access to electricity, saying how much loss results from every watt wastage. We want to be creative, too, but it can't be done. This is already the limit of public service advertisements." Wang Shuixin said furiously, "Even if you can't do it well, you have to do it well. Why are you making excuses?" The person remained silent for a moment. "Leader, it's our responsibility. We will think of something again. There's no time anymore. Didn't you hear what I just said? There has to be an outcome today, and it has to be done today." Wang Shuixin said, "I know that public service advertisements are at a bottleneck, but only with a bottleneck can you break through. The higher-ups have such a request for our channel. This is a policy-based advertisement, there can be no mistakes. I'm not asking about anything else, nor reasons. I just want to see a result. I want to see creativity. Or else the higher-ups will not pass it." It was pointless pinning his hope on the advertisement department. They had handed more than 10 drafts over the past month, but all of them were rejected by the higher-ups. Wang Shuixin said to everyone, "I called everyone here to help brainstorm. Whoever has a good idea or creativity, you can speak up." It could be seen that he was anxious, too. If they could not complete a task that had governmental implications, then everyone would suffer when the higher-ups demanded an answer. Zhang Fen asked, "How many seconds does it need to be?" Wang Shuixin said, "There's no restriction, but according to usual practices, it has to be within 15 seconds. If it is a longer public service advertisement, it's best it doesn't exceed 20 seconds. Zhang Fen suggested, "Why don't we be creative on the advertising tagline? I have a pretty good one, saving, the path to the continuation of life." Wang Shuixin shook his head, "No, that's still too common." Wang Meng said, "What about a witty tagline? Gentlemen have manners, be a man when using electricity." "It's too uncommon." Wang Shuixin said, "The higher-ups want creativity, not something uncommon. Creativity is something that will light up the eyes of others, or something no one can think of." As he spoke, he got irritated. "Can you broaden your minds? We have so many capable people in our arts channel, yet we are stumped by a public service advertisement? Can't you come up with any good ideas?" Another segment team's person in charge gave a wry smile. "Leader, we do administrative work. Creativity isn't our forte. If the advertisement department can't think of something, there's not much hope for us." Wang Shuixin said angrily, "You have to think of something, even if there's no hope. Are you going to be shouldering the responsibility for failing the task?" The person in charge had been joking, but with this retort, he did not dare to say another word. Following that, others from a few segment teams suggested their ideas, but Wang Shuixin was unsatisfied by them. They were all denied. No creativity. However, everyone felt helpless. Freshness? Creativity? How could one be creative for the theme of electricity saving? After so many years, all sorts of tricks had been used by all the different television stations. Wang Shuixin looked at Hoof. "Old Hu, only your segment team has not contributed an idea. We invited you here to come up with ideas, not to just sit there and drink tea." Hoof had never done public service advertisements, and he had no ideas either. He had similar thoughts as the others. Public service advertisements had been done to the point of flogging the dead horse. It had long ago reached a bottleneck. Everything followed the same line of thought, to the point where they had to do so. As there was no way to be creative in public service advertisements, what was there to be creative about? Could you exalt an advertisement regarding electricity savings to the heavens? Just as Hoof was not sure how to answer and the other people in charge and employees were unsure what to do, Zhang Yi spoke. I have an idea. Zhang Yi's words shocked everyone. Hoof's eyes lit up upon hearing this. That's right. He suddenly thought of Zhang Yi. The person beside him was an effective writer. Teacher Little Zhang, please say. Wang Shuixin looked on with a complicated look at Zhang Yi. Go ahead. Seeing everyone look at him, Zhang Yi cleared his throat. Public service advertisement? Of course, he did not know about them. This fellow was a broadcasting major, so how could he learn anything about advertising? Although he did not know, the masters of his world knew. He had also seen quite a number of public service advertisements from this world. From the exposure to television, there was no way that he would not have seen it. Hence, he had some understanding of it. The public service advertisements from both worlds had their strengths. This world emphasized on the details and words said. In this area, they did especially well. Some of the advertisements' tagline had shocked Zhang Yi. This world was much better than his world in that aspect. However, the public service advertisements from his world had its advantages. It had creativity. This was the only thing about the public service advertisements of his world that was much better than those in this world. Who made the rule that public service advertisements could not be creative? How could this be difficult for me? I'm going to be the Pirate King. I'm going to be a superstar. Chapter 106, an excellent advertisement exalted by the masses. A small meeting room in the television station. Everyone was looking forward to see what idea Zhang Yi could come up with. They wanted to see how capable this notorious, esteemed writer was. Everyone present knew Zhang Yi. They had all gone to the Golden Microphone Awards. About half of the people in the room knew that he was a thorn among thorns. They also acknowledged his literature standard as passable, but literature was literature. Creativity was creativity. There was not much of a relationship between the two. You have an idea? You can open a new field for public service advertisements? A few people had their doubts. There were a few people from the advertisement department who did not even doubt him, they only treated it as if Zhang Yi was joking. They were in the advertisement business, and they were the professionals, yet a layperson like you could be so sure of yourself? Isn't this a joke? Do you think you are the only intelligent and capable person in this world? What a joke. This was a problem that no one in the country had managed to overcome. Even among those who had come up with a creative public service advertisement, the focus was on the creativity itself and they were criticized badly because creativity and public service didn't mix. If it did, then it wouldn't be considered a public service advertisement. They were not optimistic about Zhang Yi. Little Zhang? Please share with us? Yes, what idea do you have? Another one that just involves changing the ad catchphrase. If it's just changing the ad catchphrase, then don't bother saying it. Seeing Zhang Yi keeping his silence, some people became impatient. Who frowned and said, you have to give Little Zhang some time to conceptualize his presentation. How can it be so fast? Earlier, there were many people giving suggestions, too, but everyone listened attentively. At most, they gave some comments after the suggestions were given. But it could be seen how many people were unhappy with Zhang Yi. They were suggesting ideas all the same, but everyone's attitude towards him was totally different. They couldn't help it. Zhang Yi had attracted too much negativity during the Silver Microphone Awards and, on top of that, he rejected Wang Shuixin's poem with a work of his own. It would be odd if he was liked by the others. Zhang Yi didn't mind, he was used to it. He was actually thinking of which public service advertisement to use. Which one from his world? There were a few good ones, but he felt that they were not going to stand out. They didn't stand out in the creative portion. Saving electricity. Saving electricity. Got it. Haha. That's the one. Zhang Yi suddenly remembered a very famous Russian public service advertisement from his world. How famous was it? It didn't just get attention in Russia, it was also rebroadcast in China. There was a textbook in China that Zhang Yi did not remember if it was from a university class about advertising. However, the book was basically an introduction on public service advertisements. It cited advertisements as a successful examples. It could be seen then how famous it was, it had even gathered many honors and awards. And clearly, in this world, that advertisement had never appeared before. Zhang Yi had happened to see it once, and it had left a deep impression on him. After he looked at everyone, he spoke lightly. He first introduced the setup of the advertisement. The advertisement I'm speaking of will use an animation. Of course, real people can be used, too. That isn't important. 15 seconds for the advertisement should be sufficient. Wang Shuixin wasn't too worried, carry on. Previously, people had said they had something creative, but it turned out that their ideas were not creative. They did not qualify, so no one believed that Zhang Yi could come up with something. Zhang Yi ignored their thoughts and with his eyebrows straightening, he said with a solemn expression, "In a room, a couple are having a fierce quarrel." The wife points at the husband, scolding him. Note that there will not be any words spoken nor vulgarities. Just the animation or the mouthing of real people to express it is fine. The audience can tell at a glance that the wife is being unreasonable. Well, then the husband finds it unbearable, and he packs his clothes to leave the house. The wife then realizes her mistake. She hugs her children and cries loudly. Then suddenly, the door opens. The husband appears in the doorway. What? What and what? Wang Shuixin frowned even more. He was very unhappy. Zhang Fan and the other employees were nearly falling asleep from this. A couple quarreling? Are you talking about a public service advertisement? Even if they quarreled to the edges of the universe. Even if they fucking quarreled to the Milky Way. That had nothing to do with saving electricity. Hoof kicked Zhang Yi's feet, little Zhang. Zhang Yi was oblivious to it. He remained serious. The husband is back. The wife thinks that he has forgiven her rashness and rudeness. Just as she runs to hug her husband amidst tears. Then, the dull atmosphere changed. Just as people were feeling Zhang Yi's idea was extremely boring and Wang Shuixin was about to interrupt him with a scolding, Zhang Yi's last line reversed the entire situation. Without any forewarning, the husband reaches out his hand and flips the switch on the wall, turning the lights off. Then he closes the door and leaves. The room is suddenly dark. Everyone gaped. This was still not the end. Zhang Yi had not forgotten the key slogan at the end. After the room goes dark, a subtitle appears, "Conserve electricity." Lights off with people gone. Conserve electricity? Lights off with people gone? Holy shit. What a godly statement. It was definitely a godly statement. Especially that lights off with people gone. Not only did it fit the feeling, it also fit the scene. It was a slogan with multiple meanings. An advertising professional who had been doubting and looking down on Zhang Yi a few seconds ago sat up straight. This advertisement. Zhang Yi asked, "Can this work? Can this work? This works too well." What was creativity? This was fucking divine creativity. The few employees from the advertisement department were stunned. They knew for the first time that a traditional public service advertisement could be done like this. Momentarily, everyone stared at Zhang Yi. What sort of brains did this person have? He could even do that? He could even think of that? Even Wang Shuixin was secretly impressed. He slammed on the table. Good. 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 After saying good thrice, he said, "This is the creativity I needed. We'll be using this." He said to the people from the advertising department, "Do it now. Follow little Zhang's case." Immediately. Zhang Fen, but the approval. Wang Shuixin interrupted, "We'll do it and directly send it for approval. If this case doesn't pass, then there won't be a case that can pass. Quickly prepare it." The advertising department people obeyed the order and went to busy themselves. Let's end the meeting. After resolving a tricky matter, Wang Shuixin was feeling pretty good. Hoof grabbed the opportunity. "Director, I did some calculation of the funds allocated to us, and we still lack some funds. After all, we need to invite some professors and scholars that will need money." Wang Shuixin waved his hand and said without a thought, "I'll approve another 500,000 to you." Hoof was overjoyed. "Then I'll thank you, leader." Then he patted Zhang Yi on the shoulder. "Well done." After the meeting ended, people also began leaving the office. Wang Shuixin recalled something when he walked quite a distance. He suddenly turned back and glanced at Zhang Yi. He knew old who had not chosen a wrong person. This little Zhang was indeed very talented. But to Wang Shuixin, such a disobedient, but yet genius, thorny person was someone he had to love and hate at the same time. Chapter 107, The Heavenly Queen Comes Again. Huge was chatting with Zhao Lu. Hoof brought Zhang Yi into the office and laughed. "Zhao Lu, in a while go to finance, and settle the program's finances." Zhao Lu exclaimed, "They gave in? We got an extra 500,000. It looked like Hoof had been having a headache about this sum for a long while. Huge said in surprise, "How? The last time I discussed with finance all day, and didn't you even go? They refused to grant it then, but today they did." Hoof patted Zhang Yi on the back. "It's all thanks to teacher little Zhang. He helped the channel resolve a major problem. He suggested an advertisement idea to Director Wang." "That public service advertisement?" Hude knew about it. Dafei said in admiration, "Teacher Zhang, other than novels, poems and prose, you can do advertisements, too?" Hoof laughed. "It's an awesome advertisement. It can be said the best public service advertisement that I have seen all these years. You will soon see it, at the latest, tomorrow afternoon, and at the fastest, tonight." Zhao Lu was full of admiration as she walked over with a smile. Pretending to have a microphone in her hand, "Teacher Zhang, Can I interview you? Why are you so awesome? Do you have a secret to your success? Can you reveal it to us? Is there some trick? Zhang Yi did not hesitate to say, there's a trick. Zhao Lu was stunned. Really? Tell us quickly. I want to learn, too. Zhang Yi said, there are 2 tricks. First, read through the entire Chinese dictionary, memorizing every single word of them seriously. It's best if you can memorize and recite most of the text and phrases. It should reach an extremely familiar stage, where you have them at your fingertips. Zhao Lu nodded. Memorize a dictionary? That makes sense. What's the second point? What's the second point? The others also listened in as they focused over, hoping to hear the trick to Zhang Yi's success. The second trick is... Zhang Yi chuckled, memorizing is useless. Zhao Lu was stunned before bursting out in laughter. Even so, it's useless? Then why did you say it? Hoof was also amused as he laughed heartily. Teacher Little Zhang is just teasing you. Accumulation, experience, talent. You can't lack any. How can there be a trick? 8:30 p.m. at night. Off work. Zhang Yi worked overtime quite a bit. The reason was that the public service advertisement was, after all, his creation and proposal. He was most familiar with it. The advertisement department also contacted Zhang Yi for help and gave it to him for review. After Zhang Yi displayed his capabilities, the advertisement department did not dare to look down on him. They respected Zhang Yi's instructions for every detail and suggestion. Some was not changed at all, but some had major changes according to Zhang Yi's instructions. Only when the animation public service advertisement was done did Zhang Yi leave. Entering the district. The sky was already dark. A lamp along the corridor was not working. Zhang Yi had to blindly feel his way home. Hi, do you think this bro is having it easy? I have to work so busily every day, and even had to work for the advertisement department. However, capable people have a lot of responsibilities. Zhang Yi was not displeased with this, and in fact liked it a lot. Why? Just because he could become famous. He was always chasing towards that goal with no intentions of retreating. What about doing advertisements? If a public service advertisement was done well, it would clearly result in a one-time increase in his fame. He never looked down on the opportunity for a tiny fame increase that other popular celebrities looked down upon. Even if he did not increase his fame greatly, Zhang Yi would not miss the opportunity. As he had a limitation to his external looks, he could not be picky about things other people looked down upon. Maybe this was the struggle and determination of a small figure. He was hungry. What should he eat? Zhang Yi rummaged through the house and there was only one packet of instant noodles and a chicken egg. Just as he was about to light the fire to cook the noodles and egg, the telephone rang. Seeing the number, Zhang Yi could not believe his own eyes. After repeatedly confirming it, he knew it was true. Zhang Yuanqi had called. The extremely famous S-list Heavenly Queen. Zhang Yi quickly picked up. Hello. Teacher Zhang? Are you home? Zhang Yuanqi's tone was very cold. I'm home. I just came home and am preparing to eat. Zhang Yi was baffled. What's the matter? I haven't eaten, too. Make some for me, too. Saying that, she then hung up. Zhang Yi failed to react in time. Make some for you, too? You mean? When the noodles were just done, the doorbell rang. Zhang Yi opened the door to a woman wearing sunglasses. Without any question, she was Zhang Yuanqi. Her outfit today was very weird. Sunglasses, face mask and a hat. She looked like she was afraid of catching SARS, but as a huge celebrity like Zhang Yuanqi, she had no choice but to do so. If she did not take protective measures, she would be easily recognized with just sunglasses on the street. She was too well known and everyone was very familiar with her. Without a word, Zhang Yuanqi entered the room. Glancing at the open kitchen, she frowned. Instant noodles again? Don't you have anything else at home? Zhang Yi closed the door. May I know why you have come? Zhang Yuanqi threw the plastic bag from her hands onto the table. The bag was translucent and there was a bottle of wine inside. Other places are too noisy. Your place is quiet. Zhang Yi recalled Zhang Yuanqi saying that there were 2 places that allowed her to reveal her temper. One was her parents' place, and the other was Zhang Yi's place. It was probably the reason why the Heavenly Queen came to his house again. From this point, Zhang Yi was somewhat flattered and also quite pleased. He thought to himself, look, take a look. The renowned Heavenly Queen Zhang came to my house to scrounge for food. She had to beg me for a meal. I'll see who dares to challenge me in the future. Who dares say I'm not famous. There's only instant noodles. Are you eating? Zhang Yi asked. Zhang Yuanqi unscrewed the wine bottle. What can I do if I don't eat? Zhang Yi scooped the noodles and divided it into 2 bowls. Let's each have a bowl. Make do with it. There was only 1 packet of instant noodles at home. Right, let's also split the egg. Zhang Yuanqi graciously poured him a glass of wine. Give me the egg. Zhang Yi flipped his eyelids. Why? I'm hungry. Zhang Yuanqi glanced at him and said nonchalantly, because I'm your senior. I entered the industry earlier than you and am older than you. And compared to instant noodles, I prefer eating eggs. Fine, fine, fine. I'll give you. As a man, Zhang Yi did not want to fight with women. He handed the egg to her. Thanks for the Silver Microphone Awards nomination the last time. Zhang Yuanqi ignored him. Crossing her legs, she began eating and drinking wine. This was the true character of the Heavenly Queen after she peeled off her outer skin. She would only speak when she wanted to. When she didn't wish to speak, it would be as if she did not hear. How's the taste? Are you staying here tonight? I'm working at the television station now. The program will be aired in a few days. I'll be either a host or a guest. For me, it's a huge opportunity. Oh. Zhang Yi liked to show off. He could not say some things to his colleagues or people would think he was not being low-key. However, he could say anything with Zhang Yuanqi. He began bragging about the matters that had happened to him the past few days. Sometimes, Zhang Yuanqi would answer with a moro. Sometimes, she would appear like she didn't hear it. Thankfully, Zhang Yi was already used to her temperament. He did not mind and continued speaking excitedly. Zhang Yi got a kick from saying all that. He then began eating his instant noodles. To become a big superstar? This was him walking closer to the path of an instant noodle hero. But thankfully, there was a heavenly beauty like Zhang Yuanqi accompanying him to eat. Zhang Yi did not find the instant noodles revolting, for good looks replaced meals. Chapter 108, The Commotion Caused by the Advertisement. 9 p.m. They finished eating the noodles. Zhang Yuanqi didn't bother cleaning up the dishes. She leaned on the bed with a cup of wine in hand. Little Zhang, TV. Zhang Yi snorted. He unwillingly grabbed the remote control beside him to switch on the television for her. Which channel? Zhang Yuanqi answered plainly, BTV, Arts Channel. Zhang Yi exclaimed, You watch this channel? I work there now. Suddenly, the telephone on the table began to vibrate. Zhang Yi was wondering who it was so late at night. He picked it up. Teacher Zhang. It was a man's voice. I'm the little Wang from the television station's advertising department. We met about 2 hours ago. I called you to inform you that the public service advertisement that you came up with unsupervised will broadcast soon. In at most 5 minutes, once this segment ends. It was also approved by the higher-ups, after they deemed the effects to be very good. And since the part about switching off the light isn't very suitable for an afternoon broadcast, they decided to push it forward to tonight. Alright, I got it. We passed the verification. Thank you. You worked hard, too. You're welcome. After putting down the cell phone, Zhang Yi quickly increased the television's volume. Teacher Zhang, once this music show ends, I'll have something to show you. Zhang Yuanqi did not ask either. She just kept drinking. A few seconds later, the program ended. First a cosmetics advertisement was broadcast. And the next moment, an animated advertisement was aired. It was the scene of a husband and wife quarreling. Zhang Yi quickly said, Look. Zhang Yuanqi couldn't tell, why an advertisement? You'll know once you watch it. Haha. Zhang Yi was full of anticipation. Following that, the husband left after being scolded by the wife. Just as the wife was crying in regret, the husband came back. Bada. He switched off the light and left. The screen went black. The subtitles appeared, Conserve electricity. Lights off with people gone. Zhang Yi had interacted and supervised it with the advertisement department. It was basically following the original Russian version from his world. There were nearly no changes. Seeing that, Zhang Yuanqi was stunned. She had probably never expected such an amazing ending. This is a public service advertisement? It can be done this way? The country still has such a good and creative public service advertisement? This must be the first time you are seeing it, right? Come over here. Zhang Yi was very pleased. He switched on his computer and found the television station's website. After clicking it, he called Zhang Yuanqi over to see the production credits. Supervisor, Zhang Yi. Planning, Zhang Yi. Idea provider, Zhang Yi. About half of the 7 to 8 names on the credits list were Zhang Yi's name. This is your production? Zhang Yuanqi looked at him. That's right. I suggested it and it was also supervised by me. Zhang Yi said, How was it? Not bad, right? Yes, not bad. Saying that, Zhang Yuanqi returned to leaning on the bed, ignoring him. Zhang Yi also did not care about her. He opened the television station's official discussion board. The electricity conservation public service advertisement was awesome. Ha ha ha. I also just saw it. I'm dying of laughter. Divine idea. Divine creativity. Divine twist. Divine ending. Whose idea was it? I never expected public service advertisements could be made this way. Heavens, Zhang Yi? The idea provider, the supervisor and several other roles in the credits list are all Zhang Yi? It can't be the Zhang Yi I know, can it? Who is Zhang Yi? I don't know which one. This name has a link on it. Let me see. Holy shit, after clicking it, there's the person's information. It's that teacher Zhang Yi. Although there's no picture, just look at his resume. Previous Beijing radio station broadcasting host, now employed at the television station, BTV Arts Channel. Teacher Zhang Yi has started work at the Beijing television station. Is that true? Congratulations to Teacher Zhang for his success. I thought that Teacher Zhang had been banned. He actually progressed another step. Isn't Teacher Zhang a broadcasting host? Why did he make a public service advertisement? Furthermore, he did it so well. There's no other public service advertisement that is better in the entire world. The creativity is good and the connotations are all world class. Who is Zhang Yi? Go check on the web. You don't even know him? At the same time, a large number of audience members who were watching BTV Arts Channel in Beijing had seen the advertisement. There was no credits list after the public service advertisement. It was only released on the website. Hence, many people did not know whose production it was. Even if they knew, many did not know of Zhang Yi. His popularity was still in a very small circle. He was not that famous. But even so, it did not prevent people from being shocked and amazed by this advertisement. Haha. I'm dying of laughter. I'm dying of laughter. It's really amazing. This public service advertisement is amazing. I'll watch it again in a while. I want to watch it again. It's so humorous. Darling, come over here. What? Stop washing your face. Quick, watch this public service advertisement. What's so nice about a public service advertisement? Do you have nothing better to do? Damn, you came late. It's over. What do you know? This isn't any ordinary public service advertisement. Fuck, it was such a reversal. Director Zhang, who did this advertisement? It's too perfect? Beijing television station? That can't be. Their television station doesn't have such a talent. That's right. I'm curious. There are only a few people in the industry who do public service advertisements that are famous. No matter how I look at it, they don't work for the Beijing television station. But just watching this advertisement, I know it is the work of a master. Did they headhunt someone? Which famous advertisement planner did they grab over? There's no news. Let's check the production credits on the web. Ah, I found it. Zhang Yi? Who's Zhang Yi? Never heard of him. There's no such person in the advertising industry. That night, quite a number of households in Beijing began discussing this public service advertisement. The advertisement's effectiveness was unbelievable. It was a great success. In half an hour's time, the discussion of it had exploded on the web. It could be said that no public service advertisement had ever been this popular. Laymen watched the buzz, while professionals examined the skill. The greatest impact was on the professionals in the advertising industry. This industry was neither too big, nor too small. Even if they had never met, they would all know each other. They even had such interactions with people inside and outside the country. This public service advertisement had caused numerous discussion first in this country, and were later shared with several foreign friends who were in the advertising industry. In the end, many people in the advertising industry outside of the country were greatly surprised that night, itself. Everyone was trying to find out who was the one who did the planning for the advertisement. Finally, when they obtained the answer, they were at a loss of whether to laugh or to cry. The person who had planned the advertisement was not from their circles. It was a fucking broadcasting host. Immediately, several people in advertising felt a sense of defeat. The bottleneck of public service advertisements had troubled the industry, both domestic and foreign, for half a year. No one had been able to reverse the situation. But now, a broadcasting host, who did not work in this line of work, had managed to conquer this problem. This idea was too new and had an enlightening effect. It seemed like it had opened a door for the people in advertising. They were suddenly overjoyed. A new textbook entry to creativity in public service advertisement. This reputation did not sully Zhang Yi's production at all. Chapter 109, Where did this Zhang Yi appear from? At home. It was getting later and later. Zhang Yi still did not know how big a name he had made for himself in the advertising circles, both foreign and domestic. He was not even looking at the computer, despite it being in front of him. He had opened the GameRing's virtual interface. He was staring with surprise at the reputation points surging upwards on the menu. Plus 266. Plus 7,692. Plus 2,103. At times, it increased by the hundreds, while at other times, it increased by the thousands. Just before the advertisement was broadcast, Zhang Yi's had recalled taking a look in the afternoon. His overall reputation points had been 290,000. Some of it was left from the interview, and the other 200,000 plus were from the sales of Ghost Blows Out the Light over the past few days. But today, just after a small public service advertisement, in a short time span of an hour, Zhang Yi's overall reputation points had reached 470,000. 480,000. 500,000. And it was still growing non-stop. It was estimated that after tomorrow, it would at least increase to 800,000. Zhang Yi had another deep understanding of the game ring. That was that the works he produced could keep increasing his game reputation points, even if the audience did not know Zhang Yi's name, so long as they satisfied the respect and amazement requirements. How could he tell? The public service advertisement did not have a credits list. No commercial would list it. Only a small number of people will check on the official television website to find out that it was Zhang Yi's production. The numbers were so small that they were negligible, yet Zhang Yi's reputation was increasing non-stop. This explained the problem. With this rule, Zhang Yi looked at such sideshows with more importance. No, to be exact, this public service advertisement was no longer a sideshow. With so much attention focused on it, and it earning him so much reputation, how could it be considered a sideshow anymore? At this moment, the Arts Channel's late-night program had just ended. It now broadcast again the public service advertisement. Zhang Yuanqi put down her wine glass and looked over. She looked at it fully before saying, "You seem to be multi-talented. In the future, when I have any advertisements or endorsements, you can do the planning for me." Zhang Yi laughed. "Endorsement, advertisements? Don't they have professional production companies?" Zhang Yuanqi answered coldly, "They can't do it as well as you can. The direction is a little stiff. Advertisements and endorsements. They not only bring in the money for the celebrities. If an advertisement is done well, it has another advantage. It can bring up the visibility of the celebrity, which is very important. But if an advertisement is done poorly and the product performs too lousily, then even if they paid a lot, no big-time celebrity would endorse it." Zhang Yi promised, "Sure. Let's discuss about it again sometime. What else do you know?" Zhang Yuanqi switched over her crossed legs. "I know everything. I am an original producer. You can't do without me." Zhang Yi started bragging, "Oh, yes. I remember watching a news article about you. In your acting career, no one should be comparable to you. You are considered to be a top star, right? But in your music career, it seems to not be such smooth sailing. Why did the news mention that you are no longer getting ready for a concert anymore? Will you be focusing on movies instead? After conquering the domestic market, you will aim for the international market?" Zhang Yuanqi said unfeelingly, "I have no good songs." "Let your team spend some money then." Zhang Yi said. "A good song is not so easy to find. Sometimes you think it's good, but after people listen to it, no one approves of it." Zhang Yuanqi related calmly. Zhang Yi blinked. "Okay, if I have time, I will write you a song. With this song, I can guarantee that you will get back your place in the music industry." Zhang Yuanqi didn't think much of it. She looked at her watch. Probably thinking it's late, she switched on her cell phone. When it turned on, a pile of message tones played. Then a phone call came in, probably from Zhang Yuanqi's assistant or manager. "Sis Zhang. My big sister Zhang. You are finally answering the phone." It was a woman's voice. My phone's battery was dead just now. It was charging." Zhang Yuanqi's expression had changed, a total difference from the one she wore when she interacted with Zhang Yi. The woman brushed her off. "You. Right, who are you trying to bluff? The other time you had disappeared for a night. This time you disappeared again? Sis Zhang, are you in a relationship? At your boyfriend's place? Let me tell you first, the company's regulations state that our artists are not allowed to be in a relationship. Even if they want to be in one, they have to go through the company, get permission and report about it. Of course, the company will not dare stick their noses in too much for someone like you, but you can at least inform me first, right?" Zhang Yuanqi laughed. "You're thinking too much. I hope that I'm overthinking it, too. If you really had a boyfriend, how many people's hearts would be broken? It would surely affect your acting career," the woman said worriedly. Zhang Yuanqi laughed. "You have really been overthinking it. All right, I will go back now. Please wait at my home. We will touch on tomorrow's commercial performance tomorrow." The woman replied, "I've been at your house waiting. I waited for the whole night." "All right, then please wait for me. It's been hard on you. I will bring some food back for you. I know you love curry beef rice a lot." Zhang Yuanqi said kindly. The woman softly said, "You are always like this, placating me after disappearing. I don't even have the chance to be angry. Okay, so I will wait for you. The phone was hung up. Zhang Yi asked, going off? Going off. Zhang Yuanqi took and wore her blazer, then put on her sunglass and face mask. To mention it, when the Heavenly Queen was around, Zhang Yi was a little annoyed. The main issue was that her attitude was bad, with that uncaring attitude of hers, but yet she treated her assistant in such a gentle manner. But when it was time for Zhang Yuanqi to leave, Zhang Yi felt a little reluctant. It's already so late. Why don't I send you back? Zhang Yuanqi said, I drove here. Zhang Yi said, oh, then all right. Drive safely. Zhang Yuanqi did not answer. She took her stuff and left in a hurry. Zhang Yi said to her back, come over when you have time. Zhang Yuanqi did not look back, but replied, if we won't be having instant noodles again, I will consider it. Bye. Zhang Yi happily said, sure, we will order takeouts next time. After closing the door, Zhang Yi couldn't help but smile. His relationship with the Heavenly Queen was a little unclear. Were they friends? They could not consider to be friends, as she had only come over twice and they hadn't spoken much. Zhang Yuanqi's replies were mainly ums and ohs, or silence. But if we were to say that the two of them were strangers, you can't say that either. Strangers don't go to each other's house late at night, do they? She is a female comrade, and even a well-known celebrity. So, their relationship could be considered as something very subtle, yet special. Forget it, I'm not thinking anymore. Zhang Yi went back to his computer. On Weibo, a number of people started to at Zhang Yi. This public service advertisement is really Teacher Zhang's work? I'm again impressed by Zhang Yi's artistic foundations. At Beijing Writers Association at them once every day help Teacher Zhang into the Writers Association, at Beijing Writers Association. We have mentioned them for so many days. Why is the Writers Association not replying? Are they such petty characters? If they are inferior to Teacher Zhang Yi, they should learn from him how to write poems. Why are they ostracizing him instead? Such pettiness. If they are like that, then it's better that Teacher Zhang be not admitted. The voices calling for Zhang Yi's admission into the association were getting louder and louder. But there were also some voices that were focused on the public service advertisement. A long Weibo post was written specially to Zhang Yi. The poster was called 100-Year Tree Teacher Zhang, I have been your loyal fan since I heard of your melody poems. Only after seeing everyone's discussion did I realize that the public service advertisement earlier in the night was made by you. That Lights Off with People Gone is a real classic, it's really great. We are also having some worries over an issue here at our unit, so we would like to seek your advice. His Weibo verified status was as an employee of the Beijing Tower and Pavilion Garden Park. I am an employee with the garden parks. During the November long holidays when there are more tourists, the cases of stepping on lawns have become our nightmares. A lot of the grass lawns have been destroyed due to all the trudging. 20% of the whole park's lawn areas have been destroyed and the percentage is ever increasing. Are you able to help us come up with an advertisement tagline to discourage such unethical behavior? Support. Yay, the ethics of many tourists these days are getting low. We would like some advice. Are there any creative slogans? There were many replies below, especially from employees of the garden parks and their related industries. Concerning this request from his fan, Zhang Yi thought for a bit and replied, okay, let me think a little. Haha, Teacher Zhang actually responded. Sitting here waiting for Teacher Zhang's advertising slogan, I hope it's aggressive. Right, it needs to stop people from stepping on lawns just by seeing it. When this discussion came up, many advertising professionals who were lurking at his Weibo suddenly paid attention. They had all just found out about Zhang Yi's name and searched for his Weibo. They were just in time to see him giving a creative brief for another public service advertisement, so they immediately kept their eyes peeled on his Weibo. Old Shu, quickly come and look at this Weibo. Teacher Sun, that creative who made the Conserve Electricity public service advertisement, Zhang Yi, is preparing another advertisement. It's on Weibo. A few creative people informed their friends, some over the phone, while some at them over the internet. In the end, more and more people gathered to observe. Zhang Yi was a mysterious person to the advertisement professional circle. He had no industry experience, nor any results or reputation, but somehow his first production had given the creative world a light of innovation. Everyone was curious about this person, about whether he had the ability or if it just a fluke. Was he the real thing? This resulted in advertising professionals from Beijing, outer provinces and even foreign countries staring at Zhang Yi's Weibo and awaiting his new idea. Love the lawn. These days, on the PSA taglines were all love the lawn, be responsible. What else could be a new idea? If it's nothing more than just changing the slogan, the effect will be the same. If a person was ethical, even without a warning, they would not step on a lawn. Those without ethics, even if you told them off for half a day, they will ignore the warnings. This was too difficult. Everyone wanted to see what Zhang Yi, the man who made a public service advertisement miracle, would come up with. Zhang Yi made an announcement a short while later. He wrote very simply, a single line for a slogan. When the garden park's employees wanted him to be more aggressive, the first thought that came to his mind was a popular phrase concerning lawn protection from his world. Aggressive? There was nothing more aggressive than this. Zhang Yi typed, lawn slogan, stepping on me today, growing on your grave tomorrow. The moment it was posted, Weibo nearly exploded. PFFT. I burst out. It's too damn fierce. Ha ha ha, I've gone mad laughing. If this slogan is used, who would still dare step on lawns? The fiercest advertisement slogan this century. Verification completed. Teacher Zhang Yi is always so humorous. I love him so much. You may say so, but I think it's really good. I think we should try it. The garden park's employee who had posted before said, haha, thank you, Teacher Zhang. This slogan is too good. Why didn't I think of it? In a while, I'll try submitting it to the higher-ups. But I guess it won't be approved. This slogan was placed on a property in a tiny city in his world. It had not been greatly promoted. But when the slogan was made known, it caused a stir online. Everyone was shocked. The person who had come up with the slogan was too talented. If Zhang Yi had used it in this world, the effects would be similar. Some people treated it as a joke, while others didn't. For example, those people in the industry or famous or obscure advertising professionals saw a different scene. Honestly, from a certain angle, this slogan was offensive to the public's morals. As there were some morally degrading words, it was unlikely that it could be widely publicized by garden parks, not to mention publicized openly. It was a slogan that could not be used. But so what if it could not be used? So what if it couldn't be publicized openly? This slogan had lit up a light for everyone in the advertising industry. It made many of them curse in their hearts. Your sister, who knew that a slogan for caring for the grass could be written this way. They had gained a lot. Zhang Yi had really given them a lesson. Who was this person? Where did this Zhang Yi appear from? Momentarily, an advertising professional who was rather famous in the industry sent Zhang Yi a private message on Weibo. Teacher Zhang, are you interested in coming to the advertising world to develop yourself? If you are interested, you can contact my company. We can discuss the remuneration. Zhang Yi received the message and was at a loss of whether to laugh or to cry. Following that, another person sent Zhang Yi a private message, I'm from Made Advertising. Teacher Zhang Yi, our company welcomes you with open arms. Please give us a line of contact. Zhang Yi very politely rejected them. Make advertisements? Forget it. Doing it for fun to gather some fame and reputation was nice, but to do advertisements professionally? Zhang Yi was not so free. Chapter 110, Calligraphy Skills Experience Book. The next day. At the new unit. Zhang Yi had arrived very early for work. When he entered the office, he grabbed a broom to begin cleaning. He was very hardworking. It was different from when he first arrived at the radio station. The colleagues here treated him with respect. Of course, this was also because Zhang Yi had fought for it with his reputation. Even though others were polite to him, that was their initiative. He could not be big-headed, otherwise it would be difficult to maintain their relationship as colleagues. After all, he was still a rookie and he was considered the youngest here, too. There was no harm at all in doing more chores. This would partially contribute to his self-cultivation. It was a necessary step of valuable mental training on his path to success. After the chores were done, Zhang Yi checked the game ring for his reputation. As expected, it was as he had guessed yesterday. His reputation had reached over 700,000, being just short of 800,000. Plus 23. Plus 11. Plus 9. His reputation was still growing, albeit slowly now after yesterday's peak. After waiting for what seemed like half a day, his total reputation had reached exactly 800,000. This made Zhang Yi's hands itchy for a draw at the lottery. There was no point in saving it without spending it. Anyway, the reputation was a one-time windfall and was unexpected side pocket earnings, so that he didn't feel bad about using it. Also, at this time, Zhang Yi only had 2 lucky bread left in his inventory from the last lottery draw. He definitely would like to have more items stored for times when he might need them. It would be better than the last time, when he was blindly forced to draw for something. With some insurance, it would be better. This was all to ensure that Zhang Yi's stardom dream would be smooth sailing, so he would definitely be motivated and not slack. He clicked on the lottery draw. As usual, he spent 100,000 to start the pointer moving for the draw. Zhang Yi did not plan to place additional stakes this time because he wanted a few more draws to receive more items, or maybe, if he was lucky, try his luck at getting the special category treasure chest. Of course, This was what he had planned. But when the pointer was slowing down to a stop, Zhang Yi realized that the pointer was now in the skills category. In fact, it had just moved into the skills category portion. Although the pointer always spun at different speeds, Zhang Yi was still 90% certain that this was where the needle would end up pointing. Skills? He had never drawn this category before. Zhang Yi immediately changed his mind and clicked on the additional stakes, thinking that it was a rare chance, so he might as well go for it. Add 7 additional stakes. Pour all of his reputation into this round. As to why 100,000 reputation was not reserved as a backup for a memory search capsule, it was because the public service advertisement was still running and the internet would still be discussing about it for another 1 to 2 days. It might not be able to add much more reputation, but 100,000 a day shouldn't be an issue. Moreover, the book sales for Ghost Blows Out the Light was still booming. For every book sold, he would receive 1 additional reputation. Therefore, he staked everything. There was another reason for doing so. From the game's introduction, Zhang Yi knew that many of the skills category and stats category items were stackable. For example, the Fruit of Growth and the Fruit of Charm, these could both be used without limitations. Eating one would add on to the stat. The skills category was the same. If he used a single skill book, the effect would be too small to be noticeable. From the Fruit of Charm, we could see that the effect was minute. Eating one did not make much of a difference. This was also the reason why Zhang Yi put in all his reputation for the additional stakes. Only if the quantity was enough would the effect be noticeable, otherwise, he would be better off not using them. The needle stopped. It wasn't a surprise that it landed over the skills category. 8 treasure chests, small, were added automatically into the inventory. Zhang Yi took them out one by one and placed them on the computer desk. The treasure chests were not big, it was a small item after all. But on the desk, it was crowded all the same. Let's open them. Zhang Yi opened them all at once. It was an ancient-looking book. It was a little old, and neither thin, nor thick. Calligraphy Skill Experience Book, 7. Item Description, takes effect after reading. Increases player's calligraphy skill experience. Stackable usage. This was the first time that Zhang Yi had received such an item. He did not know how to use it. Will it take effect after being read? He still had to read the whole book? Zhang Yi tried to open the book, but realized that he had overthought the process. The moment that he flipped the book, a white flash of light appeared, the book dissolved, and the contents surged into his mind. It made his brain go into a mess momentarily, as if something had grown in it, but yet he could not explain it. Just flipping through it once and it was done? It's just like the skill books in games? That's convenient. Calligraphy? Does it have to be the brush type of calligraphy? That shouldn't be. Ballpoint pen or fountain pen writing should also be considered a form of calligraphy. Zhang Yi used a pen to test it out. Since he had started school, his penmanship had not been too good. Sure, it was pretty standard. But you know guys, people with good handwriting were still in the minority, so it was nothing strange. But when Zhang Yi's pen landed on the back of the unit's work file, the written word gave Zhang Yi a minor shock. He swore that he was still writing in his original style and it did not feel any different. Somehow, the moment when pen was put to paper, his brain had an especially vivid memory of writing. When he wrote it, it would automatically adjust to his memory. His writing was good. It was really better looking, at least, it was not messy. It was much more organized than before. Even if it was just a slight improvement, Zhang Yi was delighted. This showed that the calligraphy skill experience book had a visible effect. After that, he did not need any further explanation. He just flipped open all of the remaining experience books. 1 book. 3 books. 5 books. After eating these skill experience books, Zhang Yi had wanted to try out his new writing, but a colleague had just arrived. He raised his head and, from that point on, did not manage to test it out. Teacher Zhang. Dave arrived? Zhao also followed closely behind. Yo, Teacher Zhang. You are so early. Good morning. Zhang Yi greeted them, too. Zhao gave him a thumbs up. I saw your public service advertisement, it was so awesome, too awesome. I swear, I have never seen such an interesting public service advertisement. Davi's praise was even much higher, this advertisement was marvelous. Huj and Hudi had arrived too, looking at Zhang Yi. Huj was very excited. Teacher Little Zhang, must you be so talented? Yesterday, brother who said your idea was very good, and I still didn't know what was going on. I was still having my doubts. But last night, when I saw the advertisement, my brother and I were dumbfounded. Hudi added, he's not exaggerating, we really were dumbfounded. I cannot get tired of watching this advertisement. When I watched it again during the rebroadcast, it was really better than the first time, the feeling builds up. Huj said admiringly. Soon, Hoof came into the office. Yo, everyone's here. Zhao Lu laughed. Brother Hu, we were just chatting about Teacher Zhang's creative ad, it's too interesting. Hu laughed and looked over to Zhang Yi. You saw it yesterday, too, right? I thought that the ad was good, but didn't expect that it would cause such a sensation and response. Did you all know? Little Zhang created a miracle. During the public service advertisement's second broadcast, the ratings surpassed the official programs before and after it. Haha. Huj was shocked. What? Hudi was also amazed. The ad's rating was higher than the official programs? It's because of the first broadcast's good response, so once the program ended, to make way for the advertisements, everyone waited for it. This created such a miracle. Hoof sighed, this advertisement has really gone viral. The feedback from the audience was not only good. Many said it was fresh and creative, and many people even expressed that after they watched the advertisement, they would definitely have their lights off with people gone. We have gotten the recognition and praise from the television station's higher management. Little Zhang, I happened to bump into Director Wang Shuixin upstairs. He had named you in his praises. Your bonus this month definitely can't be low. Check it out yourself when that happens. Zhang Yi humbled himself. I was just lucky. Hoof waved his hand. There's no point in being humble. This isn't luck. Why aren't we lucky? Why were so many advertising professionals not lucky at all over all these years? This is your ability. Saying this, Hoof's expression suddenly looked odd and also a bit funny. He said to Zhang Yi, there's another interesting thing. Zhang Yi blinked. What? Hoof said with amusement, after you were hired, wasn't your resume posted on the television station's official website? Many domestic advertising professionals found you through your resume. I received 2 phone calls last night, and 1 this morning. All of them were requesting your contact information from me, hoping that you could go to their company or their television station's advertising department for further development. One of them even has quite good a relationship with me. One of them even offered a 500,000 annual salary to headhunt you. He even tried his best to convince me to let you go. This is the salary of their company's upper management. See how much they value you? Zhang Yi immediately made known his stand. Brother Hu, I'm not going. Zhao Lu and Dai were also worried. They did not want Teacher Zhang to be headhunted, for their relationship was getting more harmonious over the past 2 days. Haha, I was just waiting for you to say that. Hoof pointed at Zhang Yi and laughed. Even if you wanted to, I wouldn't agree to it. I used so much effort to rope you in against all odds. Who dares rob you from me? I'm the first to reject. No way. Zhang Yi was relieved. Don't worry. Even if they gave me a 5 million yuan annual salary, I would definitely not go, let alone a mere 500,000. Zhao Lu giggled. That's right. Teacher Zhang's car is a 5 million x5 bulletproof car. Does he lack that hundreds of thousands of salary? Huj laughed. Indeed. Teacher Little Zhang looks wealthy from any angle. They sure dared to name their price. Hoof was shocked. Bulletproof car? The bulletproof version of the BMW? People actually buy that car? I thought not a single one would be sold. Zhao Lu said, Brother Hu, you may not know. When we went for lunch, a flower pot even smashed into it from the 5th floor. We were all dumbfounded. But in the end, Teacher Zhang cleaned off the pot fragments in a relaxed manner. Guess what we saw? The car's paint was not even chipped off. It was in perfect condition. That car was too awesome. Hoof said, Really? Then I must try it the next time. I doubt I can earn that much money in my entire life. I'll try to rub off some of Teacher Little Zhang's greatness. But indeed, Little Zhang won't covet that tiny bit of money, so I was not afraid of them poaching. Teacher Little Zhang can casually write a ghost blows out the light and earn millions of royalties, right? If he really wanted to make money, he would have gone into writing books and poetry. Why would he need to trouble himself making advertisements? Zhao Lu was also curious. Teacher Zhang, then what are you doing this for? Huj was also quite concerned. That's right, you aren't short of money, so why did you come to the television station? The salary here is pathetic. You may earn a bit more as a host, but it can't exceed 20,000, right? Zhang Yi gave some thought and declared, I am for the transmission and development of art. I dedicate my strength for national education. Social harmony and national peace are things I spend my efforts researching on. Only the television station can express my greatest ideals. Hoof rolled his eyes. Speak normally. Zhang Yi was helpless. All right, I can become famous here. Zhao Lu also burst out in laughter. Ha ha ha. Huj and Hudi were also amused. In this line, they either wanted to make a name for themselves or make money. They were all the latter, doing it for a living. However, Teacher Zhang Yi was clearly a level higher. He was in pursuit of the former. Was it embarrassing? What was so embarrassing about it? Everyone had desires. However, many people had used it as a derogatory word. It could be a bit ridiculous, but if desire was said in a different way, it was motivation. This was the power and source of success. Chapter 111, Beijing Couplet Competition begins. Afternoon. Zhang Yi was discussing with Zhao Lu about the program recording in a few days' time, when suddenly, some people from the advertising department came. Teacher Zhang, a youth said politely. Oh, Teacher Liu. Zhang Yi went over. He had seen these people before. They had worked together on the public service advertisement. Don't call me teacher. Although I'm older than you by about 3 years, I do not dare to be addressed as teacher in front of you. Well, the results of the advertisement are out. The reception was extremely good. I believe that you must have heard of it. We came over to thank you. Thank you for all the help, the youth said in friendly manner. Zhang Yi smiled. You're welcome. It was nothing. Another lady chimed in, if we encounter a tough problem in the future, we might even consult you. Please don't be stingy when the time comes and give us your guidance. Zhang Yi replied helplessly, I'm just a layman. How can I give any guidance? The third youth gave a wry smile, if you are a layman, then no one in the country is a professional. I also saw the slogan for the lawn on your Weibo. Although it cannot be used, it was really well written. Also, the electricity conservation public service advertisements creativeness are things we need to learn from. I don't think that it is too much to write them in advertising textbooks. You have opened a new path for creativeness in advertisements. It is extremely meaningful. Zhang Yi waved his hands, you are putting me on a pedestal. There's no need. Really, there's no need. After the people from the advertising department gave their gratitude, they left. Zhao Lu gave him a big thumbs up, Teacher Zhang is indeed Teacher Zhang. This is the first time that I have seen people from the advertising department seeking someone from the program teams for advice. Stop making fun of me. Zhang Yi returned to his seat. Hey, look at Weibo. Huge shouted out suddenly. As he was very loud, no one was prepared for it, so they were greatly shocked. Weibo? You gave me a fright. What's on Weibo, Huge? A few people asked. Huge pointed to the computer. I followed Teacher Little Zhang's Weibo yesterday. I saw that many of Teacher Zhang's fans were at the Beijing Writers Association, right? They wanted to get him into the Writers Association, and there were people questioning why the Writers Association did not let Teacher Little Zhang join. It seems like it has been stirring quite a buzz for days. Look, the Beijing Writers Association's official Weibo account has replied. They said that they have the intention of inviting Teacher Zhang to join and we're doing the final inspection and approval. And the Beijing Writers Association's official Weibo even posted an invitation. It invited many people. Probably in the tens, and the last one is Teacher Little Zhang. Entering the Writers Association is good. With Teacher Zhang's ability, he should have entered long ago. What's there to inspect? There's no need to inspect. Anyone with eyes knows Teacher Zhang's literary foundation. Zhao Lu said in a displeased manner. Indeed, although this world's Writers Association's admission criteria was stricter than in Zhang Yi's world, with the minimum criteria very high, with Zhang Yi's poems, essays, novels and fairy tales, the minimum criteria was not something that could faze him. Besides, the Beijing Writers Association was just a province's Writers Association, so was there a need for them to take so long before they announced their intentions of inviting him? There was something subtle with their attitude. Invitation? Zhang Yi was concerned about something else. What invitation? Davai also asked. Huge was unable to explain it properly. Just check yourselves. Zhang Yi and the rest opened Weibo and understood. The annual Beijing Couplet competition was being held tomorrow. It was held in Peking University's newly renovated hall. It was a grand couplet competition, jointly organized by the Beijing Couplet Organization, the Beijing Writers Association and several other organizations. Every year, the leaders of the broadcasting companies, officials from the Beijing Education Ministry, members of the Couplet Organization and Writers Association, etc. would be invited as guests or competitors. What was a couplet competition? To be simple, they were to match verses. There were all sorts of one-to-one correspondence in matching the number of characters on a line, etc. It was very profound and had many rules to adhere to. It was a traditional component of Chinese literature and had more than 1,000 years of history. The traditional Chinese literature of this world may be inferior to commercial entertainment programs in terms of popularity, but compared to Zhang Yi's original world, it was much superior. Chinese literature received a lot of attention. Although Zhang Yi's world would have couplet competitions or poetry meets frequently, where they might even be on a national level, organized in various states, their scale was very small. It was done very simply. Sometimes it would even be held in a crappy classroom with about 20 people participating. Even if it was a couplet competition at a provincial level, there were not many who paid attention to it. However, this world was different. The number of people who paid attention to it was considerable and the scale was large. It was held in Peking University's hall, and the entire process was broadcast live online. It was considered an annual grand meet in literature in Beijing. At least, many professionals paid a lot of attention to it. Big Thunder? Zhang and Bang? Seeing nearly 100 members invited as competitors, Zhang Yi could recognize a few old familiar names with his sharp eyes. Alright, they were considered old enemies. They were those people from the Beijing Writers Association who had gone to the Beijing radio station to trample on Zhang Yi, but ended up being smacked in the face by him. He did not know any of the other contestants. Many of them were from the Beijing Couplet organization or were grassroots members. Zhang Yi finally saw that the last person to be invited was him. But I didn't register. Why are they inviting me to be a contestant? Zhang Yi frowned slightly. Do you really not care about me? When you ignored me, you ignored me. When you cared about me, you didn't ask for my opinion to put my name in there. Do you know what respect is? Zhao Lu said, who cares? You should go. That's right. It will be interesting. We can decide when the time comes whether to participate or not. Huj encouraged him to. This is a grand literature event. It is much more important than the mid-autumn poetry meet that you participated from before. Not just anyone gets the participation qualification. Even the entry tickets for spectators aren't easy to get. With a smile, he said, Teacher Little Zhang, aren't you fighting for fame? This would suit you perfectly. This is entirely broadcasted live on the internet. Not many people watch it, but the numbers definitely aren't low. If you can enter the final round and show your face, it can increase your fame. If your fame increases, it will help our new program, too. What he said was right. But I don't fucking know couplets. It wasn't that he didn't know. He only knew the couplets from his world. He had no idea what the situation and foundation of the couplets for this world were. Zhang Yi suddenly thought of something. Fuck, could the bunch of people from the Writers Association know that he did not know couplets, resulting in them putting him on the invitation name list without asking him? They had lost in the poem competition last time, with the entire Beijing Writers Association losing to Zhang Yi. They were indignant about it and wanted to take revenge. They wanted to use a literary area that Zhang Yi did not know to ridicule him? Put him to shame? Regain their reputation? It seemed highly probable. With the Beijing Writers Association's Vice President Meng Donggo's personality, what wouldn't he do? Ring, ring, ring. A phone call came. Zhang Yi picked it up. Hello. Who is this? Teacher Zhang Yi? It was a middle-aged woman's voice. I am an employee of the Couplet organization. I want to confirm your invitation for tomorrow's Beijing Couplet competition. Do you have time to participate in it? If you do have time, I will inform my colleagues from the Beijing Writers Association to print a contestant pass and entry pass for you. You were recommended by them. Tomorrow, you can just go to Peking University, and someone from the Writers Association will attend to you. Zhang Yi hesitated for a while before saying, alright then. So what if he joined? He would analyze the situation first. If the Writers Association had really planted a trap for him, or this world's couplets were things Zhang Yi did not know, then he would give up and not bring ridicule to himself. Of course, if he had a chance to show his strength, Zhang Yi would definitely not grab the opportunity to show off. Being a nihilist celebrity could not satisfy him. His goal was even higher and further. He would grab tightly at every opportunity that could make him become famous. Writing novels? Writing poems? Writing stories? Writing essays? Making advertisements? Match couplets? He was never picky. He would devour them all, despite what they were. Outside, Hoof, who was carrying a bunch of stuff, entered. Huj was the closest, so he rushed up. Brother Hu, let me do it. Alright. Thank you. Huj gave him the box. It was the information and documents needed for work. However, after Huj took it away, Hoof reached into the box and took out a few tickets placed at the top. Then he said to everyone, tomorrow, the Peking University will have a couplet competition. It is very grand. The couplet organization has invited us from the television station to spectate it. They are middle row tickets. They are hard to get, but I managed to grab 5 of them. Tomorrow is Saturday, let's go together. 5 tickets? Zhao Lu asked in a baffled manner, aren't we short of 1? With Brother Hu, we have a total of 6 people. Hoof pointed to Zhang Yi, Little Zhang doesn't need it, right? I heard that the Beijing Writers Association has recommended Little Zhang to compete in the competition. All contestants have an entry pass, so he doesn't need a ticket to enter. Is that right, Little Zhang? Zhang Yi nodded. Yes, someone from the couplet organization just called me. Zhao Lu was happy. That's good. Then, let's go tomorrow. Anyway, I have nothing to do at home. Hudi snapped his fingers. Right, we'll go tomorrow to cheer for teacher Little Zhang. Do you think we should make a banner? With teacher Zhang Yi, we love you on it? Pretending we are his fans? With that, it can show how popular teacher Little Zhang is and how many fans he has. Davai wiped his sweat. You really have nothing better to do. Huj also slapped his brother in the neck. Does Little Zhang need to fake it? He has no lack of fans. Everyone happily chatted together. They came up with plans and joked around. Yes, they were actually too free. After being hired for so many days, their program had not begun airing. Since the planning for their segment had been mostly completed, they did not have much work to do. So whenever something interesting happened, they would be extremely passionate about it. They didn't feel good about not having anything to do all day, so naturally they had to find something to do. Chapter 112, The Preliminaries begin. Saturday. The weather had turned chilly. Entrance to Peking University. Today, the school was sealed off. It only allowed the school's students and teachers, as well as the couplet competition staff and contestants, to enter. Hence, all of the other entrances to the school were closed, leaving only the main gate and the largest side gate open. There was even a sign erected. The side gate was for students and teachers, while the main gate was used for the admission of the couplet competition's relevant personnel and spectators. There wasn't a lack of security. Many of the school's security guards were gathered here, and there were more than 10 people. Because there were more extreme events happening frequently in society these days, the security check was done more strictly. Zhang Yi was also being inspected. Hello. Please show me your tickets, a couplet organization staff said. Zhang Yi, who had come early, took advantage of not needing to line up to enter the school, but he was stopped. He said, I'm a contestant. The youth looked at him. May I know what your name is? I'm Zhang Yi. Please check for me. The Writers Association should have given me a pass, Zhang Yi said. Alright, let me take a look. The youth immediately called out to a colleague to bring a suitcase over. Inside were the contestant passes. Zhang Yi. After rummaging for a while, the youth frowned. Sorry, there's no contestant pass with your name. Then looking at the name list, Zhang Yi, right? The contestant name list submitted by the Writers Association doesn't have you. Sorry, but I won't be able to let you in. It doesn't have me? Zhang Yi could not stifle his laughter. The people from the couplet organization thought that Zhang Yi was purposely here to mess things up and enter, so they ignored him and checked the tickets of others. Zhang Yi could smell a rat at this moment. Was it really as he had guessed? The Beijing Writers Association inviting him was a scheme to pay him back with his own coin? They were determined to make things difficult for him and discuss him? But aren't your methods too low class? Or could it be that he was an eyesore to a minority of people from the Writers Association, so they had schemed against him? And the people from the upper echelons of the Writers Association and the couplet organization were uninformed of this? He felt this was most likely. Anyway, no matter what, someone had definitely done something behind the scenes. They had made an error, forgetting Zhang Yi's contestant pass. This possibility was almost zero. The official admission time came. There were quite a lot of people lined up at the school gate. They were beginning to enter. Hoof brought Huj, Hudi, Davai and Zhaolu with him, and they just arrived. The moment they reached, they noticed a gloomy-looking Zhang Yi nearby. Yo, Teacher Zhang. Zhaolu shouted. Davai also waved his hands. Teacher Zhang, over here. Zhang Yi walked up, and Hoof and company walked over too. Hoof asked in surprise, Little Zhang, why haven't you entered? The preliminaries have already begun, right? Contestants like you should enter much earlier than us. Zhang Yi threw up his hands. I can't get in. The Beijing Writers Association did not prepare a contestant pass for me. Although they invited me, my name isn't on the invitation list. What? Such a thing can happen? Huj immediately turned angry. Hudi also understood immediately as he gritted his teeth. Fuck, aren't they being bullies? They had recently gotten to know of Zhang Yi's previous matters. They knew that he had offended quite a number of people from the Beijing Writers Association, including its vice president Meng Dango. However, in their opinion, the Writers Association was such a big organization that wouldn't be so petty. Since they had invited teacher Zhang Yi, they were probably making leeway in order to then rope Zhang Yi in. That was the reason why they had encouraged Zhang Yi to join the competition yesterday. However, who knew that they were too naive? They had invited Zhang Yi, but would not allow him entry? Were they bent on disgusting him? On the web, many of Zhang Yi's fans knew that he was participating in the competition. Many of them were full of anticipation, waiting in front of their computers for the live stream to begin. In the end, Zhang Yi did not even enter the gates. If someone asked, would the Beijing Writers Association just explain it away with, Zhang Yi gave up on his own accord? That would make the fans grumble at Zhang Yi and, at the same time, strike a blow to his reputation. If someone investigated, The Writers' Association could simply say, "Oh, a subordinate made a mistake and did not process the contestant pass." They could push the blame just like that? It was too despicable. Those bunch of grandsons. Huge cursed. Hoof's face was also sullen. "Little Zhang, have you called the person who contacted you?" "Well, I was just about to call." Zhang Yi called the woman from the couplet organization who had contacted him from before. "Hello, I'm Zhang Yi." There was a lot of noise on her side. She was probably busy. "Zhang Yi? Oh, teacher Zhang Yi. Why haven't you entered? Can't you come? Our preliminaries have just begun." Zhang Yi said, "I'm already here, but I can't enter." He explained the situation. The woman clearly did not know of the situation. She was stunned. "How can that be? The Writers' Association should have done the necessary work for you." "Alright, I'll give them a call. I'll try to arrange it for you." After hanging up, Zhang Yi said, "Why don't all of you go in first? If you aren't going, what's the point of us going?" Zhao Lu said, "If we are going in, we must all go in together." Hu reached into his bag and passed him a ticket. "Take my ticket and enter first. Take part in the preliminaries first. Since they invited you, even if they did something underhanded, your name must be on the name list of the couplet organization. They just need to provide you a contestant pass." Zhang Yi waved his hands. "There's no need. Go in first." They had all taken the pains to travel here, so how could he go in himself while leaving them outside? Suddenly, there were a few shouts. "Haha. Little Zhang. Teacher Little Zhang. Here. Why are you here, too? Oh, right. You are here to compete." The people who came were Zhang Yi's former colleagues, Big Sis Shu, Andy's son and assistant Xia Feng. After greeting them, Zhao Guozu looked to be a bit further behind them. Zhao Guozu and a few staff and leaders of the radio station's other channels were there. Seeing Zhang Yi, Zhao Guozu smiled and walked over. "Little Zhang, it's been a while." Zhao Guozu laughed. Zhang Yi blinked and immediately went over to say, "Brother Zhao, do you have any extra tickets? Entry tickets? Too many people on your side came? You don't have enough tickets? That can't be. Your television station should have more tickets than our radio station." Zhao Guozu was puzzled. The Beijing radio station and the Beijing television station had long merged together. The tickets were first handed out to the television station. Only the leftovers were handed over to the radio station. They were considered one, and their seats were even side by side. Zhang Yi said helplessly, "No. I can't get in. They didn't prepare a contestant pass for me." Upon hearing this, Zhao Guozu understood what could have happened. "Do we have tickets?" Big Sis Shu said, "No, everyone has only one. This couplet competition is too popular. It's not easy to get tickets. I'll ask around for you." Zhao Guozu went to ask the leaders from the other departments. Xia Feng immediately said, "Teacher Zhang, use my ticket. I happened to have something to do and didn't want to come in the first place." Everyone knew that she was lying. Zhang Yi shook his head, adamant about not wanting it. Just as they were looking for tickets, Tianbin and his wife suddenly appeared, hand in hand. By now, Tianbin was one of the hottest late-night segment anchors of the central radio station. Under his hands, Ghost Blows Out the Light had reached even greater heights. His ratings were even higher than when Zhang Yi was at the Beijing radio station. After all, the central radio station could be received throughout the country, so its exposure was many times more than the Beijing radio station. These results were no wonder. Besides, the central radio station was a huge station. It had no lack of tickets, so Tianbin would naturally get them, which meant that he could also bring his wife. "Zhang Yi." Tianbin's wife waved at him with a smile. Tianbin had probably heard their conversation, so he pushed a ticket into Zhang Yi's hands. "I have 4 tickets. The 2 friends I invited could not come, as they had to work overtime. I'm giving it to you." Zhang Yi asked for confirmation. "This isn't your own ticket, right?" "No," Tianbin was amused. "I might not give you my ticket, even if you wanted it." "Alright then. Thanks a lot." Zhang Yi accepted it. Tianbin said, "Hurry and go. They thought a tiny trick or two can trample on you? Let the people from the Beijing Writers' Association know who teacher Zhang Yi is." Zhang Yi laughed. "Alright." Following that, everyone lined up to enter. After chatting with his former colleagues and leader, they entered the school gates. Zhang Yi walked together with his new colleagues and Hoof, and went straight to a small square inches the center of the school. This was where the preliminaries were being held. Only those who could pass the preliminaries had the qualification to participate in the couplet competition in the large hall. It had begun some time ago. There was not even much time left. Zhao Lu was more worried than Zhang Yi. "Teacher Little Zhang, hurry up. The people of the Writers' Association did that, so as to deal a blow to your reputation. They might have even thought of the scenario where even if you managed to get a ticket to enter, the preliminaries would almost be over due to the delay. If you can't even pass the preliminary, they will definitely say how lacking you are. They will smear you, and then win back the reputation they lost the last time. So, we definitely cannot lose to them. We must enter the finals. Let them know how good you are. Let them recall the scene of them being hit in the face by you in the Mid-Autumn Poetry Meet. Who recalled something? None of you have even asked Little Jong if he knows anything about couplets. This is a different domain than writing poems or essays. It's completely different. Only then did Huge realize, oh, right. Teacher Little Jong, do you know? Jong Yi sweated, not really. I'm not very sure either. What's there not to be sure about? Zhao said, just say if you have ever studied couplets before? No. Zhang Yi admitted honestly. In his world, couplets were popular only in ancient times. As for modern times, other than cultural hipsters or scholars who still studied couplets, at the most, he had seen some millennial impossibilities left behind from ages long ago. However, he was still unsure what the couplet situation of this world was. He did not know if what he knew could be used. You really haven't? Zhao Lu lost heart. Huj also sighed, then there's no other way. Hudi said, it's all right. We can come up with a strategy to help Teacher Zhang. Let's enter the finals first. I still know a bit about matching couplets. Zhao Lu said, I also know a bit. I once did a special article about it previously in the newspaper business. Chapter 113, the last question that no one could match. Square inches the school. The woman from the couplet organization gave him a call. Hello, Teacher Zhang Yi. Where are you? I'm already inside, in the square where the preliminaries are held. Oh? Why can't I see you? Which one are you? Are you the one in a white long dress? I can see you. She was the only one making a phone call. Zhang Yi walked over, and she was indeed the woman from the couplet organization. Hello. The woman lowered her cell phone and handed him a contestant pass and said, sorry, Teacher Zhang. The staff missed it. They just found it. Hurry up and participate. There's no need to register. You just need to answer a question. Well, I have something else to do. I'm leaving first. Thank you. Zhang Yi watched her leave. Not far away, Hoof greeted him. You got it? Zhang Yi tersely acknowledged before looking at the questions asked in the preliminaries. There were 3 question boards in front. They were spaced 10 meters apart. There were many people crowded in front of each question board. There were contestants, as well as spectators. Of course, there were not many contestants left at this moment. Many of them had passed the preliminaries and entered the hall by answering correctly. There were less than 20 people left answering. They were pondering deeply in front of the question boards. The questions did not seem easy. There were the preliminaries rules by the side. 1. Contestants, please answer the questions according to the specifications. 2. You have passed only after the judge's decision. 3. There are only 50 questions. There cannot be more than 50 people passing the preliminaries. Zhao Lu exclaimed, there are only 50 questions? Aren't there nearly 100 contestants? Doesn't that mean that they are eliminating half? That's too cruel. Huj was in a hurry, there's not much time left. Hudi pointed to the question board. There are only 2 questions left on this board. Ah, that board is full and all the questions have been answered by others. The third board also only has 1 question left. There were 3 questions left, and about 20 contestants who had not given up on answering. Some of the contestants felt that they would not be able to answer and had given up, so they had entered the spectator stands. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Let us quickly look at the questions. Grab every second. Zhao Lu said in a rush. The 50 questions were all couplets. There were 4-word, 5-word and 7-word verses. All of them were the first half of a couplet. The rules were very simple. There was no lack of ink and brushes in front of the boards. As long as a contestant wrote an answer below the first half of a couplet, and matched it properly with the proper correspondence, they would pass. The 3 judges from the couplet organization had the authority to make the judgment. The judges were all pretty old. 2 of them were old men, and 1 of them was an old granny. Although Zhang Yi did not know them, he could tell that they were likely authoritative figures in the industry from the way the contestants were so respectful to them. At least, they were top experts in the couplet domain. After calming his mind, Zhang Yi began looking at the questions. 3. 5. Zhang Yi scanned them once. He discovered that the couplets in this world were similar to those from his world. Heaven matched earth, rain matched wind, land matched sky. There was no difference at all. However, he saw some that he had never seen before. Many of the couplets did not exist in Zhang Yi's former world. Maybe it was because Zhang Yi was not well read, or perhaps he had already forgotten. After all, He did not really study much of couplet culture. Let's eat a memory search capsule first. Zhang Yi opened his game ring and looked at his reputation. With the help from yesterday's public service advertisement, his overall reputation points were still slowly increasing. It wasn't fast, but after 2 days and 1 night, it had managed to reach 100,000. Zhang Yi clicked on the merchant shop to buy 1 memory search capsule, before eating it. His memories flashed past. Under the mental guidance of Zhang Yi, time returned to the year 2011 from his previous world. Back then, Zhang Yi had just entered college. He was determined to become famous. Every piece of news had an objective attraction to it. One weekend, he had obtained a library card and went to the media college's library to browse through books. In the beginning, he did not manage to find books he wanted to read. So he flipped through books like searching a needle in a haystack. In the end, he had flipped through a couplet compilation and a companion book that explained and dissected couplets. The 2 books were not thick. 1 page, 10 pages, 100 pages. The 5 minutes were up. The memory search time was over. Zhang Yi slowly opened his eyes. Back then, he had been flippantly browsing, but now with the memory search reinforcing his memory, Zhang Yi could remember every single couplet. Immediately, he looked at the 50 questions again. In the clouds, something, something? I don't know. The flying snow, something, something? No idea. Scorching vine, something, something? Never seen before. After seeing quite a number, they were works that had not appeared in Zhang Yi's world. He could not answer them. But just as he was beginning to believe that the couplets of his world had no crossover with this world, a couplet appeared in his eyes. Following that, there was a second and a third. They existed. There were really some that he recognized. They were identical to the couplets from his world. For example, the 41st question, the first half was, 2 3 4 5. The second half had been matched by someone else. It wrote, 6 7 8 9. This couplet looked silly and a bit ridiculous, but there was a profoundness to it. Zhang Yi had previously searched his memories and there was a dissection of this particular couplet. In professional terms, it was a hidden couplet. Why did 6 7 8 9 match 2 3 4 5? That was because 2 3 4 5 lacked, K, 1, yi, and which sounded like lacking, clothes, yi. And 6 7 8 9 was missing, shao, 10, shi, which sounded like missing, food, shi. Together, it formed an idiom, yi shao shi, have not enough clothing and very little food. This was a hidden couplet. This discovery made Zhang Yi overjoyed. After inspecting it once, although the couplets from his world only took up about 20 to 30% of the 50 couplets, this was enough to make Zhang Yi relieved. This meant that he still had a chance. It meant that the 2 worlds had a crossover in works, and it was not to a tiny extent. After thinking about it, they had shared a similar history. Some historical figures were still the same, even after being altered by the game ring. Therefore, the couplet culture, as a whole, shouldn't differ by too much. For the same couplets to appear in both worlds was not unusual at all. Zhao Lu suddenly said, "Hey, I may be able to match this couplet. When I was an editor, I had seen a similar one to this before. I just need to modify it a little and it should work." Morning snow. Not right, morning dew. Who urged Zhao Lu, "Come on, hurry. Don't rush me. I am still thinking." Zhao Lu grasped her hair. "Isn't it morning something something, won't it be better to match it with early?" Hudi also chipped in with ideas. It could be seen that all of them sincerely wanted Zhang Yi to qualify for the finals to prevent the lulz from the Beijing Writers Association from achieving their target at discounting Zhang Yi's authority within the literary circle. Over there was a middle-aged man who suddenly smacked his own forehead. He then stepped forward with a writing brush and matched the couplet by writing on it while Zhao Lu, Hudi and the others were thinking. After he wrote, he looked over at the 3 judges and received their acknowledgement. He laughed heartily. He had passed. Zhao Lu was mad. "Someone got it before us." Hudi said pitifully, "Just a step short, we were close to an answer. There are only 2 questions left." Davai reminded. However, Hoof sighed and pointed, "Actually, there's only 1 left." When they looked over, they saw an old foe of Zhang Yi stepping up, holding a brush and matching the couplet. His strokes were vigorous and strong, and the words were very nicely written. That person was Big Thunder, a poet from the Beijing Writers Association. After getting the judge's acknowledgement, he laughed. "Thank you, teachers." The bald, old male judge looked at him and said, "Big Thunder, you were the previous couplet competition's runner-up. Why did you use such a long time to match?" The second judge, the old granny, smiled. "Did you not see it?" Big Thunder did not answer the simple questions, but chose one of the 2 most difficult questions. This is the ingrained stubbornness of the previous runner-up. Only Big Thunder has such a standard. If he did not answer this question, I guess that no one else would be able to. The third judge, an old man, said, "There's still one last question left." Oh, my guess wasn't bad at all. This is really the last question left. Elder Keon, this question of yours cannot be answered by just anyone. It's just the preliminary round and you are already making it so difficult. In such a short time, who can match this couplet? Elder Keon was the first judge of this year's competition. He was also the oldest and the most experienced. He touched his beard and said, "This is the couplet competition. How can it be interesting if it is not difficult?" Big Thunder and the judges obviously knew each other. He said to them upon hearing that, the 50th question was given by Elder Keon. "No wonder, I was thinking about it all day but could not match it. This couplet is probably not going to be matched by anyone. Don't mention trying to match it, whether it can be read properly would also be a problem. Even a professional might not be able to read it right." That was a given. Elder Keon was known as the phantom talent in the literary circle. He wasn't a part of the Beijing Couplet Organization, nor the Beijing Writers Association, but he was a member of the National Writers Association. His reputation was very high, and he was well known for giving extremely difficult questions, and not only in the field of couplets. He was one of the examiners at this year's college entrance examinations, too. His questions were usually not given to grade a student, but to differentiate the good students from the bad. A lot of contestants had now given up, including many distinguished authors and university professors. When met with such a question and hearing the conversation between Elder Keon and Big Thunder, everyone knew that they had to give up, and that there was no chance of them passing the preliminary round. They might as well be content with being the audience today. All of them gave up, except for Zhang Yi, who was still staring at the question. His eyes were even blinking. Because this couplet was one that he had seen before. Chapter 114, Zhang Yi's second half. In the square. The preliminary round was coming to an end. "Time is almost up?" Elder Keon said. The second judge said, "Well, let's wait another 2 more minutes." The third judge nodded, "Okay. If no one steps forward, we will be closing up." Her. The 3 judges announced the ending time, as the preliminaries could not go on without an ending. Everyone was still waiting for the opening ceremony over at the auditorium. Actually, they had not expected anyone to be able to match this couplet. There wasn't enough time either. The key couplet's second line was a very tricky one. Every word had to be separated, broken down and digested before you could attempt to match the second line. There was just no other way. Elder Keon looked at those who had given up and shook his head slightly. In his heart, he had hoped that someone could match this couplet, but he understood that there was no way anyone could. Not far away. Zhao Lu was getting anxious. "Quickly match it." Hudi did not know whether to laugh or to cry. "How do you match question 50? Davai also looked over at the couplet that was coined as one of the 2 most difficult questions. "Hai shui jiao 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 wo?" Was this couplet matching, or was this a tongue twister? What is this crap? Huj also stared. The words are written incorrectly, right? Why are there so many jiao? Zhao Lu gave an idea. "Why don't we just bullshit and try our luck? Let's match it with Da Feng Wag 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 Wachi." Man, with so many gua, gusting, it had to be a typhoon. Zhang Yi could only smile bitterly. Davai nearly fainted as he said, "Why didn't you match it with Fu Ben's copycat go 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 go?" Zhao Lu also knew it couldn't work. She looked down in despair. "Then what should we do?" Just as they were discussing, Big Thunder was staring at Zhang Yi and laughed. He walked up and said, "Yo. Zhang Yi is here, too? Have you not matched any yet? But there's only this one left." Big Thunder was good at poetry and also couplets, otherwise he wouldn't have received the runner-up position in the last competition. He stood before Zhang Yi this time as a competitor in the couplet competition. Big Thunder was very confident. He knew that in terms of poetry, he might not compare to Zhang Yi, but in couplets? He wants to compete with me in couplets? You sure are funny. Big Thunder joined this year with a target to be the champion. Zhang Yi looked at him. "So what if there's only one left? Then you had better hurry, there's not much time." Big Thunder laughed. "And are you even sure that you can match this couplet?" This was given by Elder Keon. "Before bragging that you can match it, why not read the first part of the couplet for us first? I'm afraid that you can't even read it correctly. If that's the case, then you can forget about matching it." Zhao Lu whispered, "Teacher Zhang, just bullshit your way through. Right. Write anything. You might even get it correct." Hudi said, "Why don't you just use the one Zhao Lu suggested earlier?" The few of them discussed in whispers. Big Thunder shook his head. "You're even trying to match the couplet collectively. Isn't this cheating?" Zhao Lu stared viciously at Big Thunder. "This old bald donkey. What has it to do with you? Could it be that you were the one who did not allow Teacher Zhang to compete?" Were you the one playing tricks? The first judge, Elder Keon, looked at his watch. Okay. Let's call it a day. They were preparing to go off. The school staff were coming over to move the tables away and pack up. At this moment, Zhang Yi said loudly, "Judges, please wait. I would like to give it a try." Big Thunder was stunned, and he was also happy. He wondered if Zhang Yi was even serious about matching this couplet. And he hadn't even arrived for long. In such a short time, what could he match? Even if it was him, he might have had to spend an hour or two and it might not even be a good match, or he might not even be able to match it, so how could Zhang Yi? The other contestants also stopped in their steps and paid attention. Who was this person? This couplet must be an impossibility, right? Yet, someone actually wants to try it? It cannot be considered an impossibility, but it is definitely very difficult. Can he do it? I have never seen him before. Is he from this field? Big Sishu, Andy Sun and Zhao Guozu were also observing near the square. When they saw Zhang Yi stepping up, they all cheered. "Teacher Zhang, go for it!" Xia Feng shouted. "Little Zhang, show them what you've got." Andy Sun said. Zhang Yi turned around to look. Even Tian Bin and his wife were gesturing for him to do well. He nodded to them in acknowledgement and assured them. With all the shouting, many of those who had given up were shocked. "Zhang Yi? He is that Zhang Yi?" Shuidiao Guide was very well written. "So that's him. I heard that he slapped the faces of those in the Writers' Association the last time, yet he dares to step foot here today?" A portion of the crowd still did not know of Zhang Yi, but there were still some who had heard of him before. They all gathered together and discussed about him, occasionally pointing at him. At this time, the cameraman responsible for live streaming the event also pointed his camera at Zhang Yi. The preliminary round was not streamed live, but he still had to record it. There would be edits to create a highlight reel that was to be uploaded to the internet. The three judges looked over at him. "Try it then." Zhang Yi did not mind the discussion around him and stepped forward. Zhao Lu suddenly asked, "Are you really going to use that gua 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 gua?" Zhang Yi laughed. He was thinking that not even a fool would use a crappy match like yours. The words didn't even correspond. If this bro wrote it, he would have caused the professionals to die of laughter. This first verse had hidden tricks behind it, so how could it be easily solved with just luck? But Zhang Yi felt no pressure. Coincidentally, one of the two most difficult upper verses, the 50th and the last question, fell into the 20 to 30% of couplets that existed in his previous world. This couplet had even been completed by the capable predecessors of his world. The question board was nearing. Standing in front of it, Zhang Yi stopped and lowered his head. He picked up a writing brush, dipped the ink on its tip, raised his hand and started writing the second verse without a thought. Big Thunder had a look. At first, he did not understand. The other contestants also inexplicably watched Zhang Yi writing the second verse. Because they did not understand the first verse at all, a large portion of them did not even know how to read it. So when Zhang Yi wrote the second verse out, they did not seem to understand it either. They were all confused. The only thing they knew was that this man's calligraphy was very good. Huj exclaimed, "Good writing." Hu's eyes brightened, "Teacher Little Zhang, great calligraphy. The flicks are elegant, and yet doesn't lack strength." Zhao Lu was also lost in admiration. "These words are so beautiful. Teacher Zhang Yi is even skilled in calligraphy?" The other contestants and audience members also had a look at Zhang Yi's writing. He was such a young man, yet his calligraphy was so good. It was not often that there was such a person. Zhang Yi put down the brush. He had completed the verse. Everyone then focused on the second half of the couplet Zhang Yi wrote, "Fu Yan Zhang 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 Zhao." What second half is this? What did it mean? Nothing could be seen on the surface. Big Thunder and a few accomplished couplet experts stared at the second half. They gave it some thought and tried to read it a few times, but they did not manage to. It's not right? Did this second half match? They were not sure either. The first and second half were both very vague, so they could hardly tell. Even the second and third judges did not give it much thought at first glance. They felt that this young man was likely writing it blindly, but his words were very neat and tidy. Elder Keon's first half of his couplet was definitely complicated, both in its profoundness and mood. It was impossible to match it. Some booing was heard in the audience. "What is this? Haha, using these few words and it can be considered a second verse? Right, then I can do it, too. The first verse can't be that simple. This must be blindly matched. Zhang 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 Zhang? What and what?" Only Elder Keon narrowed his eyes. "Lad, how do you read this second verse of yours?" Zhang Yi smiled and responded with a question, "How do you read your first half?" "My first half is..." Elder Keon recited, "Hai Shui Zhao, Zhao Zhao Zhao, Zhao 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 Wo, the sea tide, it rises every day, every day it rises and every day it falls. After reading them with the right pronunciation, these consecutive jiao made clear sense. A lot of the contestants and audience members were suddenly enlightened. So that's how it was. That was how it was read. No wonder the previous runner-up, Big Thunder, said that even professionals might not be able to read it right. The technique within was so profound. This was a couplet consisting of same characters, but different pronunciations. This kind of couplet matching was too damn difficult. Because it was very complicated. And it even required a second verse to match it neatly. Impossible. Zhao Lu was speechless. This first verse is too obscure. Hudi sighed. Teacher Little Zhang definitely didn't manage to match it. Chang. It doesn't correspond, right? Hud said, forget it. There's nothing to feel regretful about. After all, Teacher Zhang's forte is not in matching couplets. He had even said before that he did not know much about couplets. The second judge looked at Elder Keon. Let's go, Elder Keon. Let's go to the hall. That's right, we need to judge the finals. The third judge, who was an old man, said. But no one expected to see Elder Keon remaining motionless. He looked at Zhang Yi. What about you? Hai Shui Zhao, Zhao, whoa, the sea tide, every day it rises, every day it rises and every day it falls. Zhang Yi repeated it again, and then smiled before saying his second half, Fu Yan Zhang, Chang Zhang, Chang Zhao, the cloud forms, it forms constantly it forms and constantly it dissolves. The second and third judges, who had just turned around, halted in their steps upon hearing this. They turned their heads in shock. Many spectators and contestants were about to leave, too. But when they heard Zhang Yi recite the second verse, one could tell with the naked eye that their expressions were that of shock. Big Thunder was stunned. Hudi, Zhao Lu and company stared widely. At this moment, the entire Peking University's small square seemed to quieten down. Chapter 115, Miraculous Couplet Matching Miraculous Couplet. There was silence all around. Hai Shui Zhao, Zhao, whoa, the sea tide, it rises every day it rises and every day it falls. Fu Yan Zhang, Chang Zhang, Chang Zhao, the cloud forms, it forms constantly it forms and constantly it dissolves. No one expected that the simple Chang Zhang Yi had written had a similar hidden catch to it. The old man who was the third judge cried out with a hoarse voice, this. Someone really managed to match it? They could not believe it, but reality was placed right in front of them. Phantom Talent Elder Keon's most difficult question had been matched. And it had been matched perfectly. The video cameraman for the online stream closed up on Zhang Yi's face. He also stopped on the couplet that Zhang Yi had written for a long period of time. Elder Keon looked at Zhang Yi. After several seconds, he burst out into laughter. Good. A young person's abilities must be respected. A young person's abilities must be respected. After he stopped laughing, he stroked his beard. You really exceeded my expectations. Today you have given me too great a surprise. Good. Young lad, I will barely pass you. Pass? And only barely? Everyone was puzzled. Didn't he match it? Zhang Yi looked at Elder Keon, but he was not angry. He laughed. Why only barely? The second judge, who was the old granny, was also pondering over his words. Old man Keon, didn't he do a good job matching? There's nothing to fault at his correspondence. The mood is also just right. What is there for you to pick on? I think it was matched perfectly. The third judge frowned as he gave it some thought, before suddenly saying, Hey, does your first half of the couplet still have a hidden catch? Elder Keon smiled. Yes, the first half has other ways of reading it. The meaning and mood are all different. So he can only be considered to have matched a tiny portion of it, hence I said that he barely passed. There were still hidden catches? There were still tricks inside? Everyone was stunned. Did Elder Keon come out with a miraculous couplet? They had originally thought that the couplet was extremely difficult. Yet they had underestimated it? It was a miraculous couplet. Zhao Lu exclaimed, passing is good. Teacher Zhang is awesome. Huj and Hudi were also full of admiration. It was quite exaggerated to even match a portion of it. After all, they had not been able to understand the first half of the couplet just now. Big Thunder felt his mind balance. The other contestants also felt their minds balance upon hearing it. Oh, so he did not completely match the first half. He still had other ways of reading the first half. Elder Keon looked at Zhang Yi and pleasingly said, if we follow strictly by the rules, I can't let you pass based on your answer. Because this is the Beijing couplet competition, not only do we have to adhere to the rules, but it also has to fit the mood in all aspects. But because this first verse is very complex and complicated, and is a miraculous couplet, and the fact that you are still young, to be able match to this point is already a very good result. That is why I gave you a pass. I believe the other two judges won't have any objections. The old granny said, of course I have no qualms. Pass him. The third judge said, I would have had a problem with you if you didn't pass him. Haha. But just as Elder Keon was about to pass Zhang Yi suddenly stepped forward and said with a laugh, all of you might have no problems with it, but I have a problem with it. Elder Keon, you said that my second half had barely managed to match the first half. I can't pretend I didn't hear that. Her. Everyone burst into an uproar. You still have a problem? What problem can you have? Elder Keon was amused. Why? You aren't convinced? Then I'll read the other ways of reading my first half. I will let a young lad like you be utterly convinced after losing. Losing? I will lose? Zhang Yi said without fear, what a coincidence. My second half also has many ways of reading it. It was time for Elder Keon and the rest to be shocked. Eh? You also have? Zhao Lu shouted out, what the hell? Teacher Zhang, you really can do it? Zhao Guozu, Hoof and company could hardly believe it. Big Thunder scoffed. It was impossible. He was amused in his mind at how Zhang Yi had made such an outrageous brag. Big Thunder already understood the tricks behind the first half of the couplet. Hai shui jiao 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 wo. In between the few jiao words, punctuation could be placed. And changing the pronunciation, the meaning would be completely different. Even the message expressed would be very different. There were all sorts of knowledge intertwined in it. What a joke. What knowledge was there in your chang? It was just a coincidence that the first verse was matched for this interpretation of the verse. Why are you still bragging? You're full of yourself. The internet streaming cameraman did not dare lose his focus. He kept the camera pointed in Zhang Yi's direction. The commotion had attracted a lot of people. More and more of the guests who had previously gone to the auditorium had returned. Someone has answered the last question? What's the situation? Who is that person? It's not considered as answered. Elder Keon's first verse has a trick. These contestants who had gone through to the finals apparently found out about the situation here when their friends called. Their curiosities were piqued and they proceeded back here to see who had answered the 50th question. Those who had gone through the earlier had all seen that question and no one was confident in answering it, but instead they all chose to match simpler couplets. Now that someone had solved one of the two most difficult questions, everyone naturally wanted to know who it was. Amongst them was Zhang Anbang, who was from the Beijing Writers Association and had participated in the Mid-Autumn Poetry Meet together with Big Thunder. It seemed like he was also an expert at couplets and had already passed the preliminaries earlier. When he reached the square, he bumped into Big Thunder and asked him for the details. Following that, Beijing Writers Association's Vice President Meng Danzō also arrived. And Zhang Yi's current leader from the TV station's arts channel, Wang Shuixin, also walked over. Director Wang was not a participant. He probably had tickets to come watch the competition. Old Hoof went over. Director, you are here, too? What's going on? Little Zhang answered it. Wang Shuixin was very curious. Hoof replied, not yet. Teacher Little Zhang and Elder Keon. We're just about to have a couplet duel. A couplet duel with Elder Keon? Wang Shuixin laughed loudly, thinking that the young one was too overconfident. Ignoring the chattering around. After hearing Zhang Yi's big words, Elder Keon narrowed his eyes and curiously said to Zhang Yi, okay, then let's give it a try. Are you sure that you have considered it properly and are ready for it? My first verse has a lot of variations. Zhang Yi replied, such a coincidence. My second verse's variations are more than a few, too. Elder Keon accepted the challenge, then let's begin. Yes. Zhang Yi was unrelenting, you first. Elder Keon closed his eyes. Hai shui jiao, jiao jiao, jiao jiao wo, the sea tide, it comes daily, daily it falls. Once the duel started, everyone stopped their chattering and focused towards the two of them. Everyone wanted to know how Zhang Yi could counter every move. Elder Keon had stated that his first verse had a lot of variations and intonations. Everyone had believed this because it was Elder Keon, the man who was the college entrance examinations question setter. But Zhang Yi also said his second verse had its own tricks? No one believed this. Not Big Thunder, not Zhang Anbang, and not Meng Danzō. Let's see Elder Keon's first verse. This time, the usage of words and intonation of the first verse were different. Compared to the previous couplet, this one had inclinations towards a big rise and a big fall. This modified first verse was now something closer to nature, so it was different. Even though the words were still hai shui jiao wo, in fact this had become another version of a first verse. This was definitely the showstopper. Everyone knew that Zhang Yi's second verse could not match this. But then, Zhang Yi just gave a smile. Fu Yun Zhang, Zhang Chang Chang, Chang Chang Zhang Zhao, the cloud forms, it expands often, often it shrinks. What? This second half. What the heck? He matched it? Your freaking second half also has variations? Upon hearing Zhang Yi's second match, everyone still had not come around to. Elder Qian was also stunned. He came up with the third variation, Hai Shui Zhao, Zhao Zhao Zhao, Zhao Zhao Wo, the sea tide, daily it rises, daily it falls. This time, not only the pronunciation and words had been changed, even the punctuation had been changed. It was a 3 to 4 to 3 punctuation. Zhang Yi immediately answered, Fu Yan Zhang, Chang Chang Zhang Zhang, Chang Chang Zhao, the cloud forms, often it expands, often it dissipates. Elder Qian immediately came up with the fourth couplet, Hai Shui Zhao, Zhao 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 Zhao, Zhao Zhao Wo, the sea tide, it rises and rises, daily it falls. Zhang Yi said, Fu Yan Zhang, Chang Zhang Chang Zhang, Chang Zhang Zhao, the cloud forms, it expands and expands, often it shrinks. Elder Qian's eyes narrowed even more, Hai Shui Zhao Zhao, Zhao Zhao Zhao, Zhao Zhao Wo, the tide comes in the morning, daily it rises, daily it falls. Zhang Yi said coolly, Fu Yan Chang Zhang, Chang Chang Zhang, Chang Chang Zhao, the cloud often spreads, often it dissipates. Everyone turned dumbfounded while hearing this. All of them were like stone statues while hearing the two in their couplet duel. They felt that this was in the realm of another planet. No one could interfere, nor could anyone interrupt them. They could only listen to it, as they got more and more astonished with every variation of the miraculous couplet. Elder Qian could not believe it. Hai Shui Zhao Zhao, Zhao 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 Wo, the tide comes in the morning, daily it rises and falls. Zhang Yi brushed his hair, Fu Yan Chang Zhang, Chang 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 Zhang Chang Zhao, the cloud often spreads, often it expands and dissipates. Elder Qian gave him a look, Hai Shui Zhao Zhao, Zhao 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 Wo, the tide comes in the morning, its rise daily falls. Zhang Yi returned the look, Fu Yan Chang Zhang, Chang Zhang Chang Chang Zhang Zhao, the cloud often spreads, its expansion often shrinks. He could even do that? He could even match that? Noticing that he was on the brink, Elder Qian used his ultimate move, Hai Shui Zhao Zhao Zhao, Zhao 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 Wo, the seawater daily forms tides, the daily tide daily falls. This time it was a 5 to 5 punctuation who knew that Zhang Yi was not pressured at all as he answered easily, Fu Yan Chang Chang Zhang, Chang Zhang Chang Chang Zhao, the cloud often grows long, the often expansion often dissipates. Elder Qian did not stop, Hai Shui Zhao Zhao, Zhao 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 Wo, the tide comes daily, daily the tide falls. Zhang Yi's answer was also extremely fast, as if he did not need to think before answering, Fu Yan Zhang Chang Chang, Chang 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 Zhang Zhao, the cloud expands often the expansion shrinks. Finally, Elder Qian gave his last couplet, this is the final variation, Hai Shui Zhao Zhao Zhao, Zhao 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 Wo, the seawater daily forms morning tides, daily it falls. This was an irregular 6 to 4 punctuation. Zhang Yi replied with a smile, this is also my last variation, Fu Yan Chang 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 Zhang, Chang Chang Zhang Zhao, the clouds often makes expansions, often it shrinks. When the last verse was finished, the square turned into chaos. What the heck? Your sister. What did I hear? God. He can even match that? Zhang Yi actually managed to match that. He matched them all. Every variation of the couplet was matched. And it was not as simple as barely matching. Every match was flawless. It was completely harmonious. Elder Qian. Big Thunder. The rest of the contestants and spectators. What the fuck to your second granny? You could even do that? Zhang Anbang gasped, this Zhang Yi's accomplishment in couplets is so deep. How would I know? Big Thunder's face wasn't very good. He can even match such a miraculous couplet? To manage to fight back in a couplet duel with Elder Qian? This kid must be on stimulants. Everyone was curious and astonished. No one had witnessed such an exciting couplet duel before. Chapter 116, The Buzz from the Live Webcast. It was silent for a few seconds. Many people's emotions were stirred. Teacher Zhang, I love you. Ex-assistant Ziafeng screamed. Zhao also waved her arms excitedly, Teacher Zhang, I love you, too. Huj and Hudi cried with excitement, Teacher Zhang, you are so godly. So godly. Too awesome, too merciless, too strong, scaring the heavens, making spirits cry. So a couplet duel can be so earth-shattering? Other than Big Sishu, Zhao Guozu and the others who knew Zhang Yi personally, once the couplet duel was over, those that were present couldn't hold back from applauding loudly. A miraculous couplet had amazed the whole audience. Especially the second verse, it was simply the ultimate. The first and second verses had matched so perfectly. Of course it was perfect. Because not only did Zhang Yi know about this couplet, he even knew about its origins. In Zhang Yi's previous world, on Kainhuang Island, there was a temple of Lady Nengzhang. In the front of the temple were 2 pillars, which the couplets had been inscribed upon. It described the scenery around Shanghai Pass and the Temple of Lady Mengjiang, as well as the expression of nature, the expression of the universe, describing the world of everything using the sea tide and floating clouds as figures of speech, rising and falling, expanding and dissolving, without a state of normalization. This pair of couplets could be read in over 10 ways, and was considered a wonder of the world. And in the examples in the textbooks, these couplets had been used as an examination question, as well as an example. Hence, even if Zhang Yi did not use a memory search capsule, he still had a deep impression of it. As for whose creation this pair of verses belonged to, Zhang Yi did not know. But since this was basically a pair of couplets, then of course it was perfect and without blemish, otherwise, why would the future generations label it as the millennial miraculous couplet? However, Elder Qian was considered to be quite a genius. This world might not have a temple of Lady Mengjiang, yet he had came up with the upper half of such a miraculous couplet. Seeing Elder Qian's expression and his reaction from just now, he must have not thought of a corresponding second half, or the second half he had thought up wasn't the one that Zhang Yi had used. It was all right. Zhang Yi had helped him complete the couplet, and had found a good home for the millennial miraculous couplet in this world. Elder Qian was speechless for quite a while. The second judge, the old granny, asked him in aghast, "Young lad, what's your name?" Zhang Yi said, neither superciliously nor obsequiously, "My name is Zhang Yi." The old granny was taken aback. "That Shuidiao Gita was written by you?" "Yes, it is mine." "Sorry for incurring your ridicule," Zhang Yi said humbly. The third judge, who was the old man, praised, "What a marvelous Fu Yun Chang 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 Zhao. Well matched. A miraculous couplet matching a miraculous couplet. Ha ha." The old granny glanced at Elder Qian. "Old man Qian, you sure met your match this time around." Elder Qian gave Zhang Yi a few long stares, and in the end, ridiculed himself. "When I wrote the first half, I had also matched it with another second half. But now, compared to your second half, my second half. Forget it, let's not talk about it. Be it the corresponding neatness or the mood, your second half is one level higher than mine. Thank you, young lad, for giving this miraculous couplet's first half a perfect match." Saying that, Elder Qian returned to his seat to pick up a pen to write Zhang Yi's name. "I declare that the preliminary round has officially ended. Zhang Yi, you passed." Zhang Yi said, "Thank you, teacher." The preliminaries had ended. Everyone left as they discussed. "Bravo!" Hu hugged Zhang Yi's shoulders. Hoof gave a relieved and contented pat on Zhang Yi's back. "Good lad. You really are the best. This is what you call not knowing how to match couplets? This is what you call not studying couplets before? Who are you bluffing?" "Haha." Zhang Yi immediately tried to stay low-key. It was just sheer luck. "Come on, teacher Zhang." Hudi said delightedly, "You have tricks up your sleeve at every turn." Amongst the people, Tianbin gave Zhang Yi a big thumbs up. His wife also smiled, happy for Zhang Yi from her heart. Big Sis craved nothing short of nationwide chaos. Seeing how Big Thunder had challenged Zhang Yi, but Zhang Yi had managed to match the couplet the next moment, she was tickled amused. "Little Zhang, bring the championship title back." Zhang Yi said at a loss, "Big Sis Shu, you think too highly of me. I only came for the bustle." "What do you mean, champion?" He really did not think that he could become the champion, and might not even be able to be placed. After all, even if this world's couplets had a portion of those from his world, they were just a tiny minority. He had happened to run into the last couplet that he knew of from before for the preliminary round, allowing him to pass. If not, he would have been eliminated. Big Thunder was livid. He glanced at Zhang Anbang, before rushing straight to the hall with Zhang Anbang. He had never expected Zhang Yi to successfully match such a miraculous couplet. And he had done it so quickly, without any thought. Back then, he thought that Zhang Yi did not know couplets at all. But who knew that not only was he good at writing poems, essays, novels, fairy tales and advertisements, he was also good at couplets. Big Thunder no longer dared to despise Zhang Yi. He had to hurry to prepare for the finals. A while later, in the men's bathroom outside the hall, Zhang Yi had abdominal pains, so he did not enter together with Hoof and company. He found a stall in the bathroom and locked himself in to do his business. As he had time, Zhang Yi took out his cell phone to surf the net. Although he did not much of his data balance left, he still opened the Beijing Couplet Competition's video website. The video for the preliminary round was already out. Zhang Yi immediately watched it. In the beginning, the scenes were of the contestants who were answering from before. The scene of Big Thunder matching a couplet and passing the preliminary round also appeared. Nearing the end, Zhang Yi's scene finally appeared. "My first verse has a lot of variations. Such a coincidence. My second verse's variations are more than a few, too. Hai shui jiao, jiao jiao, jiao jiao wo, the sea tide, it comes daily, Daily it falls. Fu Yun Zhang, Zhang Chang Chang, Chang Chang Zhang Zhao. The cloud forms, it expands often it shrinks. The scene of the couplet duel between Zhang Yi and Elder Qian had been completely recorded. Seeing his mighty self in the video, Zhang Yi was also very satisfied. It was well filmed, but the only regret was that he was not given a clear frontal shot. Most of it had scenes with side shots or back shots. Throughout the entire process, Elder Qian was facing the camera. There was nothing he could do, for Elder Qian was a famous senior. The video ended. Taking another look, the discussions and comments below were boiling. That 50th question is too exaggerated. That's right. And someone actually managed to match it? It's teacher Zhang Yi. Haha. I knew it was him. Everyone come and see. The face-smacking specialist has made a comeback. PFFT. I'm having stitches from laughing. What sort of nickname is that? Who is Zhang Yi? This name sounds familiar. Search on the web yourself. It's full of his data and there's plenty of information on the web. Hee, seeing teacher Zhang Yi revealing his invincible might sure feels good. The second half was matched too brilliantly. Teacher Zhang's literary skill remains the same. Indeed, I even thought that Zhang Yi did not know how to match couplets. I never expected Zhang Yi to also have such deep attainments in couplets. Teacher Zhang is really defying the heavens. No, I have to watch it again. I have never seen such an awesome couplet duel. The first half was good, but the second half was matched even better. As expected of teacher Zhang. It's too bad that teacher Zhang looks average. His looks are different from the image in my mind. Hi, but it's nothing much. Teacher Zhang engages in literary work, and is not a movie star or singer, so I can't ask for too much. I will still support teacher Zhang. Let's watch the finals. Right, the finals are starting soon. Looking forward to teacher Zhang's performance. The finals won't be easy. There are so many experts. For example, Big Thunder is also quite formidable. He was the first runner-up for the last Beijing couplet competition. He won't be easy to deal with. Chapter 117, A Situation During the Finals. Peking University. The grand hall was packed, with no empty seats. Zhang Yi used his pass to enter, after coming out of the bathroom. The opening speech was already over. A leader from the radio or television station walked away after putting down the microphone. Following that, two hosts came on stage. Zhang Yi had never seen them before. They were probably students of Peking University and were a male-female duo. Hello leaders, guests and everyone. Welcome to the annual Beijing couplet competition. As a host, I feel very honored. I feel like my body is sparkling with light. Is your zodiac sign a firefly? I've known you for so many years, but this is the first time I'm hearing about this ability of yours. The stage lines were clearly prepared beforehand. The two hosts exchanged banter with each other to liven up the atmosphere, before announcing the competition's rules. Before we begin, let us introduce the rules of the final. He pointed to a long stretch of seats from his podium. There were about 50 seats. And to the side, there were 3 seats for the judges. Their names were written on it. They were the same 3 judges from the preliminary round. Here are the seats for the contestants. There are where the judges' seats are. The final will be held in a first-to-the-answer format. The 3 judges will each come up with a question. Following that, the other 50 contestants will come up with the first half of a couplet. Whoever manages to speak first will be allowed to answer. If the answer is unanimously agreed upon by the 3 judges, then the answer will be accepted, giving the contestant 1 point. If you do not manage to match it, 1 point will be deducted. Please note that there is a new rule for this year. If a contestant's couplet cannot be matched by anyone in the time allotted, that contestant will obtain 10 points. Finally, the contestants with the highest scores will be placed accordingly for the top 3. This year's competition had a slight difference in rules, when compared with last year's, but they weren't much different. There were just some changes to the way the points were calculated and the point deductions. Next will be the opening dance. Please give a round of applause to our Beijing couplet organization's dancing teachers. An ancient melody sounded. A few dance artists dressed in historical costumes appeared. Their long sleeves fluttered and immediately drew the applause of the audience. Zhang Yi bent his back as he quickly walked to his front row seat. Excuse me, thank you. His ticket was given to him by Tian Bin. But since the tickets given to the television and radio stations were concentrated together, everyone was actually in one area. Tian Bin's wife saw Zhang Yi coming and said puzzledly, Teacher Zhang, why aren't you preparing backstage? Haven't all the contestants gone there? Big Sishu asked. That's right, little Zhang. What are you doing here? Hoof, Zhaolu and company also looked over. The competition is about to begin. Zhang Yi waved his hand and found an empty spot to sit down. I'm not participating. Let them compete. Hood was shocked. What? Why aren't you participating? With your deep foundation in couplets, it is such a great opportunity. Why would you? Former leader Zhao Guozu also frowned. Little Zhang, this doesn't seem like your usual style. Ziafeng was even more anxious than Zhang Yi. Teacher Zhang, go on up. Hurry. How can you not go? Zhang Yi answered truthfully, I just happened to be lucky at the preliminary round. I don't believe that I will be that lucky in the final round. They are all experts, so I won't bring ridicule on myself. Actually, Zhang Yi also wanted to give the final round a try. Of course, he wanted to seize a chance to be famous. However, when he heard the competition's rules when he entered, he decided that it was better not to shame himself. He might as well leave the impressive and mysterious impression he had from the preliminary round. Why? Why didn't he even try? It was because there were too many questions. He had not heard of most of this world's couplets. It wasn't that he could not answer all of them, but he could not answer at least 80% of them. He could not use the literary foundations from his world. So even if he went and happened to hear a few questions that he had previously heard of before, that was pointless. If he couldn't get into the top 3, then it would be a waste. He decided not to go, getting rid of the chance for the Beijing Writers Association to suppress him, and not giving them the chance of using the fact that he did not get a placing to fault him. As for damaging to his reputation if he abstained? If the preliminary round did not exist, it would definitely have happened. However, he had staged an astonishing couplet duel with Elder Keon in the preliminary round, and had even won. Hence, even if he did not participate in the final round, his fame would only increase, not decrease. Little Zhang. You. Many of his old friends and colleagues were persuading him. Zhang Yi only shook his head. He could do nothing about it. It was just that they did not understand the situation. Seeing that Zhang Yi did not have any intentions in participating, everyone felt a sense of regret and stopped saying anything. The opening dance. Recital of Chinese literature. Ancient classic couplets were drawn by famous calligraphers. The program lasted for an hour. It was very interesting, giving enjoyment to people. Now, everything was being broadcast live on the internet. A few cameras were facing the podium, and a few were hanging above. One of them was above the podium, and another was behind the audience. Compared to a traditional professional television's live broadcast, this was not considered very professional. There were too few cameras. But since it was a webcast, it was already considered pretty good. At this moment, the performances came to an end. The male and female host went on stage. Hello, everyone. I believe that the performance from before was already great fun for many, but what is more fun will be in a while. I am announcing the beginning of the competition. Let me first introduce our judges for this Beijing couplet competition. A judge would walk out from backstage as the female host announced each name. Amidst applause, the judges took their seats. Following that, the female host continued to announce, next, I will announce the contestant name list for those who passed the preliminary round. Lu Feng, Big Thunder, Zhang Anbang, Zhu Yan. The final name? Zhang Yi. Suddenly, there seemed to be a situation. A staff member with a blue badge ran out. One could tell at a glance that he was from the Writers Association, as all the members from the Writers Association wore a blue badge. The couplet organization wore white. Different units have different colors. Following that, a few couplet organization and Writers Association employees came out. They surrounded the 3 judges and seemed to be discussing something with them. Following that, they even signaled to the host on stage to temporarily stop. It was as if they wanted the hosts to first delay something. What's the matter? Why is the atmosphere so tense? What has happened? It's a live broadcast, too. Why aren't they beginning the finals? The camera quickly moved away, but the audience present could see it clearly. They began to discuss about it. The male host was quick to react. This competition sure is highly anticipated. I wonder who will be this year's champion. Last year's champion, Professor Wang, unfortunately could not came due to his old age. This year, I'm placing my bets on last year's first runner-up, Teacher Big Thunder. What about you? The female host smiled and said, I'm placing my bets on Teacher Zhang Yi. Why? From the male host's expression, he clearly did not know who Zhang Yi was. But since his partner had said so, he had to pretend like he knew. The female host blinked, it's nothing much. It's only because I'm Teacher Zhang Yi's fan. I have memorized every poem of his except the Song of the Stormy Petrel. The male host was amused, but this is a couplet competition. So what? It can't prevent me from worshipping my idol. The female host said matter-of-factly. I only just realized you chase idols. The male host was at a loss of whether to laugh or to cry. The two of them exchanged words as they dragged the time out to change the subject. Offstage, Zhao Lu was smiling with glee. Look at our teacher Zhang's popularity. He has fans all over Beijing. That's right. That female host is your fan. Huge prodded Zhang Yi with his elbow. Teacher Zhang, are you sure that you aren't participating? This will disappoint your fan. Zhang Yi was actually thinking about how much he wanted to go up onto the stage. 5 minutes passed and the audience was already becoming impatient. The hosts could no longer drag it out any further. Looking off stage, a host said, "Teacher judges, can we begin?" An employee with a blue pass off stage noticed the situation and quickly went on stage, and took over the microphone. "Sorry, but we have a situation. Just now, someone reported that a contestant had violated the rules by cheating. So please wait patiently. We are still discussing the situation." Cheat? Who? What cheating? The audience began to chatter. The Beijing Writers Association's employee said quickly, "The person that was reported is Zhang Yi." A few judges were looking very harsh, especially Elder Keon. He stared coldly at the Writers Association employee who had went up on stage to speak without their agreement. The outcome was not settled, so who allowed you to announce the name of the contestant that was reported? Who let you say it? The female host was also stunned. She had previously mentioned that she had her bets on teacher Zhang Yi. The Writers Association employee pretended that he did not see the fierce stares from the couplet organization's leaders and the few judges. He carried on speaking casually. "This is because during the preliminaries, Zhang Yi was discussing the questions with his surrounding friends. Someone even heard one of his friends suggesting to plan a strategy for him to solve the question. After receiving the report, we checked the video footage and realized that it did happen." Elder Keon was enraged. "Get him down." "What the heck?" The faces of the few people from the couplet organization turned ugly. A leader from the couplet organization said to a leader from the Writers Association, "Things aren't even confirmed." "Who let you say that?" "Eh?" The Writers Association's leader threw up his hands. "I didn't instruct him to do it." The woman from the couplet organization who was responsible for receiving Zhang Yi said, "Get him the fuck down." Even vulgarities came out. The Beijing Writers Association's leader frowned, but he got his employee down. But since the words had been said, it was useless to think of turning the situation around by having his employee removed. The words were shocking. This matter immediately blew up. Whether it was the audience or the people watching the live webcast, everyone heard it. Zhang Yi? Zhang Yi cheated? His friends helped him match it during the preliminary round? Hi, I already said it. How can a person manage to match the second half of such a miraculous couplet in such a short time? He must have gotten somebody's help. This kind of person even participated? Right, quickly revoked Zhang Yi's finals qualification. I was even amazed at that Zhang Yi. Who knew that he relied on others to enter the finals? Chapter 118, Zhang Yi's reputation crisis? Many people began to despise him. But many clear-minded people refused to believe. Big Sishu said angrily, "Little Zhang cheated? Bullshit. Does little Zhang even need to cheat?" Andy Sun was also enraged. Who reported it? Who is so mean? Seeing how Zhang Yi was being defamed, Zhao Lu's eyes turned red. We did have ideas. But it was all nonsense. Teacher Zhang relied all on his own ability during the preliminary round. Huge also stood up. Who is so insidious? Zhao Guozu's expression sank. Cheating? Even a fool can see through it. Can ideas from a group of people match that miraculous couplet of Elder Keon? Anyone who knows a bit of literature and couplets would know that this isn't about having strength in numbers. Tian Bin asked, "Someone is setting a trap for Zhang Yi, right?" "It must be." Zhao Guozu inhaled. "They really have vicious intentions." Hoof suppressed his anger and said, "Some people from the Beijing Writers Association have already been reduced to such means?" Hudi also thought through it. It must be them messing with things. They were the ones who reported. The staff who went up just now was from the Beijing Writers Association. When he finished speaking, the people from the couplet organization were enraged. The judging teachers seemed to even order him to come down and stop talking nonsense. The matter is already very clear. This bunch of people from the Writers Association are serious in destroying teacher Zhang's reputation. By accusing teacher Zhang Yi for cheating during a live webcast, even if only half of the people believed, teacher Zhang's reputation would be gone in the future. Also, by reporting him, they can prevent Zhang Yi from taking part in the final round. Without him,